Good morning everyone, a very warm welcome to the Whilton Mill Kart Circuit here in Northamptonshire for round number 5 of the Fast-Star Whilton Mill Kart Club. My name is John Ratcliffe. I'm going to be guiding you through all of the action today, and it's sure to be a very exciting day. Not only because finally it seems like we actually have some summer weather here in England. We've got to the July round here of the Whilton Mill Kart Club, and finally the sun is out, the birds are chirping, and the engines are revving and raring to go for a day's action here at Whilton Mill. As shown there by the weather graphic for the rest of the day, we should be treated to some nice blue skies throughout, some pretty warm temperatures as well, so that's going to be tough on the drivers. They're going to have to make sure that they're keeping nice and hydrated through the day to keep up that level of performance, but also it's going to be tough on the karts as well, and particularly those tyres. Keeping those tyres in a good window throughout the day is going to be a challenging one. Now, we've got loads of entries for today's action, 206 total entries I've seen over on the website. That is amazing to see, and that's particularly because we've got so many entries in the juniors and the seniors for our road tax categories. As there, you can see the bugs out in full force as well. Already our Christmas corner camera getting berated by the bugs here at Whilton Mill. Luckily, I'm in the shaded comms box away from all those scary bugs, but I feel for the camera crew out there today. They're certainly going to be coming away with a nice suntan. But as I mentioned, plenty of drivers here getting involved. I think over 50 entries in both the juniors and the seniors for the road taxes today. So that's going to mean that they're both going to have B finals, and they're going to have pretty packed B finals as well. Remember, only the top 4 from those B finals go through into the A finals later, and they're going to be tough ones, let alone to just get into the A final, but then to get a good result as well. With so many quick drivers on track, it's going to be a challenging day for the drivers out there, but it's going to be great for us watching at home. We're going to be treated to some amazing action. Like I mentioned, both the juniors and the seniors in the road taxes having B finals and A finals, and that means that they, of course, are split into groups as well for the heats, so we'll be seeing 3 heats for them in total. But of course, if you're waiting to see a driver out there in the juniors or the seniors for the road taxes, if you don't see them in the first heat, don't worry, they're not out at the weekend. They're probably just in the other 2 heats. They'll be heading out slightly later on. So I'll try and keep you updated with who's in what heat and what the starting grids are for everything, so you can make sure that you know when your driver is out and when to be tuning in. However, you should be tuning in throughout the day, because as I mentioned, so many races to come. It's going to be fantastic. Now, the Alpha Live Productions crew are wider field across the UK today and this whole weekend. We've got 3 events on today. Of course, the incredible Whilton Mill Kart Club round, also UKC up at Three Sisters, and the British Kart Champs at Shennington as well. So kart drivers sporadically across the UK. Same with the Alpha Live crew. But here at Whilton Mill Kart Club, we're about to get the first race underway. So let's go and get ready for that one. So drivers already out on circuit, and we've already got someone having a little spin there up towards Christmas corner. We'll consider that just a bit of extra tyre warming for that driver going for a bit of rotation up to Christmas corner. But let's run you through the grid then for our iArmy Water Swift Restricteds and our Road Tax Micros, both on the circuit for this race. Charlie Page and Sebastian Behrman are on the front row for the Road Tax Micros. Then it's Dimitar Uzunov, Lucian Smith, Darren Dimitrov and Chloe McGill there, your top 6 in the Road Tax Micros. Then it's Logan Rolfe, Dewey Hockridge, Arthur Farrow and Teddy Higgs, your top 10. Then Oliver Dawson and Albert Farrow there on row number 6. Row 7, we'll see Lewis Herbertson and Roger Guckelnath, and it's Jensen Darlow and James Devereaux, Travis Giddings and Daniel Hulse there, row number 9. And row 10 has Harry Knight and Edison Burrows. And it's Roddy Kempson and Reddy Chandler. They're the front row for the Army Water Swift Restricted, followed by Finley Bedford, Cody Vertigan, and then the back row of the grid is going to be Max Dunn and Ollie Doyle. So running through the grids nice and quickly there, and we need to. We've got so many drivers here today at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. My voice is going to be struggling by the end of the day, I fear, but it's sure to be some exciting racing as we see the first grid come around the final corner. Do we get it underway first time of asking? Yes, we do. Round number 5 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. It's already underway, and already we've got a couple of drivers getting a little bit close to comfort there around the first corner. A bit of argy-bargy as they all try and follow their way through, but they do seem to be able to do so. Up at Christmas corner, that's the 24 going round the outside there. That's Arthur Farrow trying to make up a position or 2 as they now fly down towards Ashby. Move down the inside for 4th or 5th place. That would have been Dimitrov, Smith and Rolfe. All getting in and amongst the action, but through Sector 2 they come then. And still, it looks as though Charlie Page, your pole sitter, has led off of the start here and is doing a good job now. Of course, Charlie Page is your leader in the championship here in the Rotax Micro, so not surprising to see him at the front as we see another driver pushing on ahead up to 4th place. That was a cheeky move down the inside into the boot section, and we'll see as they come across the line. I think it was Dimitar Uzunov that was making the move up into 4th place. Now Charlie Page under a bit of pressure already then from Sebastian Behrman, and Charlie Page having to move over to defend already here. We're only on lap 2 of the first heat, ladies and gentlemen, and already your leader feeling a bit under pressure here, feeling like he needs to defend, and understandably so, because here comes Sebastian Behrman down the inside of Ashby, and Sebastian Behrman takes the lead of the race. I think potentially Lucian Smith might have followed him through as well. No, Charlie Page has been able to hold on, but there goes Lucian Smith. Thought he'd get it done initially, thanks to a loss of momentum for Charlie Page, but Charlie defended well. But second time of asking, this time down at Osiers. Move made for the number 44 of Lucian Smith. And that little bit of battling between those two has given that breakaway to Sebastian Behrman. Can he make the most of it here as we head into 6 minutes left of racing? A couple of drivers already not in the good books of the stewards. Number 95, that is, under investigation. That'll be Cody Vertigan, who's in 25th place at the moment. Currently at the back of the pack in the Water Swift Restricted. It's the 18 and the 24, Chloe McGill and Arthur Farrow. Arthur Farrow still trying to make up a couple more places. Of course, you've got the two brothers in this race, Arthur and Albert. Arthur just in the top 10 there in 9th, and Albert just outside of it in 11th place at the moment. They've got Oliver Dawson in the sandwich in between them. And I assume the Farrows, if they get close together, hopefully they'll be working together. But we know what brothers are like, so I won't count anything out there between Arthur and Albert. But pressing on nicely towards the top 10, and it's the driver that's just behind them, Harry Knight in 12th place, who currently has the fastest lap in this first heat of the day. 53.62 was his fastest lap, but now we've got drivers dropping down into the 52s. 52.92 for Dimitrov, 52.97 for Logan Rolfe. They're in 4th and 5th, and those are the drivers we're seeing squabbling on your screen right now. Charlie Page almost collecting the 65 there, trying to move to the inside to cover off the 32 of Logan Rolfe behind. Nearly clatters into Dimitrov on the exit. That was all just 3 drivers going into one. Getting a little bit too close there as they got to the apex, and somehow, relatively, managing to avoid each other there. But we look forward to the leaders of this race then. Sebastian Behrman initially got a nice breakaway as the rest of the drivers were battling over 2nd place, but Lucian Smith, after getting past the leading 2 drivers, of course, of Charlie Page, who led from the front of this race, now has closed the gap back to the rear bumper of Sebastian Behrman. Now this will be interesting to see as well. Of course, 2 Jax Motorsport teammates. So I can imagine they probably had this natter in the awning before we've got underway. But hey, if we get to the front, let's work together and press on. And then it'll just be us 2 fighting over that win by the end of the race, particularly in the first heat of the day. Maybe in the final, it'd be a bit more gloves off, and we'd see a bit more crazy racing for the lead here, but I can imagine Behrman and Smith will be working together here to make sure they secure good results, not only for them going into the rest of the day, but also for the Jax Motorsport team as well. After that bit of squabbling for Charlie Page, he's held it there in 3rd now. He's still got Darren Dimitrov for company. They're trying to now re-close that gap to Behrman and Smith. Now, what are the lap times looking on the last lap? New personal best for almost all of the drivers in the top 10. However, Behrman and Smith a few tenths of a second slower than Page and Dimitrov in behind. Now, Dimitrov a little bit faster than Page, but Dimitrov may just feel it's a better bet to just continue pressing Charlie Page forward, because, of course, don't forget, Charlie Page is your championship leader here in the Rotax Micros. So not a bad driver to be pushing back towards the lead of the race. With 3 minutes to go, I do think that's the best option rather than fighting amongst each other, especially knowing that the 2 drivers ahead are teammates. There's the check over the shoulder from the 44 of Lucian Smith, just working out quite what the gap is back to the 2 drivers behind, whether they're catching at a considerable weight, and whether that rate is quick enough to mean that he needs to think about a move himself earlier on than maybe he wants to. Now it's Dimitar Uzunov in 5th place who takes the fastest lap of the race. So Rotax Micros, this battle could be hotting up pretty soon. I'll just quickly looking back to the Iami Water Swift. Currently, Finley Bedford in the lead of the race for that one. He has had a good start. Finley was on 3rd place on the grid for the Water Swift Restricted. So he's had a great start there up into the lead of the race. Edison Burrows in P2, Reggie Chandler in P3, and then Max Dunn, Cody Vertigan and Ollie Doyle. The rest of your 6 runners, I believe, in the Water Swifts. I tell a lie. I thought Vinny Bedford had the most amazing start. He's actually in 2nd place. Ronnie Kempson is in the lead. I got confused because he's actually passed a Rotax Micro driver. That's why I was missing him on my timing screens. But no, Ronnie Kempson from 2nd place on the grid. No, he was on pole position. I'll get it right at some point today, ladies and gentlemen, I promise. It was pole on the grid for Ronnie Kempson, and he's held that so far. 18th place overall, currently leading the way in the IARMY Water Swifts. But looking back to the Rotax Micros, as I've only taken my eyes off this action for a brief moment, now we're back to 4 drivers line astern for the lead of the race here. I thought that was going to be the attempt of the move from Charlie Page. He's picked up the pace over the last couple of laps, now has the fastest lap himself. But on that last lap, Darren Dimitrov only 500 slower. Charlie Page thinking about it again. But again, another bit of a half-hearted move there at Osiers. Sort of stuck the nose in, then thought better of it, but it was a little bit too late and he's lost himself a bit of time there. And that's going to mean another half lap to a lap or so of waiting to reset up a good move. And now Lucian Smith knows, I can't wait around much longer here. Charlie Page and Darren Dimitrov are going to be wanting to come past me pretty quickly here, so now maybe I need to think about a move on my teammate. A little bit of lateral movement there for Smith through the first couple of corners. He then moves to the inside to defend because of that. There's a move attempt down the inside and chucks the 62 off as Dimitar Uzunov having to take to the grass in the avoidance there. The move was from Arthur Farrow. It was a fair move, but they were rubbing side pods on the exit. And Uzunov found himself off on the green stuff. There's the move for 2nd place. Charlie Page goes through, and through follows Darren Dimitrov as well. So Lucian Smith, after waiting in 2nd place for a while there, not going for the move on his teammate, now gets chucked back to 4th place, but he's immediately back down the inside into the boot on Darren Dimitrov. Tries the up and under. They nearly make a bit of contact there on the exit, but somehow the 44 of Lucian Smith muscles his way back through. Impressive racing here from the Rotax Micros. The timer has hit 0. However, I do believe they managed to get over the start-finish line before the timer hit 0, so this should be the penultimate lap of the race then. Now, Charlie Page has got that fastest lap of the race. However, Page, Smith and Dimitrov, with that battling on the last lap, has again given about 6 or 7 tenths to Sebastian Behrman in the lead of the race. He'll be loving having that little gap. Just means the pressure's off ever so slightly going into this last lap, but he still knows that they're right on his tail here. Any sort of mistake, and that's going to be the win gone. But just putting together a tidy lap over this last lap, and it should be maximum points here from heat number 1. So Sebastian Behrman leads us onto the final lap of the first race of the day. And the first of our dual grids of the day. Here we've got the Water Swift Restricted and the Rotax Micros. Then coming up next on the schedule will be the Army Water Swift and the Rotax Minis as well. Charlie Page really defending now, sort of feeling like the win is gone here. Behrman's just got enough of a gap here now, feeling the need to defend and hold on to this 2nd place because Charlie really thinking about the championship. Sebastian Behrman, I do think this is his first round of the Whilton Mill Kart Club in 2024, if I'm not mistaken. But Charlie Page, leading the championship, needs to get maximum points. He's under a lot of pressure through the boot, though, from Lucian Smith. Here comes Sebastian Behrman around the final corner. He'll take the win in the Rotax Micros, and I do think Charlie Page will just about hold on to 2nd place, with Lucian Smith and Darren Dimitrov just trailing in behind there in that top 4 squabble. Great battles through the first race of the day, though, for the Whilton Mill Kart Club. It's Arthur Farrow, Logan Rolfe, Dimitar Uzunov, Dewey Hockridge, Harry Knight and Chloe McGill, your top 10. And we should see the Water Swift coming around very soon. There is Ronnie Kempson on the number 13. He takes the win in the Water Swift Restricted. Then it's Travis Giddings in the Rotax Micro. So it's Finley Bedford who's 2nd in the Water Swifts, and Reggie Chandler who was 3rd then. So after the top 10 overall, Teddy Higgs was in 11th place, then Lewis Herbertson, Oliver Dawson, Albert Farrow, Roger Guckelnath, Jensen Darlow, Then Roddy Kempson, your winner in the Water Swift, 17th on the road. Then Daniel Holson, 18th overall, Rotax Micros. Then another Rotax Micros of Travis Giddings. Then the rest of the Water Swift, Toby Bedford and Reggie Chandler, Max Dunn, Cody Vertigan and Ollie Doyle. And Edison Burrows there in the Rotax Micros as well. So good to see. I do believe every driver who started that race made it to the finish. That's always fantastic to see. Some great battles throughout the race, but here we then get to watch and see whether anyone has got themselves a nose cone penalty. I think everything has been very respectful out there on circuit so far today. The younger drivers here, the youngest drivers here, showing us how it's done, racing fairly and racing with respect, and seemingly no nose cone penalties. Very impressive for our younger drivers. Now, as I mentioned, that was a sort of dual grid. We had two classes out there at the same time, and we're going to have that again for the next heat heading out of the dummy grid very soon. It'll be the Water Swifts and the Rotax Minis, and of course, our commentators cursed it. We do have a nose cone penalty, sadly. I believe that is for Chloe McGill, so that's going to drop her outside of the top 10. But let's go then for the second race of the day here. Here we go then. Soon heading out of the dummy grid are going to be our Water Swift Intermediates and our Rotax Minis. So it's going to be another exciting race, I'm sure. Of course, it's a difficult one when you've got the split grids out on the same track for us to cover it on the live stream. Of course, we don't have multiple cameras. We can't have a split screen here watching both races. Sadly, we wish we could, but we can't at the moment. So we'll just be keeping an eye as best we can, and I'll try and keep you updated across both grids that are out on circuit. Let's run you through the grid for the Army Water Swifts and the Rotax Minis then. It's Sebastian Clark and Theo Bradshaw who are on the front row. That's for the Rotax Minis. And Theo Livings, Alfie Ward, Max Wheatley and Ryan Townsend there on row 2 and row 3. On to row number 4, and it'll be Devon Taylor and Finley Hines, and Benjamin Lawn and Cody LaPetrel rounding out the top 10. Behind them, Akil Nanguilon and Lucas Esser are on row 6, with Warwick Milam and Ayrton Rye there on row 7. Hayden Fisher and Ruben Jenkins are on row 8, with Daniel Wisnauskas and Oliver Barton there on row number 9. Still on the Rotax Minis at the moment, Nathan Rond and Connor J. Winfield round at the top 20, with George Fountain and Nathan Edwards on row 11, then Harper Das and Layla Bell are there on row number 12. Row 13 is Arthur Brooker and Jack Baker. I'm trying to see when it goes over. Okay, so Edward Haynes is the last of our Rotax Minis drivers there on 27th. Pole position for Army Water Swift Inter is John T. Restrick there on 28th. Then it's Alfie Taylor and Jensen Ackerman in the Water Swift Intermediates there on row number 15. And then finalising the grid are Enzo Bertarazzi, Simeon Stone, Xavier Fonge and Harry Davison. And we're on Bug Watch again. They're loving our camera up there at Christmas Corner. And with lovely weather, that does bring a few bugs. And of course, hopefully drivers, well, they're probably going to be needing those F1 style rip-offs on their helmet at the moment. The amount of bugs that will be absolutely peppering their vision out there on circuit today. Usually it's the issue of when it rains, you get it steamed up and you can't see too much. Now you'll have sizable beasts covering your visor. Less than ideal, but you've got time between the heats to get it cleaned off and get ready to go. But as I mentioned, what lovely weather we have here in Northamptonshire today. We're finally being blessed to some blue skies in the United Kingdom. And I always find, of course, wet weather racing is very exciting, and you can often you don't really know what's going to happen in a race. It's often the level of ability out there. Now, we do currently have a driver hammering around the circuit. Not really sure why. I can't tell you any information of this. Now, of course, we've just had some of our younger drivers, the Water Swift Restricted and the Rotax Micros, going for our slightly older drivers now, the Water Swift Inters and the Rotax Minis. That out on circuit, I'm pretty sure, was a junior Rotax, potentially a senior Rotax. So, not sure why they're out there on their own, and not sure why they're out so much earlier than maybe they should be, but I'm sure there's a reason for it. And hopefully I'll be able to find out for you and update you. But as they continue to absolutely hack it around this incredible Whilton Mill circuit, I also just want to highlight the fact of course, it was very exciting at the start of the year, round number 1, when we came and we saw the new corner. It was all very exciting, seeing racing kicking off on the new circuit. But now, we're a good way into the season. This is round 5 of 8 now. We're over halfway through the season, so the championship starting to get sort of sorted out into the pecking order that maybe we'd be expecting, and maybe we'll carry on through to the end of the year. But I want to know as well, in the live chat, let me know what you now think. Now we've had quite a few rounds of the season, what are your final thoughts on this new final section of corners? Because I know it was a little bit... some people were loving it, some people were hating it, a bit like Marmite, that final corner to begin with. But I think a lot of people have gotten more used to it now, more accepting of it, and I've started to actually quite enjoy racing around it. I see a lot more positivity when I talk to people about the new final corner now here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. So let me know in the live chat what you're thinking now we're a good way through the season. And great to see you all here supporting the live stream on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Maisie Creed Racing in the chat saying good luck to all of my MDL teammates. Michael Burke saying evening all. Good evening, Michael. Welcome. And Sava, oh dear, just crashed in practice. My hand is done. Well, that's far from ideal, Sava. Hopefully we do see you out for your first heat later on today. But already driving with a bit of an injury. That is, yeah, less than ideal. Less than ideal. But one race done and dusted then for the weekend. We'll be seeing our youngest drivers out again slightly later on for their second heat of the day. But we already move on to their slightly older brothers and sisters. Oh, they've gone the wrong way. Everyone's got an extremely confused... Drivers, we've done this a few times now. You know you go straight on there. Are we going to be... Yeah, of course we're going to be false started for that one. All a bit of confusion there for our Water Swift Intermediate drivers. Some deciding they wanted to take the actual last corner there. And some remembering, hold on a second, I'm pretty sure we're supposed to go through the... whoa, what's happened there? That's the chain guard of the number... Who was that? That was a Coles Racing driver. The chain guard had come off, and it looked as though they were holding the chain guard and then just proceeded to chuck it away to the left-hand side of the circuit. I'm sure they didn't do that. I'm sure it just fell off and it looked as though they were holding it. Hopefully they've noticed, though, because otherwise it is going to be a mechanical flag for that driver. Not safe going around without a chain guard on. So hopefully the driver has realised. I have a feeling it might have been the 65 of Oliver Barton, potentially, or is Oliver on our front row of the grid? We'll see who it was as they come round. It was definitely a Coles driver, if I'm not mistaken, and hopefully they've realised and gone straight to the pits. Otherwise, they're going to get involved with the race start, and then they're going to be called to the pits anyway. So we shall wait and see. I think actually maybe it was the 85 of Benjamin Lawn, potentially. We've got two Coles Racing drivers, I believe, side by side on the fourth row of the grid for this one, so can't quite remember which one it was. Still a little bit of confusion here at the race start, but hopefully we can get it underway. Second time of asking. The 77 getting muscled out wide there on the left. We are good to go green, though. That was Alfie Ward who got muscled out to the left, and he might lose a couple of positions off of the start there. Side-pod to side-pod contact, and an apology from Ray and Townsend before they'd even got to the exit. One hand on the wheel, apologising with the other hand, and they hadn't even made it through the corner yet. Well, good to see. Oh dear, two drivers coming together on the exit, though. One driver gets spun off. I was going to say good to see the kindness of the drivers. Before we'd even got to the end, it was Benjamin Lawn on the 85 who's got a mechanical flag already. So he was the driver who lost that chain guard after the first initial attempt at a race start. Yeah, good politeness then through the first couple of corners from Ray and Townsend. And then sadly, we saw another driver getting spun off up at Christmas Corner. Oh, that's a bold move. Is that Ray and Townsend again? I think a re-overtake that may potentially be on Devon Taylor. There's the 57 down the inside now as they get very close up at the apex. Leo Livingston behind on the Synergy kart. Cody LePetrel, is that who it is in behind him? Also the Synergy branded driver. But Benjamin Lawn involved in that one. Hopefully, despite being in this squabble, he would have seen the board, the digi-flag across the top of the start-finish line, telling him he needs to come back into the pit lane. I can understand if you're in the heat of battle, potentially not seeing it. And he hasn't seen it. He's carried on round for another lap here, but it'll be a slap on the wrist if he continues for many more laps. Not up on the gantry again this time, so it may have to come out again on the next lap. As indeed he is still circulating there in 9th place and involved in this big battle. Move for 4th place. Down the inside goes Finley Hines then, and Leo Livings tries to follow him through. The 22 is going to get forced out wide, has to jink back in to the gap in the traffic, but now Ryan Townsend under more pressure as they head down into Ashby. Just about picks up the pace through the exit of Christmas Corner though to hold on to what is now 6th place for Ryan Townsend. But another Synergy driver late down the inside. Good attempt at a move there from Cody LePetrel. It doesn't quite work out, but Benjamin Law, Max Wheatley and Lucas Esser getting involved with each other in the mid-pack as well. Great to see Max Wheatley getting involved with some good battles. Max Wheatley, a driver I'm used to seeing dominating down at the Rye House Kart Club. Winning by often like 5 or 10 seconds in a 7-minute race. It's ridiculous from Max Wheatley. So great to see him in the thick of the battles here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Warwick Milam, the top driver from Forest Edge as well, up into the top 10 now. Great to see so many drivers travelling across the country to all different kart clubs and getting involved with the racing here at Whilton Mill. In my ear, it sounds as though the 22 has had a bit of an off-track excursion. Down at the boot, so it's going to be yellow flags as you can see, and that is Ryan Townsend. So we saw Ryan battling up at the sharp end of this group. But now Ryan, sadly, off of the track and out of this race. There is their car getting recovered, and there is Ryan solemnly walking over to the safety of a marshal post. That's never where you want to be. And it's never enjoyable to watch the rest of the drivers still batting it out there. We've got a problem for the 85 as well. So this is the 85 of Benjamin Lawn. I think just trying to get out of the way because he's finally seen that mechanical flag. That was a bold cut across the track there, Benjamin. It worked, but I'm not sure how kindly the stewards will look on that one. Well done for getting out of the way and heading back to the pit lane. However, got to keep it nice and safe out there on circuit. Got to keep it nice and safe. Make sure everyone is out of your way. But here we look back to the top 3 then. Line astern once again. Clark leading Bradshaw, leading Ward. Now Theo Bradshaw's no slow coach here on the number 44. But he's in a bit of a sandwich at the moment. Not for much longer though. Down the inside on his Synergy teammate. And the 44 of Theo Bradshaw takes to the front then. The 177 of Alfie Ward follows him through. Great bit of racing from all of those 3 and good room given to Sebastian Clark. He knows he's got over 3 minutes left to still get back to the front of the field here. It's not all lost, and he's making sure that as little time is lost and that he can then fight back through the second half of this race. Now this, of course, the Rotax Minis that we're focusing on at the moment. Currently it's Finley Lyons who leads the championship, but of course Finley down at Shennington for British Kart Champs this weekend. It's Max Wheatley on the number 12, currently in 8th place, who is second in the championship, and with a good haul of points today, should see himself rocket into the lead, but it's still very close at the top of the order in terms of the standings. Actually, going into today's racing, Max Wheatley and Finley Hines are on identical points. Now Finley Hines was also battling up in that top group, and he still is 5th place at the moment for Finley Hines. So currently he's looking in the top position to move into the lead of the championship after this round, for the moment anyway. We're still in the first heat of the day for the category, so still got another heat and of course the final left to go this afternoon, as that's a bit of argy-bargy there. Finley Hines and Devin Taylor getting a bit too close to comfort there through the final corner. A bit of time lost for both of them means that the drivers in behind close in. That is Cody LePetrel on the 88 and Max Wheatley close and very close there up at Christmas Corner. Aggressive chopping back to the inside there from Finley Hines. And Devin Taylor is not going to be happy about that one at all. It was nearly a huge off up to Christmas Corner for Devin Taylor. He held the slide well after the late chop across from Finley Hines. And somehow Devin Taylor doesn't lose a position from that. Very impressive, but LePetrel and Wheatley waiting in the wings there. We look back to the front runners. Down the inside into the boot goes the 151. Clark back to 3rd place. And just as we saw earlier, another driver slips through. This time it's the 77 of Leo Livings. He's closed down the gap to that leading group. And what was a pack of 3 now becomes a pack of 4. And Livings is on a charge here in third place. Synergy 1, 2, 3 now in the Rotax Minis. But Leo Livings with the fastest lap was a good half a second faster than the two drivers ahead of him only on that last lap. 49 dead for Leo. The rest of the drivers in the 49 4s, 49 6s, 49 9s, 49 8s. Incredible pace from the number 77, but he's not got a huge amount of time to capitalise on it. And of course, the two guys ahead of him are his teammates. It's a bit awkward if you get back to the awning and it's all gone wrong between teammates. He definitely doesn't want that to happen, particularly on the first race of the day. So he's got to be smart with where he thinks about going for these moves. Quickly casting my eyes down the timing screen while I try and keep an eye on this battle as well. Jonty Restrick currently leading the IARMY Water Swift Intermediate category. He has got Jensen Ackerman pretty close behind him though. Only a couple of tenths of a second in between those two. So they're having a great battle for the lead there in the Water Swifts. Enzo Butterazzi has just got through on Simeon Stone for third place. So Simeon in fourth, then Alfie Taylor, Xavier Fongen, and Harry Davidson. Your drivers there in the IARMY Water Swifts. That's Leo Livings attempting down the inside into the boot. He's going to have the up and under though. Is the room going to be left? Just about. Side by side into the final corner. He's going to do the up and under again on the exit. He's on the outside for the first left-hander, which will turn to the inside, but he can't quite keep it there. And they stay as they were. But what a blessing that has been for Theo Bradshaw. Again, to the inside goes Livings. I don't know if it's a tackle defence, to be honest. It's become an attacking move. To second place goes Leo Livings, and Sebastian Clark now under pressure from Alfie Ward. So these three going at it, but Theo Bradshaw has been handed the race win here, thanks to Leo Livings. Understandably so, Leo was looking quicker, wanted to get that move done, but it took a couple of attempts, and that was the main thing. But then gave a lovely little gap onto this last lap for Theo Bradshaw. He can cruise around this final sector to take maximum points here from heat number one. Of course, provisionally, all results I'm saying on the stream are very provisional. But here they come then round the final corner. Seeing the checkered flag is the 44 of Theo Bradshaw. Leo Livings very happy with that one, as he should be. What fantastic pace, and if you can carry that on throughout the day, he's certainly going to be on for some good results, and we're in for some great battlings in the Rotax Mini. Sebastian Clark rounds out that top three, with Alfie Ward not quite able to get past there on the final lap, but doing a great job of it up in that top four squabble. Devon Taylor rounded out the top five, followed by Finley Hines, then Max Wheatley, Cody LePetrel, Warwick Milam, and Lucas Esser, your top 10 in the Rotax Minis. And it was Jensen Ackerman who took the win in the IARMY Water Swift Intermediate class, with Jonty Restrick and Alfie Taylor your top three. So Enzo Butterazzi got through on Simeon Stone, but then Alfie Taylor has come through to take both of them over those last couple of laps up into P3. Butterazzi then Stone your top five, with Xavier Fonge, Harry Davison and Benjamin Lawn. All of your drivers there. Sorry, Benjamin Lawn was out of the race in the Rotax Micros, and so was Ray and Townsend. The rest after the top 10 in the Rotax Minis were Daniel Wisnauskas, Hayden Fisher, Jack Baker, Ayrton Rye, George Fountain, Nathan Rond, Akil Nangyanon, then Connor J. Winfield, Ruben Jenkins, Nathan Nathan Edwards, Harper Das, Layla Bell, and Arthur Brooker. 23 there, the finishers in the Rotax Minis. It looks as though, I've only looked over briefly, but it does look as though, again, from our young drivers here today, it's been a very respectful bit of racing out on circuit. No drop nose cone penalties that I've spotted, but it's always a scary moment for the drivers, especially if you think during the race, oh no, that was a little bit heavy, that bit of contact, and you're praying that when you get down to the pit lane after the race, that you're not going to be slapped with a penalty. But luckily, it looks as though the driver's being very respectful, continuing to be very respectful throughout today's racing here for round number 5 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Just as I say that, Harper Das gets himself a nose cone penalty. Well, unlucky there, Harper. It happens to the best of us. Back out again for Heat 2 later on today, and all drivers getting a second shot at another heat before it sets up the grids for the finals. But as they make their way into the pits then, the Water Swift Intermediates and the Rotax Minis will soon be heading back out on circuit for our third heat of the day, and this is going to be the first heat for our junior Rotax drivers. So as I mentioned earlier, both junior Rotax and senior Rotax split into groups. This our first heat of 3, and it's going to be Group A versus Group B in junior Rotax. Joel Dixon-Cohen and Riley Bishop line up on the front row with Will Archer and Victor Hansen on row 2, then Oliver Smith and Logan Lauder on row number 3. Row 4 has Ellis Snow and Alfie Thompson, then it's Finley Jones and Charlie Cox on row 5, with Thomas Hill and Aidan Large on row number 6. Row 7 has Brake Southern and Daniel Adamatis, then Ethan Hatch and Jensen Powers on row 8, with Josh Gora and Hayagriva Gokulnath on row number 9. Rounding out the top 20 are Dominic Parabok and Dexter Collins, then it's Rex Ashley and Karthik Kameta on row 11, with DeJean Bennett and Riley Morgan on row number 12. Then row 13 is Elliot Foster and Alexander Campbell, then Jonas Januzauskas and Alton Hansford on row 14. Harry Wilch and Hugh Hobson round out the top 30 there on row number 15, with Lachlan Homer, Lucy Wielden and Matus Jedwabani on row number 17, all alone there on row number 17. Now, Mateus, sorry mate, first time I've seen your name. I've not seen you here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club, so I'll get used to that one, I promise. Mateus Jedwabni. Sorry Mateus, I'll get that right throughout the day, I promise, but please let me know in the live chat if I'm pronouncing anyone's name wrong. I'll do my best throughout the day though. Right, can we get it underway first time of asking? Yes, we can. Junior Rotax racing here at round number 5 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club is a go. And it's only the first heat of 3 of the day, but already huge grids out there. And already the drivers going at it, because of course it's going to be tough to get into that A final. You need some good results from your 2 heats. And that's already nearly a spin there for the number 11 of Dominic Parabok. A half spin out of Christmas Corner. And the lacking speed off of the exit loses him a few positions because of that. That's someone getting bullied out wide to the exit. Then the number 38 of Oliver Smith, that was just getting side pod to side pod contact off onto the grass. He manages to rejoin, but again, another few positions lost, this time for Oliver Smith. Interesting to see Thomas Hill starting a little bit further down than we expect here in the junior Rotax class, starting P11 in this heat. How's he done on that first lap though? He's actually lost 2 places down to P13. Less than ideal for Thomas Hill. He's always a very, very fast peddler, not only here at Whilton Mill, but throughout the country. So I'll be keeping an eye on him throughout today's racing to see how he can do. But there's so many drivers here in the junior Rotax, it's going to be a tall order to get to the front. There's the 39 off of the track. That's DeJean Bennett. And it looks as though we've lost the 27 of Rex Ashley as well. Whether that's involved in the same incident as DeJean, or whether that's something totally unrelated, it's... either way, they're both out of this race, and I'm getting information through my ears that it seems as though it was those 2 who have come together down in Sector 2 on the first lap of this race. But it is still Joel Dixon-Cohen, I believe, who leads us on to now lap number 3. However, the 2 behind have swapped off of the race start. Will Archer has managed to get through on Riley Bishop, and now he's going for the race lead up at Christmas Corner. Will Archer down the inside of Joel Dixon-Cohen. And immediately, bold moves to the front then from Will Archer. And Will Archer already having to defend down at Ashby. He doesn't want the immediate re-overtake to happen, having to give him the room on the outside there to Joel Dixon-Cohen. And that little bit of loss of momentum loses him second place, but there's the re-overtake immediately back down the inside at Osiers. And that's exactly what Will Archer wanted to happen, as these 2 now squabble over second place. This is Will Archer's opportunity to try and build a bit of a gap, as they're still side by side. What a move there through the boot from Riley Bishop. Retakes second place. I think they swapped 4 or 5 times that second place on that last lap. You wouldn't have known that from the live timing, but that's why we love having the Alpha Live streams. You can keep up to date with all of the action and all of the swapping on every lap. There's more swapping going on up at Christmas Corner. That was the 38 of Oliver Snow. Getting through into 7th place on Victor Hansen, and it is Oliver Smith. Ellis Snow is behind Oliver Smith. Oliver Smith has got the fastest lap on the last lap as well, 47.27 for the number 38. And as they come round Sector 3, Oliver Smith will be pressing up through this pack, and I will say, with the bit of battling at the front, they're certainly not pulling away here in Junior Rotax, which as a neutral is exactly what I want to see. Down the inside of Christmas Corner again, it's going to be 2 places lost this time for Will Archer, as Bishop and Dixon-Cohen follow each other through. Dixon-Cohen now having to defend at Ashby to make sure Will Archer doesn't get the re-overtake, and Logan Lauder is joining in the fun now as well there in 4th place. Alfie Thompson being brought to them as well, but of course through that sector 2, still yellow flags out there as 2 more drivers are off. That's the reason for the yellow flag. The 97 of Lachlan Homer and the 77 of Harry Wilch have got together there in sector 2 on the last lap of this race, and they both look to be out of action here in heat number 1. 3 wide into the first corner. Oh my goodness, that was very bold there. I think that was the 237 of Finley Jones who chucked it to the inside. No, it was the 87 of Alfie Thompson who got involved. It was the initial overtake from the 33 of Logan Lauder and Joel Dixon-Cohen. Then Alfie Thompson said, hey, I'll have a bit of that, down the inside into the first corner, and he does get it done. Forces Dixon-Cohen to back out of that one, and he's going to drop to 5th place now, as Bishop was given a tiny bit of breathing room, with the rest of them battling in behind. But now Will Archer is saying, no, 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 you're not getting away that easily. Will Archer immediately trying to close that gap. We've still got over 3 minutes left to go in this heat, and now we're being treated to a top 8 line astern here. Less than 2 seconds separating Riley Bishop in first and Victor Hansen in 8th place. There's Bishop defending again, sends Will Archer to the outside. We've seen a few people able to master that move up the outside at Christmas Corner. It doesn't happen this time for Will Archer, and he's sent to the outside yet again down at Ashby. There is Thomas Hill snatching the fastest lap time in P10. He's a second or 2 off of this top 8 battle, but if they keep battling like this, it's not going to be long until we see plenty more drivers getting involved with that. And I will say, Thomas Hill and Charlie Cox set an identical lap time on the last lap. They're in 10th and 11th. They're pressing on together towards this leading squabble. And look at this. Bit of defending from Riley Bishop, and they've all closed up. This is why I love to see, when I look at the Whilton Mill Kart Club entry list, I love to see over 50 entries in the Rotax classes, because you know you're going to get racing like this. There's going to be no working together. It's ever going to be every man and woman for themselves. And what a move from Logan Lauder down the inside of 3rd place at Christmas Corner, and then round the outside for 2nd place at the next corner. Unbelievable from the number 33. He takes 2nd place for himself, and he's already right on the back of Riley Bishop. Could we see an incredible drive-through from Logan Lauder? He started in 6th place in this one, but what a move to take himself into 2nd place. We've already seen a great bit of defensive driving from Riley Bishop on the other drivers behind him, on Will Archer. But as Will Archer slips down to 3rd place, Alfie Thompson then in 4th, it's Logan Lauder's turn to pile on the pressure onto your leader of Riley Bishop. It's a very late move at Christmas Corner, but he gets it done quickly and succinctly there. Alfie Thompson through on Will Archer, but Will Archer immediately back down the inside into Ashby. It's difficult to know where to look in this leading gaggle now, as we do almost have the entire top 12 closing in to be line astern. There's a bit of teammate on teammate action. Down the inside, that was Finley Jones through on Joel Dixon-Cohen. Dixon-Cohen under more pressure into the boot. The Coles Racing driver of Oliver Smith in behind can't make the most of it. And he now has Thomas Hill for company, who still has that fastest lap of the race. 45 seconds left to go on the timing tower then. And again, move down the inside from the teammates. You've got to be careful there. Dixon-Cohen trying to retake his 5th spot. Now he's going to get it done though down at Ashby, and in behind, a copycat move from Thomas Hill sees him move into 7th place past Oliver Smith. Dixon-Cohen claims the top 5 spot once again, relegates the 237 of Finley Jones back into P6. Gives that bit of breathing room to the top 4 that they haven't really had all race. But Riley Bishop, what a race through it's been from him as well. The only driver that we've seen relatively comfortable in that P1 spot throughout this race. But Will Archer finds a bit more pace here into the last 30 seconds. Time has hit 0, but I think we've managed to start a lap before that, so we will get 2 more. Thomas Hill now down the inside of Finley Jones up at Christmas Corner. And Jones losing that bit of momentum, and he's going to be losing more places down the inside. Now goes Oliver Smith. Not a good run off the corner from Oliver Smith though, and round the outside, goes the 21, that is, of Victor Hansen. Hansen then showing a bit of nose cone down into Osiers, trying to make the overtake on Finley Jones. But it's not going to work then. On to the final lap. Riley Bishop will lead us onto it. And he's looked comfortable, to be fair to him. There's a move down the inside, and there's not a place you see an overtake very often. Through goes Will Archer on Logan Lauder, then retakes second spot, and Will Archer immediately defending. So they're giving up the race win to Riley Bishop here. It's all eyes on second place, ladies and gentlemen, down to Ashby. Big defensive move from Will Archer. That's chucking the 33 of Logan Lauder to the outside. Somehow he holds on to P3 as he's got Alfie Thompson and Joel Dixon-Cohen nipping at his heels as Dixon-Cohen's trying to force his way through on the 87 of Alfie Thompson. It doesn't work down there at Osiers, and they're trying to get into the boot. Thomas Hill's going to try and get involved here. He can't quite squeeze a way through. It will be Riley Bishop who leads us around the final corner to take the win here in the first race of the day for Junior Rotax. And if the races carry on like that, I am not going to have a voice box by the end of the day. What racing we saw there in Group A versus Group B for Junior Rotax here for round 5 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Bishop leads Archer and Lauder home in the top 3, with Alfie Thompson and Joel Dixon-Cohen in your top 5. Thomas Hill just outside of the top 5 there in 6th place, with a good race through from him nonetheless. With Jensen Powers, Oliver Smith, Vinnie Jones and Charlie Cox, your top 10. But top 10 only split by 7 seconds there. Top 6 split by 3 seconds. Super close battling in the Junior Rotax first heat of the day. Daniel Animatis just outside of the top 10, followed by Blake Southern, Ellis Snow, Josh Gora, your top rated novice there in 14th, followed by Ethan Hatch, Dexter Collins, Kartik Kameta, Elliot Foster, Victor Hansen, Lucy Wielden, your top 20. And there's Riley Morgan, Aidan Large, Hayagriva Gokulnath, Jonas Janazauskas, Alexander Campbell, then Hugh Hobson, Orton Hansford, Dominic Parabok, and Mateus Jedwabny. Going to get that right, Mateus, I promise. He was the last of our finishers in 29th place there. Sadly, we lost Lachlan Homer and Harry Wilch. They came together on lap number 3. And Rex Ashley and DeJean Bennett came together on the first lap of the race. 4 drivers were out of that one, but we still saw 29 make it to the checkered flag there. So as I mentioned earlier, if you're tuning in to support a Junior Rotax driver and you didn't see them out in that race, that'll likely mean that they are in Group C, and we'll be seeing that heat out a little bit later on this morning. Now, on to nose cone watch for the juniors, and I will say that was a bit more of a feisty race than we saw in either of our Rotax Micros and Minis and our WaterSwift restricted and intermediate classes. That was a bit more of a feisty race in that one, so maybe potential for a few more nose cones as well. It's looking good since I've started looking, but maybe there's been a bit more at the front. So don't forget, all of the results that I read out here on the live stream and on the tannoy around the circuit are all very, very provisional. If you want the full finalised results post penalties, head over to results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC. Now, there might be a bit of a wait here before we get the next heat underway, because as I mentioned, we've got 4 stricken drivers out there on circuit at the moment, as there is the 43 getting himself a penalty. That's Dexter Collins from 16th place, sadly looking like he's got a nose cone after that one, and same for the 95 of Kartik Kameta in behind as well. Kartik not very happy about that one, wondering what the problem was, and just getting sent through. Well, heat number 1 of Junior Max done and dusted. It's going to be A versus B once again for Heat 1, this time for the Senior Rotaxes. So as we mentioned, a little bit of a wait then as we get some of the stricken karts back towards the dummy grid area, back to Parc Fermé. What a lovely day for it. It's one of the few days where you're at a kart track where I'm actually a bit sad I'm not out on the cameras. Usually I'm like, oh, thank goodness I'm on the comms box. It's raining upwards out there. Even we do get that in June here in the UK. But what a lovely day it is today. I will say, though, I don't know about you guys, but I burn within about approximately 5 minutes of being out in any sort of sunlight, so probably best I'm not out there, or I would have come back being very red at the end of the day. So make sure, if you're out there, drivers, you've got helmets and race suits on, I think you're going to be okay, but mechanics and helpers and parents, make sure you got your sun cream on. We don't want any issues happening at the circuit today, and make sure you're keeping yourselves nice and hydrated, and that's particularly for the drivers, because people don't realise, people who don't really consume motorsport a huge amount, they don't realise how physically taxing karting really is. People are just like, oh yeah, you go down to the rental kart circuit with your mates and you have a bit of fun, and they just assume that the owner-driver karting is just the same as that. It is not. They don't realise the G-forces the drivers are having to deal with, how close the racing is. You're so mentally tired as well as physically tired dragging that kart around the circuit that you've got to keep yourself in top shape, ready for the rest of the racing today. But seniors are going to be out next. As I mentioned, it's again another A versus B. So again, if you don't see a senior Rotax driver that you're looking out for today, it's because they'll be in the heat number 2, which will include our C group, and they'll be out for their first heat of the day, but it'll be the second heat of the day for one of our A or B groups later on. But again, as I mentioned, over 50 drivers here today for senior Rotax. We had 33 on the grid for the first heat of the day in the juniors. We've got 32 on the grid for the first heat of the day here in the seniors. Now, if the juniors was anything to go by, this is going to be very exciting. You would expect slightly older drivers here in the seniors, got a bit more experience, maybe a bit more heads-up racing and pushing on together at the front. I doubt that, though, ladies and gentlemen. I highly doubt that. It's going to be every man and woman for themselves, I suspect, once again here in the seniors. And just as we get a few karts off of the circuit, we got a couple more, I think, joining the dummy grid, potentially. If so, it'll be a little bit late. I think what it is, that's the 39 it is of Jason Bennett, who's just getting himself back to Parc Ferme, but I think has gone the wrong way there. I'm going to have to go back across the circuit and back into the end of the pit lane. But plenty of names on the grid here, plenty of very quick drivers to be watching out for. And as we look at the drivers now heading out of the dummy grid, should we run you through the grid then for this senior Rotax first heat of the day? Pole position is going to be Zaki Hussein, alongside him ex-kart driver of Harry Hurst Grover. Then it's Louis Weaver and Liam Thomas on row 2, with Harry Hannum and Jack Collins there on row number 3. Row 4 sees Harry Blore and Ben Ballou. Then it's Leo LaCastro and Freddie Ingram there, rounding out the top 10. Alex Adams-Acton and Charlie Webb are on row 6, with Stefan Kashmashik and James Tester on row 7. Dalton Norris and Alex McGee on row 8, with Dylan Norris and Ethan Ling on row number 9. Zane Selim and Jack Wiltshire on row 10, with Oliver Johnson and Ronnie Bradley on row 11. Then Louis Judd and Sky Frazier are on row 12. Row 13 sees William Young and Lucas Theo. Then it's Felix Stolkin and JJ Hines, with Asa Pinder and Ben Southgate rounding out the top 30. And Sam Light, poor little Sam Light, all alone on 31st place on the grid. Well, here we go then. 2 by 2 round the final few corners. It was a relatively scrappy first heat of the day for Junior Rotax. Some great racing in there, especially at the front of the order. Let's hope we see more of that here in the seniors. Zaki Hussein and Harry Hurst Grover lead us to the lights, but it's been a poor start, a very poor start for Harry Hurst Grover. The kart just seemingly not wanting to go there at the race start, and that means the anti-pole side of the grid all lose a huge number of positions. So anyone there on the starting grid who had an even number race start, you're going to find they're probably down a few positions by the end of this first lap of the race. Down to Ashby we go then. Loads of sideways action as the drivers chuck on the anchors into Ashby, as we've got a spinner in the background. Just about, I think, the driver's avoiding him. That was the rear left tyre just dropping onto the dust on the outside of the circuit, and that's why you see that dust cloud now kicked up in the back of your shots. I do think whoever it was, though, going for a little spin has managed to get back going again. Sadly, they'll be dropping right to the back of the order then. Well, Zaki Hussein has had a great first lap of this race, has held on there in the lead. Louis Weaver and Harry Hannum are the ones that have snuck through. Of course, Louis Weaver was in 3rd place on the grid. Harry Hannum, 5th place on the grid. So like I mentioned, all the odd number drivers making really good use of that good start for Zaki Hussein there in pole position. Well, really, it was just a normal start for Zaki Hussein. It was just a poor start for Harry Hurst Grover. He finished lap number 1 in 6th place, so still very much there at the sharp end of the order, and in with a shout here in this first heat of the day for the seniors. But again, a less than ideal way to kick off the day's racing. 146 there of Harry Blore. He's the one bridging that gap at the moment between the top 4 and pretty much the rest of the order, as Zaki Hussein continues to try and scamper off here. He's gone faster again than Louis Weaver and Harry Hannum, but it's Liam Thomas who takes the fastest lap, 46.11 for the driver in 4th place there. But despite having quicker pace than the two ahead, he needs to find a way through before Zaki Hussein can build even more of a gap here at the sharp end. As there's a move down the inside into Osiers. That is Liam Thomas starting to make the moves. But given that the pace is so close, it was a little bit of a late move to the inside there, which lost them both a bit of time. I think that's a good 2 or 3 kart lengths lost for both of them. So it now means there's 3/4 of a second between Zaki Hussain and Louis Weaver. Then a further 3/4 of a second back to Liam Thomas and Harry Blore now. Oh, sorry, and Harry Hannum. Then it's Harry Blore in behind them. So these three line astern. You've got Harry versus Harry as they head down towards Ashby now. Blore just behind Hannum. But Freddie Ingram is up to 9th place now off that race start. So only making up 1 position, but he has now got the fastest lap of a 46.06. 2/100ths of a second quicker than Zaki Hussain in the lead, 3/100ths of a second quicker than Harry Blore and Jack Collins. So a lot of pace up at the sharp end of the order. There is the 966. Is that off? And can't seem to get it back on the road. That's Sky Fraser, who's gone for a bit of grass cutting there on the exit of Osiers. By the hand gestures, leads me to believe that potentially Sky was helped off of the circuit there by, I think, Louis Judd, who has also lost a few positions on that last lap. But sadly, Sky getting it stuck out there on the grass. But we have potential of seeing some yellow flags there out of Osiers this time around. And there they are, as if by magic. Zaki Hussain still leading this race well here. Retakes the fastest lap for himself as, oh no, another driver off of the circuit. This time, the number 76. That's Ethan Ling. So a driver we often see up near the sharp end in Ethan Ling. He was down in 27th. It didn't seem like all was well. He was a good couple of seconds off of the pace, and definitely an issue with that car as it gives up the ghost here on lap number 4. And there he is, getting pushed off to the sidelines and to the safety of a marshal post, sadly, for Ethan Ling. Luckily, with qualifying being completed here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club now, he'll be back to his original starting position for Heat 2. But he's really got it all to do with so many drivers not going through to the A final today, given that there's so many entries. One poor result, one DNF in a race like this, and that almost forces you into the B final already. It's going to basically need to be a win, I think, from any of the drivers who are out of this race already to be able to get into that A final later on. Zaki Hussain building an incredible gap at the front of the order here, as we still have Louis Weaver ahead of Liam Thomas in those top 3 positions. Liam Thomas now pressuring the rear axle of Louis Weaver for that P2, but Zaki Hussain pretty much signed, sealed and delivered that P1 already. The number 113 has been very impressive, not only throughout this weekend's action, putting himself onto pole position for this race, but throughout the season as well for Zaki Hussain. We'll try and keep an eye on about 13 screens at once. Zaki Hussain currently P7 in the championship now. A little bit surprising given the pace he's had throughout the season, but that's because of a disqualification back at round number 2. He was disqualified in the final. I might be able to see if I've done really well at my notes here. I might be able to tell you why that was he was disqualified. It was a scrutineer non-compliance, sadly, for himself at round 2, and that's why he's down in P7 in the standings. So he's got everything to do in terms of championship points. But yellow flag down into the boot. Now, was that a move under yellows there from the 146 of Harry Blore? Was he far enough alongside by the time they got to the yellow flag? Lead that one up to the stewards. Either way, Blore is through on Hannum, and that was because Oliver Johnson on the 27 was off at the boot. Well, Harry Blore has stayed ahead. He clearly feels that it was a fair move there into the boot. But as I mentioned, we'll leave that one to the stewards, not for me to pass judgment on. But remember, you'll be able to tell what the stewards decided over on results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC when the results are officially published usually within a few minutes of the race completing out on circuit. Just over a minute left to go in this one. We had an extremely scrappy race for the juniors. It was very exciting from my point of view. This race a little bit more subdued in the seniors. So maybe, I said before the race got underway that I was expecting to be more of the same as we saw in the juniors, and not a huge amount of working together, a lot of diving through to the inside and outside, and every man and woman for themselves, but it hasn't been, to be fair to the senior drivers in this race. It's been a lot more relaxed, a lot more, the moves have been a lot more thought out in this senior Rotax race. 30 seconds left to go on the timing screens, and Zaki Hussein has totally checked out at the lead of this one. Good to see as well, up in the hills at the background of the circuit, the sheep enjoying the action, and they're being treated to some good action as back through goes one of the Harrys, that is Harry Hannum through on Harry Blore, and that creates chaos in behind them as Ben Ballou, Alex Adams-Acton, Jack Collins, Freddie Ingram all go side by side through the final corners. Move to the inside, defensive move from Jack Collins as Freddie Ingram tries to force his way through and does so up at Christmas corner. And that's more momentum lost for the 12 of Jack Collins. He'll now be under pressure from Harry Hurst Grover. Grover forced to the outside and through, slips the 24 of Charlie Webb. Hurst Grover not happy with that one as he puts his hand up in disgust with the defensive move there from the 12. But hey, all fair in love and war. Collins holds on to 9th place as round the outside tries Harry Blore. He's forced in and up and over the top goes Harry Blore. Harry Blore and Harry Hannum have been battling tooth and nail throughout this race. No, it wasn't that. Was it the 37 of Ben Ballou? I think it was the 37 of Ben Ballou. So Ballou and Blore it was. I think it was Blore trying to fend off from Ballou there. So Ballou got the move done. It was Blore trying to get the re-overtake. And tyres collided, up and over the back he went, and Harry Blore, after looking like he was going to secure a good few points in this race, drops out on the penultimate lap. That neutralises Sector 3 here. So all of these moves are going to have to get done in Sector 2 and off again! 2 drivers, huge off into Sector 2. And we got more drivers dropping like flies here in the Senior Rotax race. Where's this come from? Zaki Hussein won't know. All of that's just gone on the last lap. He wins the race by over 2.5 seconds. Louis Weaver and Liam Thomas round up the top 3. But what a chaotic final lap there in Senior Rotax. Wow. 2 incidents there on the final couple of laps, and 2 quite big ones. And we lost a good 3 drivers there from the top 10. And that means it would have gifted a few other drivers a lot more points from that race. So they're going to be very happy that they kept out of trouble. It was Charlie Webb and Harry Hurst Grover who came together there in Sector 2 on that last lap. And they dropped down to the back of the order. There is Harry removing the race suit for a bit of extra cooling on the way back to the dummy grid and back to Parc Fermé. Not only is it going to be cooling off from the hot temperatures, it's probably going to be cooling off a bit of anger there from that incident. I'm not saying that it was anyone's particular fault, but either way, you've gone from a pretty decent top 10 finish to very few points at all from that first race. Well, Zaki Hussein, what a blinder to kick off the day then. 2.3 seconds he finished that race in the lead, and I think he was really much cruising for the last couple of laps there. Louis Weaver and Liam Thomas, the top 3. Harry Hannum and Alex Adams-Acton there, your top 5. He benefited well there from some incidents ahead. So did Freddie Ingram in 6th place. And Ben Ballou, Jack Collins, James Tester and Leo Lacastre, your top 10. So despite being involved with that incident with Harry Blore on the last part of the penultimate lap, Ben Ballou manages to hold on to 7th place. Now outside of the top 10, Stefan Kashmashik, Zayn Salim and Dalton Norris and Dylan Norris. The 2 Norrises 13th and 14th respectively. Then Ben Southgate, Jack Wilch, Ronnie Bradley, your top rated novice in 17th. And William Young, Alex McGee and Asa Pinder, your top 20. Then it was Lucas Theo, Felix Stolkin, JJ Hind, Louis Judd, Charlie Webb. Louis Judd was the last of your 24 finishers. We lost Charlie Webb and Harry Hurst Grover. They came together in Sector 2 on the last lap. Harry Blore, we lost on the penultimate lap there. We lost Oliver Johnson on lap 6, Ethan Ling on lap 4, and Sky Frazier on lap 3. So a few more drivers falling by the wayside there in what was, for 90% of that race, a very subdued Senior Rotax heat. And suddenly it all kicked off at the end there. Well, I'll be excited to see what happens later on in the further heats of the day, and whether there's that bit more subduedness to the opening few laps, and or whether we don't see any sort of crescendos in the following heats, and they take a leaf out of, or take a page out of the book of the junior Rotaxes and leave working together at the entrance door, just start fighting and going crazy. From a neutral perspective here in the comments box, I would love to see that, but I can imagine from supporters out there, that's the scariest bit of racing, because you don't know what is going to happen. The race can change at the drop of a hat. But as the drivers make their way through into Parc Ferme, all of their nose cones are checked, and once again, just like we saw in the junior race, we'll have to wait around for a little bit as some drivers are drawn back to the pit lane and rescued from the middle of the circuit. And we've got a few drivers who are waiting to do so. So as they make their way back to the pits then, let's go straight to the Sting and get ready for the next race of the day. So the first heat's done and dusted for our juniors and seniors in Rotaxes. We'll next be going to the juniors and seniors in our X30s. So as we watch the circuit for a moment, it'll be Junior X30s who are coming up next. Now we've seen huge grids for our Junior Rotaxes and our Senior Rotaxes. Over 50 drivers on the grid for each of those independently of each other. Now for X30s, a little bit more subdued this weekend, a little bit fewer entries than usual, and that's of course because it's currently the IARMY rounds of the British Kart Championships at Sheddington, which are live as we speak, if I'm not mistaken, still on the Alpha Live channel. So make sure you go and check that out, but only at the end of today. You don't want to miss the action here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Of course you don't, but it'll be all there, ready to view at the end of the day or whenever you want in the coming weeks and months. So that's why we have a few less drivers here for our X30 categories at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. But the grids are ready then for the first heat of the day for our Junior X30s, and let's run you through them. Pole position in qualifying went to Alex Dodds, but only by 100th of a second ahead of Macaulay Guy there in P2. Macaulay looking to take his first ever win at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Well, he's setting himself up for a good try at it here on the first row of the grid. Sebastian Dew and Joshua Byrne are on row 2, with Alex Wiley and Harrison Leach on row number 3. James Harris and Jack Mower are on row 4, with Charlie Blenkinsop and Katie Donaldson rounding out your top 10. Then it's Finney Allen and Max Cooper on row number 6, with row 7 seeing Jacob Marples and Dylan Masters. Then it's Spencer Allen and Daniel Samir on row 8, with Max Wright and Noah Goodfellow rounding out the top 9 rows, I should say. Rounding out the top 20 drivers are Thomas Hodge and Harry Khalil. Then it's Isabel Banks and Charlie Philp, your 22 drivers on the grid for this race. So as the drivers sit in the dummy grid and getting ready to go, we'll just be back in a few moments as we'll get the Junior X30 first heat of the day underway. Now, as I mentioned, it's just me on the microphone for today's racing. I hope you've enjoyed the commentary so far at Ratters Media on Instagram and TikTok if you want to go and drop me a follow. But that does mean that is tough on my voice box chart today. We've got 30 however many races to cover throughout today, which is super exciting, don't get me wrong. Love being involved, but my voice takes an absolute hammering. So if I do need to take a few little short breaks here and there, I do apologise if there's nothing going on audibly throughout the stream between races, but I'll do my best to keep on the action and keep guiding you through everything as best as I can. But the Junior X30s out of the dummy grid then for their first heat of the day. And I'm saying, there's not a huge amount of drivers here for X30 today. There's still 22 drivers on the grid for this Junior X30 race. It's not something to scoff at. We've still got a huge amount of drivers out there on circuit, a huge amount of talent as well. And we'll see which drivers rise to the top of the order in this race and who falls by the wayside. Drivers just trying to get their way back into the correct order then. As I did notice, it's Macaulay Guy who's currently leading the way on these practice laps. He'll be in P2 for this race start though, and he'll be hoping to try and have a little bit of a better start than we saw from the anti-pole side in the previous race, where it was a poor start from P2. And that meant that it scuppered every single driver in behind them, because every driver on the odd number side of the grid then obviously cannot overtake until you get to the start-finish line. So that means if the drivers ahead of you get a poor start, you can do nothing but just wait and hope that the other side don't just pile through and past you. Well, here we go then. Leading us to the lights then are Alex Dodds and Macaulay Guy, and we do get it underway. First time of asking for Macaulay Guy. Slipping to third already as Sebastian Dew sneaks through around the outside. Up to Christmas Corner we go then, and Dew looking for the lead now. Pressures up into Christmas Corner, but can't get it done. Number 27 attempting a move around the outside, but they can't get it done either. That's Charlie Blenkinsop, your top novice there in P9 off the race start. Through Ashby we go then, 8 minutes plus 1 lap as usual for all of these heats here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. It is the 55 of Alex Dodds, still leading the way here through the first lap. Initially under a bit of pressure from Sebastian Dew. We saw some great moves from him last round at round 4. Hopefully we see some more of those today. Squabbling over 5th place though, I think that was a move in the middle. I think it was actually Joshua Byrne just hanging on there into P5. Harrison Leach behind him, then James Harris and Charlie Blenkinsop as well. Blenkinsop up 1 place into P8. Moves at Christmas Corner though. Is that Jack Mowat down the inside? It is on Charlie Blenkinsop, but goes a little bit wide, slipping back through there. Or was that Katie Donaldson who slipped back through? Side by side into Ashby though, the 77. That is Katie Donaldson making moves. Katie Donaldson back through on Jacob Marples. I think Finley Allen there was following through as well. That's all around that bubble at the bottom end of the top 10. But already our top 4 making a nice little breakaway group here. Dodds leading Dew, leading Guy, and then Wiley. Currently though, Alex Dodds with the fastest lap of the race though. He's going to be wanting to create a nice little gap, but I will say, pace of the top 4 within a 1/10 of a second of each other. So he's definitely not pulling a huge gap just yet, is Alex Dodds. Side by side for 2nd place though. No, that's for 3rd place. Macaulay Guy's got it done. Macaulay Guy through for 2nd. There goes Alex Wiley through for 3rd. So 2 places lost over about half a lap there for Sebastian Dew. Just as we looked away to some of the battles in behind, Macaulay Guy finally retakes the position he had on the grid. P2 for Macaulay Guy. Alex Wiley was in P5 at the start of this one, now up into the top 3 already. And something just tells me there's a bit more pace on board for Alex Wiley. Let's see if he can close the gap to those top 2, or whether Dodds and Guy start to scamper off at the front here, as they did almost identical lap times on that last lap. Some more action there through Ashby. The number neighbours are going at it. 27 and the 28, that is. 28 of Jacob Marples down the inside of Charlie Blenkinsop. So Charlie just slipping out of the top 10 then, as he had a great start, did Charlie. But other drivers just starting to slip through now and relegate him ever so slightly down the order. But luckily for them, the 2 drivers in behind are battling as well. That's Dylan Masters and Max Wright, getting nice and friendly there through the last corner. Masters keeping ahead of Wright for now anyway. Bold move to the inside there from the 67 of Dylan Masters. Doing everything he can to defend again from another number neighbour. 67 and the 66 of Masters and Wright. Masters being nice and aggressive here to fend off from Max Wright. Problem is, Max Wright then got to think about Finley Allen, Max Cooper, Daniel Samir, all in behind them. Just keeping an eye on those drivers at the front. Alex Wiley, after being released, has now set the fastest lap of the race. He's closing in on Macaulay Guy, but both Wiley and Guy were faster than Alex Dodds on the last lap. Move up ahead of them there. That would have been potentially Harrison Leach trying it on Joshua Byrne at Christmas Corner. These 5 still going line astern though, as they head through and down into Ashby. No changes in this little group though at the top 10. Here are your leading 3 once more, and Alex Wiley has massively closed the gap to Macaulay Guy. Now will Wiley decide to work together here with Guy? Still over 3 minutes left to go on the clock. Or will Wiley think, not a chance, mate, I'm faster than you here. Let's get past as quickly as possible. But any squabbling, any battling is all going to play into the hands of Alex Dodds. If it's going to be a move, it needs to be committed, and that is committed down the inside at Christmas Corner. Alex Wiley up into second place. So again, Macaulay Guy relegated one spot lower than his starting grid position for this race. But Macaulay has been so impressive through this season, getting faster and faster. And now is a proper contender at the sharp end of the field, which is fantastic to see. Now Macaulay living out in the Channel Islands. Macaulay is from Jersey, and that means the only real karting opportunities he gets is when he flies over once a month for the Whilton Mill Kart Club. So for someone that gets very little experience at any other circuits, it's so impressive that he fights up here in the top 3 in such a competitive Junior X30 class, when a lot of other drivers are out every weekend at plenty of different kart clubs or racing on the national stage as well. So a big shout out to the number 38 of Macaulay Guy. Now Alex Wiley still has the fastest lap. It was another fastest lap on the last lap. Despite Alex Dodds setting his own personal best, Alex Wiley was still a tenth of a second faster. So we'll keep an eye on these drivers at the front. The Alpha Live camera crew doing a great job of trying to keep an eye on all the different groups evolving in this race. Those 4 with a bit of gap between them now. We were previously just keeping an eye on Harrison Leach, Joshua Byrne, James Harris, Katie Donaldson in that little pack behind. And as I say that, great camera work from the Alpha Live Productions crew. And we look back to those 3. Leach ahead of Byrne, ahead of Harris. They've just dropped Katie Donaldson and Jack Mower ever so slightly. But as we know, with pace so close amongst the drivers of this field, it doesn't take a lot of battling for them to suddenly close up together again. Now, once more, the top 4 have all become pretty similar in terms of their pace out on circuit. There was less than a tenth of a second separating their laps on the last lap. But Alex Wiley, new fastest lap of the race, and look at this. He's all over the back of Alex Dodds. Alex Dodds under pressure, up to Christmas Corner. Forces Alex Wiley the long way round, but he's going to get it done. Beautiful overtake from Alex Wiley round the outside at Christmas Corner. We've seen that a couple of times now here at Whilton Mill. After it was initially done by Macaulay Bishop in the British Kart Championship, we've had a couple of copycats. First, it was Henry Gregory, and now it's Alex Wiley getting involved with the round the outside moves at Christmas Corner. Unbelievable. New leader here in the Junior X30 first heat of the day, and it is Alex Wiley. Macaulay Guy tried to follow through and steal second place from Alex Dodds, but got forced back out and then was under pressure from Sebastian Dew. So Guy and Dew have now fallen about a second or so off of the leading squabble, but Wiley already having built up a nice half a second gap as we go onto the penultimate lap of this Junior X30 first heat. Well then, I did say at the start of the race, hey, usually I commentators curse all the time. I'm going to count that as one of my very few commentators' blessings there for Alex Wiley. I did say at the start of the race, he was pushing through nicely. Something was telling me that Alex Wiley was on for a good result in this one, and he has pressed forward to the lead of the race with some great manoeuvres and some fantastic pace from Alex Wiley. The 159 clearly one to watch throughout today's racing, but it will be Alex who leads us on to the final lap here. Now, Alex Dodds, to be fair to him, finding a bit of second wind, was 0.2 of a second quicker on the last lap. Closes the gap down to 0.3 here. It's still not over. I thought Wiley had built out enough of a gap here, but I don't think he has. Now, can Alex Dodds get close enough to go for a last-ditch attempt here on the final lap? However, he's also got to think about, is it really worth it? It's only the first heat of the day. A P2 is some great points, great setup for the grid for the final, and I think he's going to settle it there. Alex Wiley comes around the final corner to take the win in the first heat of Junior X30. And what a little race we were treated to there. Alex Dodds and Macaulay Guy round at the top 3 with Sebastian Dew just missing out there in 4th place. But again, still some great points. And that sets you up for hopefully a pretty good starting position in the final, barring a colossal upset in the second heat later on. Harrison Leach is the rest of your top 5, and it's Joshua Byrne, James Harris, Katie Donaldson, Jack Mowat and Jacob Marples, your top 10. Seemingly was a decent battle between the two novices there in 10th and 11th. Blenkinsop just the other side though of that squabble there in 11th place. Max Wright and Max Cooper were in 12th and 13th, with Daniel Samir, Dylan Masters in top 15, then Spencer Allen, Thomas Hodge, Noah Goodfellow, Charlie Philp, Isabel Banks and Harry Khalil, your 21 finishers. Sadly, one driver not making it to the end of the race there, and that was Finley Allen on the number 14. We lost him on lap number 7. Well, Junior X30 done and dusted for their first heat of the day. A lot of drivers banking in a good result, ready for the rest of today's action, but it looks as though we're already going to be ready to move on to the 6th race of the day. So as the Junior X30 drivers make their way into Parc Ferme and have their nose cones checked for any penalties, it'll be their slightly older brothers and sisters heading out next. It's going to be the Senior X30s on track for their first heat. Here we go then, and again, how close do you want it to be in qualifying? I'm trying to work this out in my head. 9/100ths of a second separated the top 4 on the grid for this one. So the top 2 rows on the grid separated by less than 1/10 of a second in terms of fastest lap in the qualifying sessions yesterday. Wow. That's going to make for some exciting racing. I don't doubt it. Now, again, like I mentioned, a lot of X30 drivers down at Shennington for the British Kart Champs, but we've still got 24 drivers on the grid here for the Senior X30s. Fantastic to see the showing that even when there's a huge amount of competition, such as this weekend with Whilton Mill Kart Club, British Kart Champs and the UKC, all happening at the same time, we still get over 200 entries here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. That just shows how much the drivers love not only this circuit but everything about the meetings here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club, the amount of competition that's out there on circuit, how well the track is kept, how much of an exciting circuit it is, and how brilliantly the events are run by everyone here at the Whilton Mill Kart circuit. So a big shout out to anyone that makes these events possible, because you are the reason why they are so fantastic, and you're the reason why so many drivers come here every single month, no matter the weather, no matter the occasion, and get out there and get racing and provide some great action for us to enjoy at home. Now, just as we wait for a couple of Senior X30 drivers to make their way back to the pit lane before we see the seniors out on circuit. Thanks, Motorsport. Take a breath, John. Don't need you passing out. I know. Well, we'll try and take a little bit of breaks and I can give my voice a bit of a rest. But the exciting racing that's going on, I don't have the time to take a breath here today. The drivers always providing exciting action. Now, hello to everyone in the chat. Hello to LH97. Craig Corbett already saying race of the week. We've already had a contender or two. But of course, as I mentioned, lots of competition, not only for drivers' entries this weekend, but also for the race of the week on Alpha Live. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, every single week, Alpha Live have started a new feature where they release one full race from the previous weekend's action, the best race of the entire weekend. And we're going to hope that once again, it's one of ours here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. So drivers, I want to see some good action from you out there on circuit, not only in the heats, but particularly in the finals later on. Don't leave anything on the table, because we want to see you in that race of the week later on. Not only are there loads of drivers heading down to Northamptonshire today for the Whilton Mill Kart Club, loads of spectators out by the side of the circuit as well. And spectators of all ages and all backgrounds here at Whilton Mill enjoying the action and out enjoying the sunshine as well. Plenty of sunglasses. We were seeing on the Formula 1 coverage yesterday, plenty of raincoats. None of that here at the UK today. It's absolutely beautiful sunshine. And drivers, spectators, parents, mechanics, all soaking in the sunshine and enjoying all of the racing action. Now, some people in the live chat looking to looking to support some drivers. Fez saying go on Jack Mowat. We've got some support for Charlie Blenkinsop as well. I believe that's from mum, Samantha Blenkinsop, or maybe sister. So thank you for dropping in there, Samantha. And thank you to Emma Barrett. Very impressed with John's pronunciation of driver names. I do my best, Emma. I always say I've got a very British tongue, as you can tell from, I think some people would call me posh. I would consider myself well-spoken. But I try my best with more international style names, but I'm going to get it wrong on occasion. It is going to happen. So if I do get your name wrong, please don't be angry at me. I'm trying my best. But let me know in the live chat phonetically how I do pronounce any names that I do get wrong, and I'll do my best to improve and get a little bit better at making sure that I read out your names correctly. But thank you, Emma. I'm glad at least someone thinks I'm doing a decent job at getting everyone's names correct. But great to see so many of you in the live chat. Great to see so many of you enjoying the action, not only from here at the circuit, but also being able to watch it at home. It's so fantastic that we're able to do that nowadays with modern live streaming capabilities. And let's be honest, Alpha Live do it best. They are cut and above the rest in terms of live streaming, and that's why all of the best motorsport that you see from the UK, and now a lot of the time across Europe as well, you see it on the Alpha Live channel. So make sure you drop a subscription onto the Alpha Live YouTube channel so you don't miss any of the action coming throughout the rest of 2024 and beyond here on Alpha Live. But there's lots of drivers and spectators. Enjoy the weather, and it looks like they've had a bit of a spillage there of some sort. I won't ask what that is. They're getting it nice and dried out there, enjoying the sunshine. We're going to wait for a few moments for the Senior X30s to head out for their first heat of the day, but as we do, I'm going to take this opportunity to give myself a tiny little break. As I do, though, is that Aiden Hassan that I see stood at the side of the circuit? If it is, I imagine he'll probably hear me, or to be fair, he's in deep chats with a friend there, so I imagine he'll probably be ignoring everything I say. But as I mentioned, Senior X30 are going to be coming up next. I'll be back in only a moment's time. Back out on track then. We do get the Senior X30s out in the end, well, as they make it round. Let's have a look at the grid then for this one. Jaden Gregg and Josh Jones are your drivers on the front row, with Archie Heron and Josh Palfreman on row 2. Jensen Buckingham and Harry Torpey are there on row number 3, with Jack Cox and Micah Taylor on row 4. Jensen Pugh and Olivier Picula are on row 5. They round out the top 10, with Macy Hitter and Ollie Keenan on row number 6. Luke Sittler and Kian Leon Gamiao are on row 7, with Morgan Hill, Piotr Judovic, Lucas Armstrong and Natalia Dabek there on row 8 and row 9. Row 10 sees Ollie Cook and Jerry Hugh. They round out the top 20 with Donglin Chen, George Wang, Daniel Archer and Harry Maynard there, your top 24. And that is every driver on the grid for this Senior X30 first heat. As I mentioned, still 24 drivers on a weekend like this is absolutely fantastic. Great to see so many drivers out there, and still so many top racers that we see here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Let me get up my my standings for the Senior X30s, because I do believe a lot of our championship challengers are here today. So of course, Kian Garrity and Henry Gregory are out at Sheddington today. Who have we got then? Jaden Gregg, Archie Heron, all here involved. So Harry Torpy, P5 in the championship. If we've got Harry Maynard here today, no we don't. So I think Harry Torpy is our top rated driver, 5th in the standings at the moment, who is here today. And Morgan Hill as well. So Morgan Hill, 4th in the standings going into today's action, but it's not been a great qualifying session for Morgan Hill. He finds himself down in 15th place for this race start. He's going to need to do a lot of movement in this first heat of the day to try and nullify that lost points to the drivers around him in the championship. Poor start from the anti-pole once again here, but we are underway in racing. Aggressive through the final corner there, and nearly a driver chucked into the barrier on the outside. He holds the slide well and keeps it going, but there's an almost slide. Half spin for the 48 that was. That's Micah Taylor, and off. 5 drivers off on the exit of Christmas Corner. Down into Ashby, it's all been a little bit chaotic. It looks as though they've all managed to get back on the track, but I think potential for some mechanical flags after that one. There was quite a decent amount of rubbing between drivers, and that could mean that they've broken a rear bumper, knocked off some piping on the engine, and maybe that'll be the race over. But we'll wait and see as they come round as to who was involved with that incident up in sector number 1. But it's Jaden Gregg who takes the lead of the race then from pole position. But as I mentioned, poor start from the anti-pole side of the grid. Josh Jones, who was on P2 for the start of this one, is now down in 6th after the first lap. Oh, it's contact up at the top of the circuit. Who's that being spun off? It's the 68 of Olivier Picula. So Olivier from P7 there. I think it was Jones went down the inside of Jack Cox. Picula then tried to follow through on the exit, round the outside to squeeze Cox to the apex. That bit of contact was made, and round goes Olivier off onto the grass. Not a huge amount of contact, to be fair, so I don't think that would have caused any issues to the kart. But I think the kart might have died. Obviously need to get it back onto the black stuff, get it restarted, and that's all the time lost. So that gives Morgan Hill 7th place, Piotr Judovic 8th, Keanu Gamian 9th, and Ollie Cook up into the top 10 already. Ollie Cook with a great little start then. Ollie Cook started in 19th place in this race. The 233 up 9 positions in only these first couple of laps. Very impressive from Ollie Cook. And he's been another driver I've been impressed with. Watching him over the last few seasons, has been going from strength to strength, and what a great start to the race it is for him then up into the top 10. It looks as though out of the race already after that first lap incident was Jensen Buckingham and Jensen Pugh. It was also Macy Hitter involved in it as well. I think Donglin Chen, Luke Sintler, a few drivers losing a few places on those opening laps of the race. But our top 3 still line astern at the front of the order, and breaking away quite nicely already with all of the chaos that ensued behind them then on the opening few laps. But we're not even 3 minutes into this race just yet. As off onto the grass for Archie Heron. That was a mistake all on his own there. And Archie Heron loses a place because of it. Was that just a bit of understeer to the exit there for Archie Heron? He then got 2 wheels on the grass, and that dragged him out wide through the exit of Osiers. He lost that momentum and decided to back out of the defensive move on Josh Palferman. So Palferman is gifted 2nd place, and Jaden Gregg is gifted a nice bit of space at the front of the order. Now, is this an issue for Archie Heron, or was it simply a moment of misjudgment? He's now got Harry Torpy closing in behind him, and we know the Torpedo likes to go for some late sends, so keep your eye out for one of those, ladies and gentlemen. Another mistake. Is there an issue then for the kart of Archie Heron? He's looking all over the place, just looking like he doesn't have the grip on those tyres. There was again another mistake through the boot then, just gets it all a bit crossed up and sideways, as that kart does look to be really pointy when it's under a lot of load through fast corners. Those front tyres are almost, I think, coming up and off of the ground. So whether that's a setup issue or something else there, or something broken, or whether that's just how the kart is for Archie Heron, is proving quite challenging to drive though for the 159, as he's now got Harry Torpy all over his rear bumper. I thought that was going to be it for Jaden Gregg. We know he likes a cheeky send to the inside there, but Archie Heron does just enough to cover off the inside line and makes Harry Torpey second guess that overtake attempt. Josh Palfreman was a smidge faster than Jaden Gregg on the last lap, but Jaden managing that gap well, about 0.6 of a second still at the front of the order. However, it's Keon Liam Gamiao who is in 9th at the moment, who has that fastest lap of the race. Only Kean and then the top two of Jaden and Josh, who are down in the 45s at all in this race. Actually, tell a lie, Morgan Hill has also managed to sneak a lap time into the 45s as well. But this seemingly your closest battle out on track at the moment. Archie Heron and Harry Torpey close together, but that, from a neutral perspective, is what we want to see. New fastest lap from Josh Palfreman. 45.83 for the number 28. That's seen him close the gap by a couple of tenths on that last lap. And there is a stricken cart there now down at Ashby. I don't think I've seen that before, so I think that's the 118 of George Wang. One of the Birrell ART carts. And look at that! I've just noticed the wheel in the bottom left of the corner. That has totally sheared that axle. I do think that is George Wang as he drops down the order on the 118. Luckily, it looks like he's kept it all together, but it looks as though over the curb through Boxing Day, that might have caused one of the rear tyres to shear there, as you saw the sort of sprocket and other parts still connected to that part of the rear axle. But three wheels on his wagon, and he certainly is not rolling along anymore. There it is. That shot quite funny now with that wheel just sort of sat there. Like, I shouldn't be here. I should be attached to a car. What am I doing here? But still in third place, to be fair. Archie Heron doing a great job here, fending off from Harry Torpey. And I will say, I do think Josh Jones and Morgan Hill are closing in lap on lap in behind them also, but not a huge amount of time left to make up for it. And there, the wheel getting saved by one of the marshals here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club and being taken back to its rightful owner. Less than a minute left to go on the clock of this first heat for Senior X30. And Josh Jones closing in to the back of Archie Heron and Harry Torpey. And not far behind are Jack Cox and Morgan Hill as well. Josh Palfreman and Jaden Gregg trading times at the front of the order. I think it might be a little bit too little too late for Josh Palfreman to think about the moves. And however, it's not too late for Harry Torpey though. That's the move that he knows and loves. And we've seen it yet again into the boot from Harry Torpey. He moves his way up into the top three, but I think that's going to be the lofty heights here from race one for Harry Torpey. But now that bit of momentum lost for Archie Heron, and he might start slipping down the order. Down the inside at Christmas Corner goes the 84 of Josh Jones. Good exit though from Heron. He closed back up to the rear bumper of Josh Jones, but can't do anything with it. And now Morgan Hill under pressure from his Jack Dex Racing teammate. Morgan Hill all over the back of Archie Heron now. But timer has hit zero. Leaders coming around the final corner. They'll see the final lap board first. And again, the gap has been closed by Josh Palfreman. It's half yet again on the last lap. Is Josh close enough to think about a move? Well, Jaden Gregg thinks he is. Sends Josh Palfreman to the outside at Christmas Corner. Josh tries to get the up and under, but collides with the back end of Jaden Gregg's car, and that loses him all of that momentum to the outside again. Down at Ashby. Jaden Gregg doing exactly what he needs to for those defensive moves on this final lap. And he's actually placed the car so perfectly there that Palfreman has lost a bit of momentum. Gregg checks over the shoulder, knows he doesn't need to defend down into the boot. That's the perfect position to be in as a leader through this final lap. They come then, and a great bit of driving, not only through this last lap, but through the whole race from Jaden Gregg. And he's going to secure maximum points from heat number one, and a little nod as they come across the start-finish line to say, yep, I had that one under control, not even worried about it. Harry Torpey rounds out the top three there. Held back by Archie Heron for some time in that race. but then makes the move through the final laps, takes third place for himself. Josh Jones was in fourth place again after getting past Archie Heron, but Heron holds on to fifth place there. Had some good pace throughout the race and actually set his personal best on the last lap, so no idea where that pace went early on for Archie Heron, but he got it back throughout the last part of the race, and hopefully we'll see him battling in again and amongst it in heat number 2 later on. Running at your top 10 were Morgan Hill, Jack Cox, Piotr Judovic, Kian Leon Gamiao and Micah Taylor. Outside of the top 10 were Lucas Armstrong and Ollie Cook. Then Natalia Dabek, Ollie Keenan, Luke Sintler, Macy Hitter, Daniel Archer, Jerry Hugh, Donglin Chen and Olivier Pecula. Your 20 finishes in that one. Of course, Olivier with the, I was going to say spin. They were helped into it ever so slightly on the first couple of laps of the race. Sadly, so much time lost then for Olivier because of that. Wasn't able to get back up into any higher than 20th place. As then 21st, 22nd and 23rd, we lost from that race. George Wang, I believe, losing the axle there. The axle potentially even splitting in half there for the number 118 as we lost him on lap number 6. And then Jensen Buckingham and Jensen Pugh involved in that first lap collision. And there is the stricken George Wang. And it was the right rear that we lost there. Of course, I should have known that, given that the chain protection unit was all on that part of the rear axle. But good to see him heading back to the circuit. And hopefully, he's got a couple of spares ready and waiting to go before heat number 2 later on today. There looks to be a bit of an issue for the 94, is that of Lucas Armstrong. 11th on the road then, but potentially losing a few paces after the stewards see to that one at the end of the race. And same for a few more drivers. Another Croc Promotion kart, the 233 in behind of Ollie Cook, sadly getting a nose cone penalty, it looks as though. He was there in the top 10 for a lot of that race. Sadly drops to P12 by the checkered flag and is going to lose a few more places with that penalty. But I do believe we are completed in terms of first heats of the day for every class here today for round number 5 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. But don't worry, we'll quickly be cycling round to the second heats of the day. So that means we'll be going all the way back round to the first race of the day that we saw earlier on. It's going to be yet another split grid for the day. So 2 classes out at the same time. We're starting that off with the Water Swift Restricted and the Rotax Micros. Oh, I tell a lie. Thank you to my producer in my ear because I've not read the schedule correctly. Of course, the juniors and the seniors have 3 heats today, so it'll be going back to them before we head round to our split grid. So it's actually Junior Max out for their second heat of the day. It'll be Group B versus Group C. Apologies about my little slip up there. I should have known. 3 heats for the day for the juniors and the seniors, so that we're seeing them out a lot more than we would usually. Well then, you'll be seeing a few drivers that we've seen already because it was Group B involved in Heat 1 along with Group A, but Group C are here for their first heat. Riley Bishop and William Webb are alongside each other on the front row with Victor Hansen, Harry Freeman, Logan Lauder and Jack Baker. They're your top 6. So that's Alfie Thompson, Charlie Neve, Charlie Cox and Devon Nolan your top 10, followed by Aidan Large and Zach McDonald. Then it's Daniel Adamatus and Callum Singe, Jensen Powers, Freddie LePenwell, Hayya Griever, Gokonath and Harry Russell, your top 9 rows. Rounding out the top 20 are Dexter Collins and Max Colbert. Then it's Karthik Kometa, Michael Dalton, Riley Morgan and Daniel Gurney. Behind them on row 13 are Alexander Campbell and Jensen Hinchcott. Then it's Autumn Hansen, Laurie McVie, Hugh Hobson, Oliver Meek, Sabat Solonchenko, Mateus, Jedward Barney, Thomas Behrman, and then another driver finalising the grid. I just missed them as we got to the start there. But underway in racing for B versus C, it was Lewis Holt at the back of the grid on the 116. Riley Bishop and William Webb lead us through up to Christmas Corner, and already Riley Bishop not having to defend and late on the brakes causes a big collision up at Christmas Corner. I think one of the potentially Strawberry Racing or Tony Kart branded drivers there going for a spin up at Christmas Corner. It was late on the brakes, couldn't hold the rear, they slid round and a few drivers unable to avoid them as they all clatter together up into Christmas Corner. I'll tell you exactly who's lost out then on that opening lap of the day, as we see some drivers rejoining in the background. Bit of argy-bargy there through the boot. That's Logan Lauder trying to make up a place, I believe, on teammate Victor Hansen. But Victor, no, it's not teammate. Now I can see the carts closer. It's not teammates. But Victor Hansen defends well, holds on for now though. Logan Lauder down the inside into Christmas corner. Late on the brakes from Victor Hansen, but he's going to lose not one, but 2 places. Alfie Thompson sneaks through as well. And I think that's Victor Hansen potentially slipping back even further. One driver off on the outside though. That was the 133 of Aidan Large, if I'm not mistaken, getting shuffled out onto the grass. Less than ideal for Aidan Large. He's going to be losing a few positions because of that one. I've just heard an attention paddock go out over the tunnel. I hope that cuts me off. I hope they take priority over me there, because no one needs the shouty man. Everyone actually needs to know what's going on down in the paddock. But through we go on to another lap then. Victor Hansen again so late on the brakes, fully sideways, heading into Christmas corner, as he's doing everything he can to keep involved with this battle, but it does look as though he's going to continue to slip back here as 2 more drivers sneak through. This time, Harry Freeman and Jack Baker are the drivers to slip through. Now, Thomas Behrman, on the number 6, has the fastest lap of the race. He's in 18th place at the moment, but hold on a second. Where did Thomas Behrman start in this race? I'm trying not to look away from the action. There's more moves going on through the boot. That was the 1-1-12 of Charlie Cox making a move. There we go. I've got the right grid now. That's why I'm getting confused. I'm thinking of Sebastian Behrman, who of course is in one of our younger heats. I want to say either the Rotax Minis or the Water Swift Cadets. Sorry, the Water Swift Intermediates, I should say. Getting myself all confused. Sebastian Behrman was at the front of the order in those ones. Thomas hasn't quite had such an easy qualifying session. He started down really far down the order. It was 34th of 35. Something's gone wrong in qualifying then for Thomas Behrman, but it's going well in the race so far then. Already has gone from 34th to 17th. So if my maths serves me correctly, that's 17 places gained already for Thomas Behrman. Just as I say that, it looked like he was slipping down the order. Just 1 position lost down to 18th place. Teammates going side by side though. The 34, that is, so 54 of Devon Nolan getting squeezed out wide. It was Charlie Neve slipping through on the number 60. Just over 4 minutes left to go on the clock then. There's Charlie Cox and Callan Sims at the back of that train. Here we look back to Alfie Thompson, Harry Freeman and Jack Baker in a train. And then looking ahead, there's Riley Bishop and William Webb. Now Riley Bishop has looked comfortable at the front of the order since the start of this race. That was until William Webb got released. And William Webb has been a good 10th or 2 quicker over the last few laps. He's closed down that gap to Riley Bishop at the sharp end of the order, but you would have seen there as they headed up to Christmas corner, William Webb pointing forward saying, no, let's work together. Let's not let these 3 in behind get involved with this battle. But this will be helping the 2 of them at the front anyway, as these 3 do go into battle. Alfie Thompson loses the place to Harry Freeman. Jack Baker trying to follow through, as he saw a chink in the armour there of Alfie Thompson, but it doesn't quite work out. Again, he thinks about it into the boot, but again, not able to find the space on the inside, not able to take the position this time around. Some movement in the mid-pack though. Logan Lauder's lost a few places on that last lap. Charlie Need, Devon Nolan and Victor Hansen have all snuck through. Logan's got dropped to 9th place, but that's because this pack in behind that we now see on your screen is so close together. One little mistake and you're losing a good number of positions. How is hold on a second. How is Thomas Behrman doing? He's in 17th place still. So although he had the fastest lap of the race, that's now been taken by Harry Freeman at the front of the trailing secondary pack. But he's now sort of stayed there around 17th, 18th place as Thomas Behrman. We'll keep an eye for the last couple of minutes, but Junior Max is pretty feisty, to say the least. Getting up 17 places is impressive in and of itself. But he's going to need to get a few more to get some sizable points, not only for the championship tally, but also to set himself up for a good starting position in the race. Well, he's the first driver into the 46s. That's the way you do it, Thomas Behrman. I like it. The number 6 pressing on through the pack very nicely. If anyone gets that reference, You are old like me. Less than 0.3 of a second in it now between Riley Bishop and William Webb. However, as I mentioned, Harry Freeman went that little bit faster than them on the last lap. It's all seemingly acclimatised a bit once again at the front end of the order. But Bishop and Webb basically just wanting to not be fighting here, really. As there you go, Harry Thompson with another fastest lap of the race. Second driver down into the 46s. As Thomas Behrman goes even quicker. Wow, what pace from the driver of the number 6. It's one thing being that quick, though. It's one thing actually getting through and past the drivers in ahead of you, and he's not got a huge amount of time to continue pressing on through the order. Junior Max Championship, a very exciting one as well. As here is Behrman down the inside there into the boot and continuing to press on nicely. That time it was on the 98 of Daniel Gurney. So he's looking like he's getting about a position a lap here, but look ahead. He's got the 25 of Harry Russell just ahead, and then a good 2-second gap further forward to the next pack. It's going to be a challenge for him as we head into the last 30 seconds of running. But here we go then, at the front of the order. Look who has closed in, none other than Harry Freeman. So what was a 2-kart battle for the lead of the race has quickly become 3 now, as the Evolution teammates, I do think that is, of Jack Baker and Alfie Thompson. So they've switched. Baker's through on Thompson, but a little bit too little too late, as those two, I don't think, unless there's some serious battling on the last couple of laps from these two, are going to be able to get involved. Well, luckily for them, Riley Bishop, your leader, sees, well, he doesn't see the last lap board. He sees like 2 or 3 seconds to go as he comes across the start-finish lap, and that means he starts the penultimate lap of the race. He would have been wanting to see the last lap board, but it doesn't come for him this time. And the ex-kart driver presses on for another lap of this Whilton Mill Kart circuit, just over a kilometre. This lap of the circuit, there's the move down the inside from Harry Freeman. He takes second place away from William Webb, who has been there since pretty much the start of this race. And now actually, Jack Baker and Alfie Thompson have closed up on the back of William Webb. But only 1 lap left to go. And there's a bit too much of a gap, I fear, between Freeman and Bishop. Half a second as they cross the line to start the final lap. And Bishop might have just done well here to get it all sorted and benefit from the drivers in behind, losing a bit of time in their own battles. Now, I do want to check in the first heat. Of course, Bishop was involved, and Bishop won the first heat of the day. So this will be 2 wins from 2 from Riley Bishop, and he'll be pretty much set for pole position later. Well, no, he will be set. If there's no penalties, he will be set for pole position in the final later on. That was a cheeky move from Jack Baker. He takes the last of the podium spots in this race away from William Webb, and Alfie Thompson trying to follow him through. But here comes Riley Bishop. It'll be 2 wins from 2 from the number 35 here today at round 5 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Impressive showing from Riley Bishop. Now, don't get me wrong, he's not been dominant throughout today. He's just driven really well. Really smart bit of racing from Riley, and he secured himself maximum points for the championship charge, and also that pole position, the all-important pole for the final later on this afternoon. Harry Freeman and Jack Baker, your top 3, with William Webb and Alfie Thompson, your top 5. Then Charlie Neve at the back of that top squabble. And then it was a second or 2 back to the rest of the pack. Devon Nolan, Victor Hansen, Charlie Cox and Logan Lauder, your top 10 there. With Callum Sims just outside of the top 10 in P11, followed by Aidan Large, Max Colbert and Thomas Behrman. 14th place in the end for Thomas Behrman, but what incredible pace. The problem is for him, he'll be down near the back of the grid for heat number 3 as well, so we'll have another challenge to drive through the order. He'll just be trying to hope that he can clear some good positions, get some good points and get himself in the A final. First time of asking, but he's got that challenge of getting up to good points paying positions, also getting through the pack and not giving yourself penalties, and then drop you out of the running and probably drop you to that B final. Behind him in 15th was Harry Russell, then Daniel Gurney, Freddie Leppenwell, Lewis Holt, Oliver Meek and Karthik Kameta in the top 20. Then it was Hugh Hobson, Dexter Collins, Laurie McVie, Jensen Hinchcliffe, Hayagriva Gokulnath, then Alexander Campbell, then Daniel Adamaitis, Jensen Powers, Autumn Hansford and Sava Solonchenko, your top 30. They were followed by Michael Dalton, Riley Morgan, then Matthias Jedwabny, then Zach McDonald, and I was trying to scroll down, that is it, 34 drivers, Zach McDonald at the bottom of the order there. And to be fair, all 34 drivers who started that race finished it as well. Shame to see Zach McDonald down at the bottom of the order. Of course, Zach, part of the F1 Kids commentary team. And he's a very quick pedaler as well. We've seen him right near the sharp end, so something clearly going wrong in that first heat of the day. For him, anyway, second heat of the day for the Junior Max drivers. We'll see them out once again. It'll be Group A versus Group C out for Heat 3 after the lunch break later on. But we've seen Heat 2 for our Junior Max drivers. Their older brothers and sisters, the Senior Rotax, will be out next. Then we will have what I thought was coming up next earlier on, the Water Swift Restricted and the Rotax Micros out together for their second heat. Then we'll have the Water Swift and Rotax Minis out for their second heat. Then we'll see the juniors and the seniors out again for that A versus C and A versus C for the seniors. So I was wrong, sorry, that's not after the lunch break. It's just before the lunch break that we'll finalise all of the heats for juniors and seniors. Then we'll have about 40-45 minutes break for lunch. Then it will be the X30 juniors and seniors back for their second heat. And then we'll be moving on to the final. Of course, kicking off with B finals for the juniors and seniors, and then the all-important finals for the rest of our categories as well. So let's get ready for the second heat of the day for the seniors. They'll be out for their B versus C races. Still all 8 minutes plus 1 lap then for these heats throughout the day. Let's take you through the grid then as we see Groups B versus Group C. Group C for the first time today. Harry Hurstgrover and Tyler Harris line up on the front row with Liam Thomas and Spencer Brougham on row 2. Then Jack Collins and Ralph Youngling are there on row 3 with Ben Ballou and Ross Tyler on row 4. Freddie Ingram and Will Forber round out the top 10 with Charlie Webb and Mitchell Mulvey on row number 6. Row 7 has James Tester and Miles Roby. There's Alex McGee and Brittany Hayes on row 8 with Ethan Ling and Ryan Hedge on row number 9. Jack Wilch and Ben Cook round out the top 20 with Oliver Johnson, Yehan Thomas, Lewis Judd and Molly Griffiths. Sorry, Ewan, on 22nd there. I'm so used to having a friend called Yehan who's very Welsh. William Young and Theo Stanislaus is on row 13 with Felix Stolken, Molly Pugh, Asa Pinder and Robert Harrison, your top 30. And then Sam Light, 31 of 31 drivers on the grid here for Heat 2 in Senior Rotax. Underway in racing, first time of asking into the first couple of corners, we go in aggressive to the inside there. Luckily, room given by the drivers involved, but already squabbling up to Christmas corner. Defensive move in second place. I imagine that's Tyler Harris trying to fend off from Liam Thomas there. Spencer Brougham getting involved as well. Side by side for 6th place and off goes 6th place. Wide and off-track excursion moment there for one of our drivers. I couldn't quite tell who that was, but we'll see who slips down the order. By the time they get to the timing screen at the end of the lap, 2 more off-stage left there on our cameras. 82 and the 79, that was Will Forber on the 82 and Alex McGee on the 79. It was a good start for Alex McGee to get up into the top 10 there. But those two, wheels connecting and off they go onto the grass and dropping many, many positions. So who was it losing out on that first couple of laps then? Jack Collins down 11 to 16th place. A few more drivers down the order as well. Bit of an issue there for Ben Ballou. He loses a bit of pace off of the corner. I didn't see how that happened, but I can imagine it was a bit of a half spin there for Ben Ballou, but immediately back down the inside. That'll be on Ralph Youngling, the 125, but Ralph repays the favour into the left-hander. There's Spencer Brougham down the inside at Osiers. He takes third place away from Liam Thomas. Spencer Brougham, of course, Motorsport UK Academy driver and a very quick pedaler, to say the least, on the number 65. I just want to check the championship order for the Senior Rotax because I feel like Spencer Brougham is, if not leading the championship, very close to the top of the order in terms of Senior Rotax. More moves up at Christmas corner. That's a late move down the inside to the 22. It was I'm not sure who that was then. There's no 22. Potentially the 12 of Jack Collins, that was. With a cheeky late last-minute send down the inside. It's all getting a bit closer comfort here, though. Liam Thomas side by side with the 384 of Tyler Harris. That would have been. No, Tyler Harris is ahead with Spencer Brom. Would have been the 24 of Charlie Webb, who was the one getting involved there. No, it was Harry Hurst-Grover. That's why I was so confused. I was like, no, it can't possibly be the 14 of Harry Hurst-Grover. Harry Hurst-Grover has lost out. Tyler Harris through to the lead of the race then. Spencer Brom up to P2. Hurst-Grover dropping down into third place, and I was right. Spencer Brom is your championship leader going into today's action, and now he's your race leader here in heat number 2. Brom down the inside at Ashby, and Tyler Harris has to show, as you say in car racing, show a bit of wing there on Harry Hurst-Grover and not allow for him to make the most of the momentum lost for Tyler Harris. Tyler does a good job there holding off. Harry Hurst-Grover keeps third place, but was that a move for fourth? Ingram, Thomas and Webb going at it in that middle of the pack. And I think it is Ingram who snuck through. Yes, it is. So Freddie Ingram into fourth place now then. Liam Thomas in fifth, Charlie Webb in sixth. And yeah, look at that. Ingram having to defend up into Christmas. An opportunistic move there for the 24 of Charlie Webb. He read that really, really well, did the number 24. Saw the defensive move from Ingram and knew that the inside would open up for him, and it certainly did. And fifth place goes the way of Charlie Webb. Still over 4 minutes left to go in this race. We're not even halfway through this one. And Spencer Brom, his first race of the day, considering he is in Group C for our senior road taxes. First heat of the day, and looking like he could be on for his first win of the day. He's been almost unstoppable over the last few races. At round 3, he had a poor heat number 1. It was a P15 to kick off the day. Then he won heat number 2, and he won the final. Then at round 4, it was a win in heat 1, a win in heat 2, and a third place in the final. And Spencer Brom looking to start off another positive day here with a win in his first heat. It looks as though he is driving away from Tyler Harris. And then lucky enough for them, Harry Hurst-Grover now under a lot of pressure from Freddie Ingram, but not for much longer as Freddie Ingram finds a way past. Down the inside goes Freddie Ingram into the boot as, oh no, off the circuit goes the number 88. That's Ryan Hedge from 25th place. He's not quite found a hedge, but he certainly found some greenery off at the side of the track. Yellow flags up into a key overtaking opportunity here at the Whilton Mill circuit there at Christmas Corner. As now Ryan Hedge will find a way back to safety. And that was him returning to the pit lane that we saw on the camera. Move down the inside from Liam Thomas. That relegates Charlie Webb back to 6th now as it all gets a bit close into the boot. Charlie Webb under a lot of pressure around the outside. Goes Mitchell Mulvey. Can he get 2 for the pressure one? No, not quite. A contact and round. Round goes the 125 of Ralph Youngling. Ralph tried to squeeze Mitchell Mulvey there to the apex, but it wasn't going to happen. Mitchell Mulvey was not going to give up on that move, and contact was seemingly inevitable. As you can tell, the racing very exciting already. My voice struggling, and any sort of exciting action, immediate voice breaks from me in the comms box. Well, hey ho, loving the action out on circuit, and very close racing, and sometimes a little bit too close. That's shown there round the final couple of corners. Mitchell Mulvey has rejoined in P12. Ralph Youngling has rejoined in P17. But less than ideal for their opening races of the day. That's not going to help them in terms of grid order for the final later on. But you knew that Mitchell Mulvey wasn't going to give up on that one. He'd held it around the outside beautifully. He was definitely over half a car alongside. And personally, I would say he's entitled to a bit of space there. Ralph Youngling didn't think so. And thus, Ralph was spun across the front nose of Mitchell Mulvey. We saw another driver off there. That was Theo Stanislaus off down in sector number 3. He does rejoin, though, and carries on. But down in 25th place for Theo then after that off-track excursion. Here we look back to one of the CRG drivers. Is that Ethan Ling on the 76? Yes, it is. Ethan Ling had a very poor first heat of the day. I'm struggling to remember whether he even made it to the finish of that first heat, but we're used to him being a very quick driver here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club, and Ling loves Ascend. He's doing a much better job in this second heat of the day for him. On number 76, he's right in the middle of that pack with Charlie Webb, Miles Roby in behind, and then James Tester and Jack Collins not far behind either, rounding out the top 10. And Miles Roby is looking quick. Miles Roby applying the pressure here on Ethan Ling. Ethan Ling going to need to be a little bit careful through these last few laps of the race, as the leader, Spencer Brown, heads over the start-finish line and under the gantry once more, with only around 10 seconds on the clock. So 2 more laps of this second heat of the day for Senior Rotax. In your top 10, Brom, Harris, Ingram, Hurst, Grover, Thomas, Webb, Ling, Roby, Tester and Collins. When will the opportunity open up for Miles Roby here? He is looking, well, I was going to say he's looking ever so slightly faster. Miles Roby and Ethan Ling did identical times on the last lap, so maybe not. But both of them a little bit quicker than Charlie Webb ahead of them. Spencer Braun has started our last lap of this race, though, since getting to the front of the order. He hasn't looked like anyone will be challenging him on that number 65 plated CRG kart. We've seen him rise up through the ranks of the Whilton Mill Kart Club over the years. It's been fantastic to see. Not only that, Spencer Brown, also a lovely chap to have a chat with and interview as well. So great to see him doing so well, not only here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club, but across UK karting. But it's all kicked off in that middle pack. Webb has managed to get through. No, Webb has held on to 6th place. It's Ling who's lost out to a few drivers behind. Spencer Braun sees the checkered flag first. He'll set himself up for a great day here in Senior Rotax. Tyler Harris comes across the line in second. Freddie Ingram there in 3rd place. It's all still going on down in the mid-pack, though, as the drivers chop and change to grab those extra few points in the dying moments of the race. Hurst Grover just outside of the top 3 there in 4th, with Liam Thomas rounding out the top 5. Charlie Webb in 6th place. James Tester got through into 7th ahead of Ethan Ling and Miles Roby, so a good final couple of laps there for James Tester. Jack Collins rounded out the top 10 with Ben Ballou, Ross Tyler, Mitchell Mulvey, Ben Cook, William Young, your top 15. So Mitchell Mulvey, despite that incident, finishes in 13th. Ralph Youngling, despite the incident, finishes 17th, with Finley Hayes just ahead of him in P16. Jack Wiltshire's behind them, then Molly Griffiths and Felix Stolkin round out the top 20. Ewan Hughes, your top 21. Just please tell me in the live chat, Ewan, if it is Ewan or Yehan on the 118. Asa Pinder just behind in P22. Followed by Lewis or Louis Judd. Again, Louis or Lewis, please let me know which one it is in the live chat. Molly Pugh just behind in 24th. Alex McGee and Theo Stanislaus, your 26th finishers. Sadly, Ryan Hedge, Will Forber and Oliver Johnson not making it to the checkered flag in that race, though. And Jack Dex Racing driver 127 of James Tester made up a couple of places on the last lap. However, he's going to drop down the order given that nose cone penalty he's just been gifted there after the race. Heat number 2 for Senior Rotax done and dusted. Then the seniors have been decently exciting throughout today. I think it would all crescendo to the final later on today, though. And juniors just being a bit crazy altogether, but that's what we come to expect from Junior Rotax out on circuit. So their C versus B races done and dusted. We'll see them in not very long time, because we'll see both the Junior Rotax and the Senior Rotax again for their 3rd and final heats of the day before the lunch break. But before that, we've got 2 more of our split grids to come. First up of those are going to be the Water Swift Restricted and the Rotax Micros. So it's been quite some time since we've seen the Water Swift Restricted and the Rotax Micros out on circuit. Of course, again, another split grid. We have 20 or so drivers in the Rotax Micros, and I think 6 or 7 in the Water Swift Restricted. So the Rotax Micros will kick off the race first, and then following them behind for their race start will be the Waterstiff Restricted. I'll do my best to keep you updated on both of those races happening at the same time, but of course it can get pretty busy, so apologies if I miss any action on either grid that we're not being able to focus on. But as some drivers get their way back to Parc Ferme after the Senior Rotax Heat 2 gets done and dusted, I'll just take a very short break for my voice before we move on to race number 17 of the weekend and Heat 2 for the Waterstiff Restricted and the Rotax Micros. Out on track come the Waterstiff Restricteds and the Rotax Micros then. Shall we run you through the grid for this second heat of the day for them? Of course, it's going to be their final heat before they crack on with the final after the lunch break. Charlie Page and Sebastian Behrman are on the front row of the grid for the Rotax Micros. Dimitar Rizanov and Lucian Smith on row 2 with Darren Dimitrov and Chloe McGill on row number 3. Row 4 has Logan Rolfe and Dewey Hockridge, and it's Arthur Farrow and Teddy Higgs who round up the top 10, and Oliver Dawson and Albert Farrow on row number 6. Row 7 has Lewis Herbertson and Roger Guckelnath, then Jensen Darlow and James Devereaux, Travis Giddings and Daniel Hulse there, row 8 and row 9. Row 10 has Harry Knight and Edison Burrows, they round up the top 20. Then Ronnie Kempson and Reggie Chandler are there on row 11, Finley Bedford and Cody Vertigan on row 12, Max Dunn and Ollie Doyle on row 13. Of course, those final 6 on the grid there from Ronnie Kempson backwards are your Waterswift Restricted divers. Now, they'll be starting about 10 or 15 seconds after we go to the race start here for the Rotax Micros. Now, I got confused about which class Sebastian Behrman was in. He's in this one. He's in Rotax Micros, and he's on the front row of the grid for this start. What can he do against championship leader Charlie Page? Charlie Page opens up the gap and through goes. Is that Dimitar Rizanov from the second row of the grid, or was that Lucian Smith? What a steal of the race lead there for the 62 of Dimitar Rizanov. Some of our youngest drivers on track today. One of the smartest moves I've seen from any driver here at Whilton Mill Kart Club, not only today, but over the history of myself commentating here at Whilton Mill. And crash! Charlie Page is off! Charlie Page spun there, I believe, by Sebastian Behrman. That was just the front right-hand side of a kart connecting with the rear left, and round he goes. Off track on the exit of Ogiers there is the 44 of Lucian Smith. He's going to drop down the order and lose a few places because of that as well. What a calamitous and chaotic start then to the Rotax Micros. I didn't even get to see, thank you Alpha Live for the split screen there of the Waterswift Restricted race start, but I couldn't even look at it. So much was going on in the Rotax Micros. So Dimitar Rizanov takes the lead then. Sebastian Behrman in second. Arthur Farrow is in third place. Down the inside goes the 42. That's Teddy Higgs on Albert Farrow. But what a race start for Arthur Farrow. He was in 9th place on the grid for this one. He's made up 6 places off of the race start to get into P3. Great bit of driving from both of the Farrow brothers. But Arthur already up into those top 3 spots. But Charlie Page, the big story of the race, dropping down to last place in the Rotax Micros. So your championship leader dropping down the order early on, and it was just a bit of a racing incident there. 2 drivers trying to take hold of the same bit of tarmac off of the exit of Ashby. And just getting a little bit too close. And Charlie Page was the biggest loser in terms of that scuffle. That was late down the inside for the 44. A little bit too late for Lucian Smith. Goes down the inside of Dewey Hockridge, but Hockridge tries to fight back immediately, but can't quite do so. Hockridge now under pressure from Chloe McGill as she slips through. Yellow flag down at Osiers. Is that Teddy Higgs that is off down at Osiers? He hasn't come round on the last lap. So I believe the 42 is off here down through the final sector. There is Teddy Higgs getting whisked back into the pit lane. But sadly for him, the number 42 won't be completing this second race of the day in the Rotax Micros. Darren Dimitrov in P9 at the moment. Now Darren, I think he started about P5, didn't he? Yeah, P5 start for Darren Dimitrov, so it was not a great first lap for the number 65. He's dropped down the order to 9th, but that's an impressive showing of pace from Darren. 53.03. I think closest lap to is the 53.19 from second place of Sebastian Behrman. So Sebastian Behrman closes in on the leader. Darren Dimitrov now trying to drive through the order from P9. Hopefully at least back up to where he started this race in P5. Still 4.5 minutes left to go on the clock. We're not quite halfway through this race just yet. As here we look at another train of drivers, 32 at the back of this train. So it is Sebastian Behrman, Arthur Farrow and Logan Rolfe in this one. All three of those drivers faster than Dimitar Uzunov in the lead. They need to work together. They can't start fighting here and gift Dimitar Uzunov this win. But it is Lucian Smith on the 44 who's just taken the fastest lap of the race for himself. 52.84 for Lucian. I want to say first driver into the 52s. It is the first driver into the 52s, and by quite some way as well. Fair play to Lucian Smith. And he is not too far off of this leading squabble. And he's also dragging Chloe McGill with him as well. Again, trailing second, third and fourth drivers faster than Dimitar Uzunov again. They will be seeing that they're closing in lap on lap. And look at that. A new fastest lap this time for Chloe McGill. So 5th and 6th place are closing in so nicely. But now all of the top 6 down into the 52s. That gap continuing to close though, but is it fast enough? Less than 3 minutes left to go on the clock now. And Farrow and Rolfe really need Behrman to start closing in a little bit more here. They might start thinking, oh, we can't really wait around much longer. Then they go for moves, they lose them both a bit of time, and Uzunov is able to secure what would be an incredible race win. Starting on the second row, stealing away the win before they even got to the first corner. But here comes Sebastian Behrman. He's got a great exit off of the first couple of corners. Down the inside he goes at Christmas corner. And Sebastian Behrman takes the lead of the race. Now in heat number 1, Charlie Page took your race win. How's he doing coming back through the order? He's back up to P12 at the moment. But it's going to be a tough ask over these last couple of minutes to gain some decent points from this one. And that will shuffle Charlie Page down the order for the final. There's a late move to the inside. And almost contact between Arthur Farrow and Sebastian Behrman. As Arthur Farrow tried to follow Uzunov back through. He wasn't able to do so. But if you were just looking at the timing, you wouldn't thought anything happened on that last lap. But it did. Uzunov back to the lead. But Behrman again, a great exit off of the first 2 corners. He's already there on the inside. And this time Farrow should be able to follow through. Will he? No! Chucks off Uzunov. Off onto the grass he goes. He goes grass cutting. He's become a lawnmower for the second part of this Rotax Micro heat of the day. And he drops down to P5. So through goes Behrman, through goes Farrow, Rolfe and Smith. Rolfe's been overtaken by Smith, so Lucian Smith up into 3rd place. But now it's Sebastian Behrman leading Arthur Farrow. What a story this could be if Arthur Farrow from P9 on the grid is able to take the race win here in Heat 2. He's still got to get past the incredibly quick Sebastian Behrman though. Oh, I've just noticed on the finishing order from race 1, I'm pretty sure on the road, Sebastian Behrmann was either in second or third place. However, race 1, disqualification for Sebastian Behrmann. That will not only give him few points from race 1, that'll give him a whole whopping 0 points from race number 1. That's going to mean, even if he does get the win here in Heat 2, he's going to be really far down the order for the final. And both Behrmann and now Charlie Page, after having this difficult race, are going to be battling it through the order in the final later on today. It's going to be an exciting one, ladies and gentlemen. You want to make sure you're here for that one. Now, timer ticking towards 0. I think you might just see the final lap board here. Yes, last lap board does come up on the left-hand side, but not on the main digi-flag. So hopefully the drivers would have seen that. But Sebastian Behrmann leads us on to the last 1,128 metres of this Rotax Micro Heat number 2, if I can get my words out. I'm so sorry to the Water Swifts yet again. We haven't had time to watch your racing action. It's Ronnie Kempson who leads us on to the last lap for them. Just behind him, Reggie Chandler, Finley Bedford, Cody Vertigan, Max Dunn and Ollie Doyle. That's how it's looking for the Miami Water Swifts. Move for second place. Jack's Motorsport driver moves into second. That's Lucian Smith through on Arthur Farrow. And that gives the Jack's Motorsport team a 1-2 here in the Rotax Micros as they fly around the last couple of corners. It will be Sebastian Behrmann DSQ in race 1, but it should be a win here in race number 2. Lucian Smith, his teammate, follows him across the line in second place, with Arthur Farrow 9th to 3rd in heat number 2. He should still be very happy with that one. Logan Rolfe and Dimitar Uzanov round out the top 5. What a start it was from Uzanov to steal away the lead at the first corner from the second row of the grid. You don't see that very often with rolling starts, but impressive jump at the line for Dimitar Uzanov. However, just didn't quite have the pace of the drivers at the front. Got shuffled out wide, and that bit of off-track excursion meant he dropped to P5. But still some great points nonetheless for Dimitar. Chloe McGill was just outside of the top 5 there in 6th place, with Darren Dimitrov, P7, fastest driver out there on circuit, and he got that fastest lap on the last lap. Harry Knight, Dewey Hockridge and Charlie Page were your top 10. Then Lewis Herbertson, James Devereaux, Roger Gockelnath, Albert Farrow, Oliver Dawson, Jensen Darlow, Daniel Hulse, your top-rated novice there in 17th, then Travis Giddings and Edison Burrows, 19 finishers in the Rotax Micros because we lost Teddy Higgs back on the first lap of the race. Then your finishing order for the Army Water Swifts. It was a win for Ronnie Kempson, Reggie Chandler in second place, Finley Bedford in third, then Cody Vertigan, Max Dunn and Ollie Doyle. 25 finishers in that race, 19 of which being Rotax Micros, 6 of which being Army Water Swift Restricted. But nose cone watches on for the top drivers then in the Rotax Micros. And the next time that we see all of our youngest drivers here for round 5 of the Varstar Whilton Mill Kart Club will be for their final later on this afternoon. So they get a nice little break now for a bit of recuperation and getting some fluids back on board as, oh dear, Lucian Smith, second place on the road, but he's got himself a front fairing penalty. That'll drop him out of the top 3, and if it is 5 seconds, that is going to be a P7 finish for Lucian Smith. Still some good points, but he fought hard for that second place. He's going to be gutted about that. Well, Army Water Swift Restricted and Rotax Micros are done and dusted for their heats today. It'll be Heat 2 for Water Swift Inters and Rotax Minis coming out next. Well then, as I mentioned, the slightly older brothers and sisters of the Water Swift Restricted and the Rotax Micros out next. It's the Water Swift Inters and the Rotax Minis. Their second heat of the day. Again, another split grid, 2 different classes on the grid again for this one because you've got so many Rotaxes, but only a handful of Water Swift drivers. They're just waiting in the dummy grid at the moment, and they're waiting to get the green light to go out on track. I think they just have got it. So let's see if we can run you through the grid then. For this second heat of the day. We'll start off with the Rotax Minis, and that is Sebastian Clark and Theo Bradshaw on the front row of the grid. Leo Livingston and Alfie Warder on row 2, with Max Wheatley and Ryan Townsend on row 3. Devon Taylor and Finley Hines on row 4, with Benjamin Lawn and Cody Lepetrel on row 5. Akil Nan-Guianon and Lucas Esser are on row 6. Then row 7 sees Warwick Milam and Ayrton Rye. Then it's Hayden Fisher and Ruben Jenkins on row 8, with Daniel Wisnauskas and Oliver Barton on row number 9. Rounding out the top 20 are Nathan Rond and Connor J. Winfield. Then it's George Fountain and Nathan Edwards, followed by Harper Das and Layla Bell. Arthur Brooker and Jack Baker are on row 13, with Edward Haynes in 27th. Now I'm trying to spot where it changes over. It is 28th. Jonty Restic is your pole sitter in Iami Water Swift Intermediates. Then it's Alfie Taylor and Jensen Ackerman there running up the top 30 and the top 3 on the grid by Iamis. Then Enzo Butterazzi, Simeon Stone, Xavier Fonge and Harry Davidson. Your 34 karts, sorry Harry, it's Harry Davison, not Harry Davidson, my apologies. Getting you confused with Alfie Davidson, who also races in a similar class as well. Well, Harry's there at the back of the grid for the Iami Water Swift Intermediates. We're doing pretty well on race start so far today. Only a couple of times we've seen that chevron flag, and it's not going to be another one in this one. Rotax Minis lead us to a good race start, and there you can see in your little split screen the race start happening for the Water Swift Inters as well. All close up at the front of the order into Christmas Corner for the Rotaxes, and off go our Iami Water Swifts. Good start from the pole sitter there as Jonty Restrick presses on the number 67. All a bit closer comfort down at Ashby in the mid-pack. 37 there, trying to hang it around the outside. That's Nathan Rond, I think, going side by side with Ruben Jenkins. Trying to make up as many places on this first lap, while still being safe and considerate of the drivers around you, because you want to make up some places. That's a huge whack of the curb there for the 22 of Rayan Townsend. Rayan misjudged that corner somewhat, lost the momentum out of the corner, had to move it to the inside to defend into the first corner there, and Rayan's having to do that again up to Christmas, but not enough. Down the inside goes Finley Hines. Rayan reopened the opportunity there late on, and the opportunity was grabbed with both hands by Finley Hines as he jumps him to the top 6. His teammate, the 85 of Benjamin Lawn, follows him through, so 2 Coles Racing drivers picking up a free place there. Max Wheatley now sneaks through on Benjamin Lawn. In behind, the Sodi driver of Warwick Milam gets through as well. It's all kicking off down that bottom end of the top 10. And that's allowing for the top 5 to start to scamper off already. So end of lap number 2. Theo Bradshaw still leading the way. Behind him, Sebastian Clark, Leo Livings, Devin Taylor and Alfie Ward. Then about a second gap back to that following pack, now headed up by Finley Hines. Move still going on though. Rayan Townsend still under a lot of pressure. That was 11th place of Cody Lepetrel trying to find a way through on Rayan Townsend. Hold on a second. We've got Synergy, leading Synergy, who's ahead of Synergy, and then Synergy once again. The top 4 in this race at the moment. Theo Bradshaw, then Sebastian Clark, Leo Livings and Devin Taylor. All 4 drivers fully synergied up. So you could say that team pretty dominant here in the Rotax Minis here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. In behind though, I will say I was expecting for Finley Hines to lead a bit of a charge here towards these top 5, but it's not happening. As there, back through goes the 22 of Rayan Townsend. So Warwick Milam relegated back to P10 once again, and he's now under pressure from the drivers in behind. Down the inside goes the 88 of Cody Lepetrel, weighted nicely. He'll have the inside then as they head into the left of Wilkins, and they'll have it done. But Ogiers opens up another opportunity for the re-overtake from Warwick Milam. He's going to want to try and get himself back into that top 10 as soon as possible, but that is certainly easier said than done. Blocking there through the final few corners, that's Finley Hines. Trying to fend off the 12 of Max Wheatley and his teammate, the 85 of Benjamin Lawn. Oh dear, Warwick Milam slipped back through that second part of that lap. Not only did he lose out to the top 10 to Cody Lepetrel, Akil Nan-Guianon, Hayden Fisher and Daniel Wisnauskas all slipped through as well. Warwick Milam slipping down to 14th place then. He is a very quick pedaler down at the Forest Edge Kart Club. He's been quick so far today, but just losing out to a bit of negative momentum there for Warwick Milam. Someone was off there down at Ashby. Saw the yellow flags there and a driver rejoining. Hopefully that's not someone losing a whole heap of positions, but we're keeping our eye on this battle. Sixth place back at the moment is this battle. Finley Hines, Max Wheatley, Benjamin Lawn, and now the 22 of Rayan Townsend. Rayan had a bit of a shocker in the first heat. It didn't go Rayan's way. This one, though, I thought it was going the same way. Rayan was slipping back ever so slightly, made a couple of mistakes. But now, as Rayan has come into their own a bit and is pressing on nicely, making up a few places. Now that's the 23 who is off of the circuit. That's Xavier Fonge on the Army Water Swifts, who is out of this race then. Move down into the final couple of corners. A bit of contact made. Up and under, though, goes Max Wheatley, and he forces the door open of Finley Hines. And Finley Hines has no answer to that one. There was a bit of aggressive argy-bargy there into the boot. But at the end of the day, door was forced open by Max Wheatley. And through he goes into P6. And now, under pressure, is Finley Hines once again. Up into Christmas corner. Through goes Rayan Townsend. Rayan showing some great pace in this second heat of the day. And as I mentioned, is pressing on nicely. And now, bit of deja vu here. The Coles Racing teammates line astern once more. This time for 8th and 9th place. They need to be a bit careful though. Dive down the inside for Benjamin Lawn and to the boot. It doesn't quite work out though, and Cody LePetrel is there, ready and waiting to pick up the pieces. The 28 of Akil Nangiano not far behind either. Then Hayden Fisher, Warwick Mile and Daniel Wisnauskas all close in behind. But Max Wheatley, I said, he is so dominant at Rye House, ridiculously dominant in the Rotax Minis. He's showing a bit of dominance here today though. He can't quite get to the sharp end of the order, but that lap time lays down the law from Max Wheatley. 49.28 on the last lap. He's got a good 3 seconds ahead of him to Devon Taylor and Alfie Ward, who are at the back of that leading train. And with only a minute and a half to go, I feel as though that might be a little bit too little too late for Max Wheatley. But showing what he can do, ready for the final this afternoon. Still the Synergy train at the front of the order. Leo Livings looking potentially a little bit faster than Sebastian Clark. And those two have broken away ever so slightly from those three in behind them. Both Clark and Livings in the 49.3s on the last lap. Drivers behind though, Devon Taylor on a 49.4, Theo Bradshaw on a 49.8, and Alfie Ward on a 49.5. So don't get me wrong, still extremely quick, just not quite close enough. Clark continues to hold on to the race lead though at the moment. So it was Theo Bradshaw who took full points from the first race in Rotax Minis. He's going to be finishing at the moment anyway, P4 in this one, and he is actually under a lot of pressure. Here's the move for the lead though. Leo Livings down the inside into Christmas corner, and Leo Livings takes away the lead from his teammate. And now Sebastian Clark's also under a bit of pressure from Devon Taylor, I saw in the background as well. Alfie Ward has snuck through on Theo Bradshaw. So Theo Bradshaw now relegated into P5. And finally, someone who isn't part of the Synergy team is up into the top 4. Timer has hit 0, and now it looks as though Theo Bradshaw will be getting a P1 in race 1 and a P5 in race 2, whereas Leo Livings a P2 in the first race of the day, and now looking to be on for a win here in the second heat, and that sets him up for pole position in the final. 1 lap to go then. Leo Livings moves over to defend, but to be honest, doesn't really need to. He's got a nice little bit of breathing room back to Sebastian Clark and Devon Taylor in behind. But no, down the inside goes Sebastian Clark. I'll eat my words, ladies and gentlemen. And Sebastian Clark immediately dives down the inside, and Ashby up and under is going to try Leo Livings, but no, Livings down to third. It's the 14, and they make contact 3 wide on the exit. Over the curb goes the 151 of Sebastian Clark. It's all kicked off. Leo Livings is back to the front of the order. It's Devon Taylor who's now in second place. Alfie Ward's trying to get involved. Alfie Ward side by side into the last couple of corners. It's not going to work. And through goes Leo Livings to take the win. Wow, what a final lap there in the Rotax Minis. Impressive battling between all of them, and it all chopped and changed. Sebastian Clark, I thought, was on for the win there, ends up finishing in 5th place and came across the line at the identical time as Theo Bradshaw. 1.01 seconds off of the lead for both drivers there. Literally a photo finish for 4th place. But wow, it will be Leo Livings, barring any penalties after that race, who's on pole position for the final later on. But at one point there, it didn't look like that was how it was going to finish. It looked as though Alfie Ward might be able to come through and snatch away the win. But it's Leo Livings ahead of Devon Taylor, then Alfie Ward, Theo Bradshaw and Sebastian Clark in your top 5. Max Wheatley finishes in 6th place with Ryan Townsend 7th. Good race from them there, second time of asking. Finley Hines, Cody LaPatrell and Benjamin Lawn were your top 10, followed by Akil Nangirnon, then Warwick Milam, Hayden Fisher. Hold on a second, was that a nose cone for the 77 or the 177 of Alfie Ward? No, okay, I'm being told it wasn't. I think he just stopped for a little bit longer than I was expecting him to. It looks as though all of our top 5 are good to go in terms of penalties. Well, behind Warwick Milam in 12th was Hayden Fisher, Daniel Wisnauskas, Jack Baker, George Fountain, Ayrton Ryan, Nathan Ron, Ruben Jenkins and Oliver Barton, your top 20. Behind them, Nathan Edwards, Harper Das, Connor J. Winfield, Layla Bell and Lucas Esser, the last of your 25 finishers in Rotax Minis. Then it was Jensen Ackerman who took the win in the Iami Water Swiss ahead of John T. Restrick this time. So I think that's a change from heat number 1. Well, I can check because I've literally got them open in front of me. It was Jensen Ackerman who took the win in race 1 as well. So no, I'm wrong. 2 wins out of 2 for Jensen Ackerman. Then he'll line up on pole position, barring any penalties in the final later on. John T. Restrick, 2 second places from 2 as well. Arthur Brooker was there in 28th overall, actually the last finisher in the Rotax Minis. Simeon Stone, 3rd place in the Water Swiss. Then Enzo Bertarazzi, Alfie Taylor and Harry Davison, the last of your finishers there, 32nd overall. The 6th place in the Water Swift Restricted, Water Swift Intermediate, as we lost Xavier Fonge on lap number 5, sadly, for Xavier. But heat number 2 done and dusted then for the Water Swift Inters and the Rotax Minis. We've only got 2 heats left to go before the lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. After the lunch break, we'll still have 2 heats to go for the X30 juniors and seniors. But before that, it's the 3rd heat of the day for the juniors and the seniors of our Rotax classes. And already the juniors are out on track. Right then, Junior Max Heat 3, Group A versus Group C for this one. Joel Dixon Cohen and William Webb on the front row with Will Archer and Harry Freeman on row 2. Then Oliver Smith and Jack Baker. On row number 3, Alice Snow and Charlie Nee, Finley Jones and Devon Nolan round out the top 10 with Thomas Hill and Zach McDonald on row 6 in behind them. Blake Southern and Callum Sims on row 7 with Ethan Hatch, Freddie Leppenwell, Josh Gora and Harry Russell there, row 8 and row 9. Dominic Powerbock and Max Colbert round out the top 10 with Rex Ashley, Michael Dalton, DeJean Bennett and Daniel Gurney down row 11 and row 12. Elliot Foster, Jensen Hinchcliffe, Jonas Januszowskis, Laurie McPhee, Harry Wilch and Oliver Meek are your top 30 with Lachlan Homer, Sava Solonchenko, Lucy Wielden, Thomas Behrman and Lewis Holt, your 35 starters for this Junior Max race. Well, we managed to get through all 35 on the grid then for this last heat of the day for Junior Rotax, and this will settle where we think the grid's going to be for the final. But of course, Group B are going to be watching on, hoping that it all goes wrong for the drivers at the front of the order in this one. Let's get it underway in racing, and Joel Dixon Cohen leads us round the first few corners. Up to Christmas corner, and already a heavy defensive move there for 3rd place of Oliver Smith. Trying to hang it down the inside and hold on to his P3, and I think he's managed to do so. Joel Dixon Cohen already under pressure from Will Archer. That's a late move. Is that William Webb down the inside into Ashby? There's a bit of contact in the background though. One driver in a half spin, but then gets turned back around by another driver. Late move down the inside there. That's the 78 of Harry Freeman, I believe, who's trying to make a move on William Webb. It doesn't work out though. They stay as they were, and off! Is that the leader? They're off! Together goes Joel Dixon Cohen and Will Archer. They're both off. Joel Dixon Cohen, I think, with a lot of damage. He's parked it up at the side of the road, so that will have been a move from Will Archer into the boot that sent them both off of the track. So Oliver Smith, he did a good job defending that third place on lap 1 because it's now become the lead. Wow. That could not have gone worse for both Will Archer and Joel Dixon Cohen. Will Archer has been able to carry on. He's right at the back of the order. There he is coming through a shot down into Ashby, but Joel Dixon Cohen has had to park it up, and Joel Dixon Cohen will be going no further. There he is, walking to the marshal's post. Gutted for Joel Dixon Cohen. He's been looking so fast throughout today's racing. We didn't see what ended up happening there, but either way, he's out of the race. Down to Ashby they come then. A couple of drivers getting it a little bit slidey on that exit curb off of Boxing Day. Just getting a little bit too far over it, touching the quite dusty and dry grass at the moment, losing that grip on the rear left tyre and doing a good job to just hold on to it. Still a yellow flag into the boot section as we still got the stricken kart of Joel Dixon Cohen there on the inside of the second apex. But top 6, so now top 7 it is Linus Cern as Jack Baker joins the back of this pack, and Devon Nolan in 8th place, not far off either. He now takes the fastest lap of the race. Could be a move for second place, though. It is going to be a move for second place. Down the inside goes Harry Freeman on William Webb. Relegates the 899 to P3, and that gives a little bit of breathing room once again to Oliver Smith. There goes Thomas Hill down the inside into Ashby. He's moved his way into P5, that is, through on Finley Jones. William Webb losing another place, though. Through now goes Charlie Neve into the top 3. And Thomas Hill, is that him under pressure? No, that's him going around the outside of Finley Jones into the boot. Impressive overtaking manoeuvres from Thomas Hill on this last lap. And he now takes 5th place for himself. William Webb ahead, also bit of negative momentum him over the last few laps. Defending for the lead though into Christmas corner. Harry Freeman trying to find a way through on Oliver Smith. Can't force the door open this time. Can he do it down at Ashby though? Yes, he can. Forces his way through, and Charlie Neve is going to try and follow him as well. Charlie Neve might even go for the race lead here. Round the outside into Wilkins. Can he do it? Yes, he can. Unbelievable move there from Charlie Neve, and he goes from 3rd to 1st in less than 1 lap. Wow, amazing, opportunistic move there from Charlie Neve. The room had to be given on the outside from Harry Freeman. It was great racing from the both of them. But Charlie Neve hangs it the long way around and takes the lead for himself. But for how much longer? Already pressuring into Christmas corner is the 78 Harry Freeman. When we look back to the drivers in behind, 77, 54 and 899. That's Webb back round the outside. Reed takes a place for himself. It's Jack Baker at the front now ahead of William Webb. It was Devon Nolan on the 54 who initially got through on William Webb, but then was overtaken there through the middle section. Thomas Behrman, though, again getting fastest laps, again having to fight through from the bottom end of the order. Harry Freeman retakes the lead, though, into the boot, and through follows Oliver Smith. So in the blink of an eye, Charlie Neve slips back down to 3rd place yet again. So, of course, Thomas Behrman with a difficult qualifying is basically doing a last to first challenge in every race today. He started way down the order in this junior Rotax heat once again. 34th to 18th so far for Thomas Behrman. Here are your leaders, though. Bit of breathing room given to your newly appointed race leader of Harry Freeman. Oliver Smith fending off from Charlie Neve in 2nd place. And Thomas Hill now getting involved as well there in P4. And Jack Baker, he's always been there and thereabouts in recent times here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. A feisty racer is Jack Baker. And I'm hoping he gets his Gets his elbows out, sharpens his teeth, ready for a bit of battle at the front here into the last couple of minutes. Bit of defence there for the 31 of Callum Sims. He's holding on to that last place in the top 10. It's Ellis Snow and Josh Gora who are trying to find a way through. Move in behind them though. That was a KR Sport driver making up a place. Potentially Thomas Behrman getting through on Michael Dalton in the background there. That just shows how close he really is to the leading battles. He's less than 5 seconds off of the lead. Sadly, he's got quite a few drivers in between himself and that lead at the moment. Minute and a half left to go on the clock in this last heat of the day for Junior Rotax. Since getting to the front though, Harry Freeman has been impressive. There's a move down the inside. Rex Ashley getting done by Thomas Behrman as Behrman continues to press his way through the order. He's now in P13. And he's got unluckier this time that the gaps between drivers aren't quite so substantial as they were in the first heat. Which is very useful for him trying to cut through the order. Contact warning for Ethan Hatch on the number 28. He's in 26th place at the moment. Needs to be a little bit careful. Just ahead of him is Will Archer, still trying to come through the order into 25th after that incident on the first lap with the pole sitter of Joel Dixon Cohen. As there's another fastest lap from Thomas Behrman. 30 seconds on the clock then. Potential for this to be the last lap. But 0.7 of a second separating Freeman, Smith and Hill now. Your top three at the front of the order. And a key bit of information here is they are closing in on a back marker. Will that scupper anything over these last few laps? We'll have to wait and see. We've just seen as well there Thomas Behrman making up another place on Josh Gora. There is your back marker waiting. That's very smart, I believe, from Lachlan Homer, that is. Yeah, very smart from Lachlan Homer. Just parking it on the old circuit, letting the rest of the drivers come through. New fastest lap on the last lap, though, from Will Archer. So no issues caused by the incident earlier on for Will Archer. He's pressing through the order nicely, but I don't think it's going to give him too much back here. Currently in 24th place in the 261. Round the final lap, though, Harry Freeman is leading us through it. And in behind, Oliver Smith under a lot of pressure from Thomas Hill. Hill's going to need a bit of a do-or-die move here, though. Gets sent to the outside into the boot. He's going to have to go for the dive, but that's covered off by Oliver Smith. Harry Freeman will come round the final corner to take maximum points here from Junior Max. Oh, it's last lap now. My apologies. How did I not notice that? We go on to the last lap this time of asking. That's clearly my maths falling by the wayside. I wasn't very good at it back in school. And I assumed from the defending from Oliver Smith that was going to be it, but no. He's got a whole nother lap here to try and fend off from Thomas Hill. Again sends Thomas Hill to the outside down at Ashby, and Thomas Hill's not happy about it at all. Putting his hand up in dismay as to why he's defending so much. We're losing the lead here that was within our grasp. In behind, a bit closer comfort as well, as Charlie Neve dives down the inside of Jack Baker. Takes 4th place, and there's the move from Thomas Hill. Forces his way to the inside there into the boot. Can he get it done? Yes, he can. But it's Harry Freeman who this time comes around the final corner and sees the checkered flag. Number 78 takes the win in the final heat of the day for our Junior Max drivers. And Thomas Hill snatches away P2 at the dying moments for himself. Oliver Smith having to settle for 3rd place, with Charlie Neve getting through on Jack Baker there to secure 4th and 5th respectively. William Webb, Devon Nolan, Finney Jones, Thomas Behrman and Zach McDonald, your top 10. Great to see Thomas Behrman through from, once again, 34th on the grid to P9 in that race. Wow. Impressive stuff from the number 6. Callum Sims, Ellis Snow, Josh Gora, Rex Ashley in behind them just outside of the top 10. Then it was Michael Dalton, Daniel Gurney, Elliot Foster, Harry Russell, Max Colbert and Blake Southern, your top 20, or Blake Southern, sorry Blake. Then DeJean Bennett, Will Archer, Jonas Januszowskis, Lewis Holt, Ethan Hatch, Jensen Hinchcliffe, Lucy Wielden, Laurie McVie, Oliver Meek, Freddie Leppenwell, then Dominic Parabok, Harry Welch, Sava Solonchenko, the last of your 33 finishes. Actually, no, Lachlan Homer did make it to the checkered flag, just like that down there as he let through the rest of the pack. And of course we lost pole sitter Joel Dixon Cohen on the first lap of the race. That is going to scupper his starting position into the finals, and he's got to be a little bit careful because potentially even might send him down into the B final. That would be an upset for the number 167. Well, only one heat left to go today. Oh dear, the 31 getting a nose cone penalty. That's Callum Sims from 11th place. He was finishing 11th on the road in that one, but it's not going to be after the penalty is applied. As I mentioned, though, one heat left to go of this morning's action. I know it's 12:30, but we're going to consider it the morning's action anyway. It will be A versus C groups for Senior Rotax Heat 3 coming up next. Right then, well, as we wait for the Junior Rotax drivers to head back into the pit lane soon, heading out on the track will be our Heat 3 for Senior Max. Now again, this one, Group A versus Group C. So again, if you don't see a driver that you're supporting, they will have already had both their heats in Heat 1 and Heat 2. So Group B, we won't see any of those drivers until we see all of the drivers for Junior Max and Senior Max out a bit later for their B finals and A finals. But I'm just going to take a moment before we go into the last heat before the lunch break. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Last heat of the morning's action, and we're treated to yet another Senior Rotax race. Zaki Hussain and Tyler Harris are on the front row, with Louis Weaver and Spencer Brougham on row 2. Harry Haddam and Ralph Youngling are on row 3, with Harry Blore and Ross Tyler on row number... Oh, sorry, they're on row 4. It was row 3, the previous one. What am I doing? I need some lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Leo LaCastro and Will Forber round up the top 10 on row 5, with Alex Adams-Acton and Mitchell Mulvey on row number 6. Row 7 sees Stefan Kashmashik and Miles Roby, and Dalton Norris and Finley Hayes on row number 8. Dylan Norris and Ryan Hedge are on row number 9, with Zayn Salim and Ben Cook rounding out your top 20. Ewan Hughes and Ronnie Bradley are there on row 11, with Molly Griffiths and Sky Frazier on row 12. Then Theo Stanislaus, Lucas Theo, Molly Pugh, JJ Hind, Robert Harrison and Ben Southgate round out the 30 drivers on the grid for this one. It does look as though we might be missing someone already though. Only 29 have come through the gantry and triggered the timing on that warm-up lap, so we'll have to wait and see. But we've got both race winners so far in this race. Zaki Hussain on pole, Spencer Brougham on P4. Who's going to win this final heat in Senior Rotax though? We're underway and racing already, and Spencer Brougham under pressure already for that P4. Ralph Youngling all over his wheel tracks, and Spencer having to defend up into the Christmas corner. Spencer Brougham has lost 4th place to Harry Haddam. So Haddam's doing to P4, Brougham now defending his P5 as Ralph Youngling gets sent by Ross Tyler in the background down into Ashby as well. Through Sector 2 they come then, all just working themselves out. That's a late move. The precision racing driver of Harry Blore through on the Jax Motorsport driver of Ross Tyler there. So 7th and 8th position swapping on this first lap of the race. But Zaki Hussain with another textbook Zaki Hussain race start here from the pole. Already gaps the rest of the field by nearly half a second and puts himself in for hopefully what he's hoping will be another pretty relaxed race here. He led from pole to flag in his first race of the day in heat number 1 for Senior Rotax. Whereas Spencer Brougham had a very different race in heat number 2, battling through from P4 to the race win. He's going to have to do the same in this one, but he's already dropped a place to P5. Tyler Harris from P2 has slipped to P4 as well. Louis Weaver's made a good start from 3rd to 2nd, and Harry Hannam up from P5 to P3. A great start from him in this one. So the top 4 pretty close together, then 5th and 6th of... top 5 close together, then 6th and 7th in Youngling and Blore pretty close too. Then a bit of a gap back to this pack, now headed up by Alex Adams-Acton. And behind them, Ross Tyler, Will Forber, Leo LaCastro, Mitchell Mulvey, Stefan Kasprzyk, Miles Roby, Dylan Norris and Dalton Norris, all in one big long train. Moves galore though, down the inside goes the 155 of Mitchell Mulvey on the 177 of Leo LaCastro. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Mitchell Mulvey got in a bit of an incident in his first race. I think that was in Heat 2 with another driver. It was Mitchell Mulvey, wasn't it, that went down the inside into the final sector. That was on Ralph Youngling. Both of them went spinning off of the circuit. So both of them looking to gain a good few points in this one and make up for that poor finish in their first heats of the day. But Zaki Hussein pressing on nicely already. 1.6 seconds the gap already. And T2 of Harry Hannum is defending. Round the outside goes Spencer Brom, but can't quite hang it around and take third place. But now he's going to lose a bit of momentum. Drivers in behind diving through. That's... oh! Contact! Harry Blore makes contact with the back of Ralph Youngling's car. Now, will that have caused an issue for Ralph Youngling? That was a proper clatter onto Ralph Youngling's engine there. Let's keep an eye on him and see if that engine gives up the ghost at all. Spencer Brom is going side by side with Harry Hannum now for second place. No, it's for third place, sorry. Is it Harry Hannum? It might be Tyler Harris. It is Tyler Harris, my apologies. Tyler Harris and Spencer Brom going at it for third place. They've now got Ralph Youngling behind as he checks down his engine. Hopefully it's not too all skew whiff here and he can get to the end of this race. That all kicked off in the mid-pack. Harry Blore has lost 4 positions because of that one. He's dropped outside of the top 10 now to 11th place. So it all kicks off as we close in towards the midpoint of this race. Just over 4 minutes left to go. And all that defending from Harry Hannum, all that battling in behind, has been the perfect opportunity for Zaki Hussein to press on in the lead. There's the move for third though. Spencer Brom down the inside into the boot. He takes P3 for himself. But Zaki Hussein, can anyone get close to Zaki Hussein today? Almost 4 seconds now the gap in the lead of the race, and we've only just clocked over half race distance. Hannum now in a bit of no man's land. But with the pace that Brom has showed us through the rest of this one, I'll be expecting to see him close down that gap to P2. Tyler Harris is behind in P4. Then Ralph Youngling still with them, so it doesn't look as though that bit of contact between Harry Blore and Ralph Youngling has caused too much of an issue for Ralph Youngling. He's still on the pace, he's still battling in there well. And now in behind, Louis Weaver and Alex Adams-Acton have closed back in. Then a bit of a gap back to Ross Tyler, Will Forber, Stefan Kasprzyk, Harry Blore in the middle of that gaggle. Then Leo LaCastro, Mitchell Mulvey, Dylan Norris, Miles Roby, Dalton Norris and Molly Griffiths. There's the move down the inside for the 67 of Louis Weaver. Through on Ralph Youngling then, and maybe it has caused an issue for Ralph Youngling as he's now getting sent. Tries to get through, does Alex Adams-Acton. It doesn't work, and that radiator is definitely loose, I'm getting told in my ear, and I very much agree. I thought it was quite the wallop onto Ralph Youngling's car. I thought it must have caused some sort of damage, and I think it definitely has. Potentially, if that radiator's got a bit of damage, it might not be working all too well, and we might see an engine blow up during this race. We'll have to wait and see. Purely speculation at the moment, and he's only lost 1 place, to be fair to Ralph Youngling. Still there in 6th at the moment. We're getting a nice view of the radiator now, and yeah, look how skew whiff it is. It's wobbling around there on that kart chassis, and that won't be doing it any sort of good here. But he's still putting up some great defensive moves here, is Ralph Youngling, but he's definitely down on power here as he's under pressure from Alex Adams-Acton. Alex trying to find a way through but can't quite do so, and now he's under pressure from the 82 of Will Forber in behind. Will Forber thinking down the inside into the boot and does get it done. Will Forber not waiting around for Adams-Acton to get a move done, and now Adams-Acton under pressure from his teammate. But look at that opportunistic move from Harry Blore. Sees him take away 9th place from Ross Tyler. Zaki Hussein, does he realise he's 4.5 seconds in the lead? Mate, you don't need to be doing fastest laps, but he's still putting them in with a 46.06. Late move down the inside from Blore. More contact made from Blore with his own overtakes into the side of Alex Adams-Acton, who drops to the back of this pack now. I think Ross Tyler's made good of that. Yes, he has. He's moved ahead of all those 3 drivers. And now, squabbling here with the 155, that is. That's Mitchell Mulvey getting involved. So those two, I think, are battling over 7th or 8th place now. As this is the 199 of Harry Hannum with Spencer Broham right in his wheel tracks. Spencer Broham looking to get a P2. So that'll be a first and a first for Zaki Hussein and a first and a second for Spencer Broham. And realistically, we need Broham starting side by side with Hussein for anyone to bring the battle to him in the final, with now nearly a 5-second gap in the lead of the race. Ridiculous. As Broham tried everything he can here to get through on Hannum, but it's not quite worked out. It's lost him a bit of time, and he checks over the shoulder. He sees Tyler Harris is right there trying to get involved as well, so he knows. Spencer knows he can't leave anything on the table here. It needs to be a committed move. He needs to get the move done on the Jack Tex Racing driver because he leaves a little bit of space here, lets him get back through. He loses momentum, and Tyler Harris will be right there to pick up the pieces. Less than 10 seconds left to go on the timing screen, but of course Zaki Hussein went through quite a while ago. This will be the penultimate lap of the race. Here comes Tyler Harris down the inside. Spencer tries to fend off round the outside, loses that momentum though and drops out of the top 3. So like we said there, he didn't grasp the opportunity first time of asking in the attempt of the move on Harry Hannum, and that now sees him lose 3rd place to Tyler Harris. He now checks over his shoulder. He's got Louis Weaver for company in 5th place. Zaki Hussein comes around the final corner there. We just catch him as he comes through the bottom of your shot. And Zaki Hussein starts the final lap of this race. He has been absolutely untouchable so far today here at round number 5 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. But the battle still on for 2nd place. Great bit of camera work here from our Alpha Live Productions crew to transition back to that 2nd gaggle. But it looks like Harry Hannum might just have that bit of a gap that he needs here and not need to defend. He does still defend to the inside though. That's going to lose him a bit of time. Now Tyler Harris is all over the back of him. Now opportunities round the outside goes Spencer Broham. He's going to get chucked onto the grass though. He loses a place. Down the inside goes to 67, but he's now off. Louis Weaver makes up a place, immediately loses it. Same with Spencer Broham. Here comes Zaki Hussein though, round the final corner, and Zaki Hussein takes yet another win in Senior Rotax. Who is going to be in 2nd place though? I think it will be Harry Hannum. Tyler Harris in 3rd, Spencer Broham in 4th, Louis Weaver in 5th. Well then, yet again today, if you'd just been watching the timing, you wouldn't have had a clue how crazy that last lap was at the sharp end of the order in Senior Rotax, but somehow it all stays as it was. And Spencer Broham has to settle for a 4th place there. I do think he will just about still be on the front row for the final. But who can bring the fight to Zaki Hussein in that 10 minutes plus a lap final later on today? My goodness. Tyler Harris, as I said, finished in P3. Spencer Broham, Louis Weaver, your top 5. Then Ralph Youngling, Will Forber, Harry Bohr, Leo Lacastro and Ross Tyler, your top 10. Then Alex Adams-Acton, Mitchell Mulvey, Stefan Kachmasick, Dylan Norris, Dalton Norris, Miles Roby, Ben Southgate, Molly Griffiths, Zane Salim, Ronnie Bradley, your top 20. Then Ronnie Bradley, your top 20. Then Molly Pugh, 21st. Finley Hayes, Lucas Theo, Ewan Hughes, Ryan Hedge, JJ Hines, Sky Parker, Theo Stanislas, and Ben Cook. All 29. Did I say the wrong name there? Oh, sorry, I said Sky Parker. I meant Sky Fraser. Sorry to the 966. I am overheating in this office and I'm extremely hungry, so apologies if I've got your names wrong there. But all 29 drivers there in the Senior Rotax Heat number 3 started the race, managed to make it to the finish, and that's always good to see. But we're pretty much done and dusted for the heats then. We've only got 2 more left to come, which is of course our X30 juniors and X30 seniors, but we'll be seeing them after the lunch break. And once those 2 heats are done and dusted, we'll go on to the B finals for the junior and senior Rotaxes, and then on to the proper finals to finish off the day. And that's where the drivers get those all-important extra points for the finals, and they get to take a nice little trophy home with them as well for their achievements. So make sure you're sticking around for the rest of today, folks. We're going to be going for around 40 minutes for a lunch break now, but keep the stream open, keep watching. And we'll be back for those final heats and the finals later on this afternoon. A big shout out to all of the Alpha Live production crews here and all the camera guys out on circuit at the moment doing a smashing job as always. Everyone who's here at Whilton Mill that makes the events possible, whether that be marshals, ambulance crew, people in the office, whatever you're doing out there, thank you for being here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club and making it such a fantastic event. And thank you to you, all of the viewers at home, for tuning in and watching all of the races unfold so far. They have been spectacular, I can't lie. Now, I personally need a little bit of time to relax, try and get my voice back and get replenished myself in terms of some liquid and some food, and the drivers, I imagine, will be doing that all as well. So as I say, 40 minutes of lunch break to come, and then we'll be back for the last race of the day. It's sure to be very exciting. Don't go anywhere. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Whilton Mill Kart Circuit. Once again, we're here for round 5 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club in 2024. I hope you're all nicely rested after that lunch break and ready to crack on with some more racing here at Whilton Mill. As you can see, the drivers are getting ready for that first race of the day post-lunch break, and that is going to be the second heat for Junior X30. Well, the first race we had earlier on today was a very exciting one. What a run through the order it was from Alex Wiley, up 4 spots, 5th on the grid. Ended up the first heat in P1. That's exactly where he wants to be. However, obviously, for heat number 2, we'll be going back to the same starting grid as it had for heat 1 because it's done off of the qualifying times from yesterday. So we'll have to do it all again if he wants to try and get another race win of this and set himself up for a good front row start in the final later on today. Hope you've been enjoying the action so far. I think we've been treated to some very good racing here today for round number 5. And long may that continue. As I mentioned before lunch, we've got 2 more heats to crack on with. As I say, Junior X30 being the first one of those. Then it'll be their slightly older brothers and sisters, the Senior X30s, for their last heat of the day. Then after that, it'll be on to the B finals for the juniors and seniors in Rotax. And then we'll go through one class every single time after that to cap off the day with the all-important finals, where you get way more points and, of course, a trophy to take home as well. There is Mr. Josh East looking fly and dapper as ever. I don't know if he can hear me. He'd probably turn around another wave if he could. He's deeply in his social media on his phone, and also I think the PA has possibly been turned off, so that's maybe why he's not turning around. And probably the best, actually. I don't know what hand gestures Josh East might come out with, so probably best we just cut away from him as soon as possible. But Heat 2 for Junior X30 coming up very shortly. Just as you can see the marshals heading back out onto their marshal post, so we'll be good to go pretty shortly. Now, to remind you, from the qualifying in Junior X30, the front 2 on the grid, Alex Dodds on pole, Macaulay Guy on 2nd place. In qualifying, they were only separated by 1/100th of a second. Barely put a piece of paper in between them as they crossed the line to finish off their fastest laps of the session in that qualifying session. And it certainly turned into some good racing as well. Sebastian Dew from 3rd getting involved. Alex Wiley, of course, starting in 5th place. And a few other ones having some good battles throughout the order as well. 22 karts will be taking to the circuit once again. And sure to make some more good racing. Now, I best jump in the chat and ask for the PA to be turned back on again. But hopefully we'll be going to some racing relatively shortly. It looks as though all the drivers are raring and ready to go, chilling in the dummy good at the moment and soaking up a bit of sunshine. Well, there we go then. As if by magic, it's almost like they can hear me, although I know they can't because the PA's not on. We're out on track. Junior X30 heat number 2. They'll, of course, have their warm-up lap to get tyres up to temperature, to get themselves back in the zone after a bit of a break. Let's run you through the grid then for Heat 2 of Junior X30. As I mentioned, Alex Dodds and Macaulay Guy, 100 separating them in qualifying. Let's see if they can be separated by just as much out in this race. Sebastian Dew and Joshua Byrne are on row 2 with Alex Wiley, your Heat 1 winner. There alongside Harrison Leach on row 3. Row 40 is James Harris and Jax Mower. Then it's Charlie Blenkinsop and Katie Donaldson, Finley Allen and Max Cooper there on row 5 and 6. Then row 7 as Jacob Marples and Dylan Masters. Then Spencer Allen and Daniel Samir. Max Wright and Noah Goodfellow are on row number 9. I'm just checking on the camera in the background. Yeah, they're going round again, so we can chill out. Thomas Hodge and Harry Khalil there round out the top 20 on row 10. With Isabel Banks and Charlie Phil. 22 drivers, as I mentioned, on the grid for this one. And they carry on round for another cheeky lap to try and get as much warmth into those tyres as possible. You'll already see, though, we're not even really at 2 o'clock yet, and it has clouded over ever so slightly. I was saying, it's only 2 o'clock, so we're not losing light because of the sun going down. I think it's simply we've got a little bit more cloud cover than we did this morning. That's going to mean slightly lower temperatures than what we had this morning. Maybe a little bit easier on the tyres, maybe a little bit easier on the drivers as well. But we'll wait and see how this one all plays out. So in that first heat earlier on this morning, It was Wiley who took the win, Alex Dodds in second, Macaulay Guy third, Sebastian Dew fourth, and Harrison Leach in fifth place. Let's see if it ends similarly in this one, or whether some different drivers come to the fore as they set the grid for their final later on. Side by side are Macaulay Guy and Alex Dodds. Dodds takes the lead immediately in the first quarter, and again Sebastian Dew slips through and takes second place away from Macaulay Guy. He's looking to the inside there up at Christmas corner. That would have been a bold one from Sebastian Dew, but he can't quite find the gap. Oh no, two drivers off on the exit of Christmas corner. The 77 of Katie Donaldson and the 27 of Charlie Blenkinsop are the two drivers off up at Christmas. Back through to second goes Macaulay Guy, but immediately attempts to re-overtake to Sebastian Dew, and he's not happy about that one at all. He feels he was chopped to the inside there and forced to make the contact. Macaulay Guy will feel, I was far enough ahead there to close the door. Well, we'll leave that one up to the stewards. The driver nearly spinning and does spin. Knocks another driver off of the circuit as well as they go for their own little rotation at the end of lap number one. Who's that dropping down the order? It's Joshua Byrne and Jacob Marples, I think it was, who were in that little spin. Joshua Byrne gets underway back in 19th place. And there comes Jacob Marples across the line after the spin, after they were forced out wide. Let's see if Blenkinsop and Donaldson have rejoined the pack as well, or whether they are totally out of this race. One of them is. The 27 of Blenkinsop is definitely out of this race. We'll see if Donaldson comes around over the timing line or not. But we look back to the action then. One of the Tim Wilson Motorsport drivers leading this train into the boot. And this will be around 6th or 7th place. Is this potentially Finley Allen on the 14? Yes, it is Finley Allen on the 14 who's leading that secondary group. But some slight gaps forming between the front runners as well, with an interesting start to the race, but already the 98 of Sebastian Dew has pretty much closed back up to the rear bumper of Macaulay Guy. I think Alex Wiley is going to have a bit more of a difficult race here if he wants to take win 2 of 2 from today's action, as Alex Dodds already pressing on ahead really nicely in the lead. And the last lap, it was just over a second, the gap between Alex Dodds in the lead and Macaulay Guy in second place. I have a feeling, though, that might have extended somewhat. We'll see what it is when they come to finish this lap. There's Jack Moe on the 23, defending from the 89 of James Harris. That's the battle for 5th on your screen at the moment. And, hey, I'm telling Porkies, ladies and gentlemen, the gap has closed. Macaulay Guy now only 8/10 off of the back of Alex Dodds, and it's Alex Wiley at the back of the train that yet again takes another fastest lap of the race. So Macaulay Guy, Sebastian Dew and Alex Wiley all faster than Alex Dodds in the lead of the race on that last lap. So really, if they're wanting to take away that lead during this race, early on in this one, we need a bit of working together here between Guy, Dew and Wiley. Of course, all will be feeling that the lead of the race is rightfully theirs. But a truce may be the best option for now anyway in this one as we close towards almost half race distance. Who's off down at Oblivion? Someone has not made it round. As you see them walking to the nearest marshal post, getting themselves out of harm's way, but it's one of the Birrell ART carts. It's Charlie Philp on the number 52, it seems, who is out of this race. There's a move down the inside. Macaulay Guy slipped back to 4th place. Dew's into 2nd, and Wiley is through into 3rd now. So that must have been at Christmas corner when Sebastian Dew slipped through, and Alex Wiley has gone through as well down at Ashby. So I just said maybe a truce is the right idea for now. Well, they didn't listen to me, and they've all chopped and changed throughout lap number 5. 4 minutes left to go on the clock now, officially at half race distance. Sebastian Dew, though, in 2nd place, is now the one with the fastest lap, though. 46.79. As now, he might be overtaken, though. Wiley down the inside. Blocks nicely to the mid part of the track on the exit. And that should see him hold on to the position. I thought for a second there I might be eating my words as Dew looked very quick off of the corner. Potential for an overtake down the inside, but he thinks better of it. And at the moment, in terms of pace in this race anyway, they are now seemingly the right way round. Of course, Wiley taking that win in heat number 1. You back him to be the one to take the fight to Alex Dodds, but that bit of scrapping between them has allowed for Alex to extend the lead ever so slightly once again, back up to 9/10 of a second now between the two Alexes at the sharp end of the order. Here's the battle for 5th place, still Jack Mowat ahead of James Harris for the moment. James has been close, but not quite close enough over the last few laps. And the longer they wait, the less time he has to make a move, and also the more time that they're putting between themselves and those top 4. They've also got to think about some drivers in behind as well. Harrison Leach does seem to be closing them down. Here's a scrap in behind as well. Actually, the following scrap headed up by Max Cooper, followed by Max Wright and Daniel Samir. Got two Alexes now about to battle over the lead. We've got two Maxes here battling over 8th place. And Max Cooper, your top-rated novice in the Junior X30 class in this one. 8th place overall. Very impressive. Now, don't forget, just because someone's on a novice plate doesn't mean that they don't ever kart, they don't know what they're doing. It simply means that they've not done enough races at the Whilton Mill Kart Club specifically to have lost their novice plate. So you could see a driver who's been winning all sorts of other championships come to Whilton Mill Kart Club, and if it's their first round, they'll be using a novice plate, no matter how successful they've been elsewhere. I got that one wrong a few times when I started. When I saw novices winning race, I was like, oh my goodness, I can't believe he's done so well. Oh, he's won like 3 championships elsewhere. Sorry, my apologies. Alex Wiley, though, new fastest lap of the race once again, 46.55. But the gap between himself and Alex Dodds is relatively stagnant at the moment. Still 3/4 of a second. And they're not really dropping Sebastian Dew and Macaulay Guy either. Alex needs to put a bit of a gap between himself and Dew and Guy and behind here if he wants an opportunity to just fight Alex Dodds alone. And look at this then. I said that the 79er Harrison Leach might be closing somewhat, and he has. He closed right back up to the back of these 3 now. So now James Harris finds himself in a bit of a sandwich. He's got 2 crop promotion cars, one in front and one behind. Still chasing Jack Mowat. And now he's got Harrison Leach chasing him down as well. Another fastest lap from Alex Wiley. That gap now less than half a second between the two Alexes. As we've said so many times today, though, it's one thing catching someone, it's another thing getting past. Well, there's someone getting past. Macaulay Guy makes the move for 3rd. Through he goes on Sebastian Dew, repaying the favour from a good few laps ago now. As there we go, immediate repaying of the favour from Sebastian Dew. Back down the inside he goes into the boot, and this plays into Alex Wiley's hands perfectly. Look at the gap that's now formed between Wiley and then Dew and Guy. Over a second now between those two, and the gap between the leader and second place, 4/10 of a second. Timer has hit 0 though, so this is the penultimate lap of this Junior X30 heat number 2. And drivers with issues earlier coming back through the field nicely. Jacob Marples are back up to P17 now, which is good to see. Move down the inside from the 28 is that. Makes the move stick. That's Jacob Marples, who I was just talking about. Well done, camera. Another camera crew here at Alpha Live. Spotted that one as Jacob Marples gets John Harry Khalil for 16th place. Here are your leaders, though. On to the final lap they go. And actually, Alex Dodds was ever so slightly faster on that last lap. So he's finding a bit of second wind here, and this could prove very, very interesting. Now, I need to remind myself, where did the other Alex? Okay, interesting. So race 1, Alex Wiley did beat Alex Dodds, but Alex Dodds was in P2. So this will be really interesting. If they both get a first and a second, it'll then go to fastest lap, which that's going to be a challenging one to work out. It was Alex Wiley in the first heat of the day, and it's Alex Wiley in this one. So it would still be Alex Wiley taking pole position. Well, here they come then. Dodds leads us around the final corner. It'll be a run to the line, but it will be Alex Dodds who takes the win. Oh, Dew is off at the final corner there. Macaulay Guy is going to retake the place. And yes, Sebastian Dew not happy about that one. We didn't see how that one played out. But either way, suddenly you saw Sebastian Dew cutting across the grass there at the final corner. He drops to fourth. Oh, big off! Oh, that's a huge off! Oh my goodness, I hope that driver is okay. Down into the boot, that was a massive off. I can only imagine we're going to go to red flag for a little while here, ladies and gentlemen. That was a very violent flip there into the final corner. I'm not sure who the driver that was involved in that incident. We saw 2 or 3 drivers coming together there into the boot. That was an incredibly violent flip for that driver. I'm getting told in my ear, it looks like they're all right. They're stood up after that incident. That was quite a scary one. There is the car upside down as you see the other drivers making their way back into Parc Ferme. But not what we want to see to the end of a race. It looks to be potentially Noah Goodfellow, who didn't make it to the checkered flag there, who maybe is the driver off on the number 88. But equally, yeah, sounds as though they may be okay. Let's hope they are. Let's run you through the finishing order for that one then. Still a very exciting Junior X30 race, and that sets us up for a really good little final, particularly against the 2 Alexes. Alex Dodds leads Alex Wiley home this time in the 1-2. Then Macaulay Guy and Sebastian Dew and Jack Mowat, your top 5. Mowat holds on ahead of Leach and Harris. Impressive stuff there. They were in 6th and 7th. Then Max Cooper, Max Wright and Daniel Samir, your top 10. Spencer Allen, Joshua Byrne, Dylan Masters, Jacob Marples. Good run through from him back to 14th, followed by Thomas Hodge, Harry Khalil, Isabel Banks, Finley Allen, Noah Goodfellow, Charlie Filt, and Charlie Blenkensop, of course, and Katie Donaldson. So Charlie Philp, Charlie Blenkensop, and Katie Donaldson we lost throughout that race, and I believe it was Noah Goodfellow on the number 88 who we lost on that final lap. Well then, quite the end of the race, and there is kart number 88, and I can see the driver stood by the kart. My goodness, that was quite the roller coaster ride for Noah Goodfellow, but I'm really, really happy to see that he's seemingly all okay. Probably a little bit shaken from such an incident, but great to see him up and physically all well, and hopefully we'll see him out for the final later on. It's going to be probably a little bit to get that kart back to good running order, but there he is. There is Noah Goodfellow, sat on the tyres beside the circuit. I think just sort of double-checking, everything's still attached. Blimey, that was a big off. But good to see. He's smiling there, conversing there with some other people. And great to see. But there we go. Junior X30 heat number 2 done and dusted. What a way to kick off the action post-lunch break there. As I mentioned before, we've got 1 heat still to come before we then go into the B finals and then the main finals. Up next is going to be heat 2 for our senior X30 drivers. Well then, here we go. Last heat of the day. Senior X30s, I'm sure, will be coming out on track relatively soon. We'll have a bit of a clean-up operation, not only for a few karts that were stranded in the middle of the circuit during that one, but also probably a bit of barrier repair down in Sector 3 as well. But again, Senior X30 race was a decent good one earlier. Oh, I've just gone and looked at the penalties from race 1. Oh dear. We've got a tramline infringement from Josh Jones that added 5 seconds to his race time, plus 5 seconds for Olivier Picula for gaining an unfair advantage, and then 4 nose-cone penalties, 1 for Lucas Armstrong, 1 for Daniel Archer, 1 for Ollie Cook, and 1 for Macy Hitter. So maybe a little bit overly aggressive in the first heat of the day for the seniors. Hopefully, well, I don't hope they'll be more chill, but hopefully for the scrutineer's sake, they'll be a bit more chill in this one. There they are, waiting in the dummy grid. But as I say, probably a little bit of fixing to do before they head out on circuit. So again, as we're going into the finals, I need to try and keep my voice. Oh, the PA is back on. You're right. Thank you, voice in my head. The PA is indeed back on. So hello to everyone beside the circuit again. I did send a message asking for it, and it looks like they've seen it. So thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone at the circuit. What a race that we just had there to kick off the afternoon's action. But like I was going to mention, we've got loads of finals and things to. Are we doing it again? Am I saying hello to Josh East? He didn't hear me last time, but maybe he'll hear me this time. His head's come. Oh, hello, Josh. Hello. Nice bucket hat. I love it. Yeah, great to see you at the circuit, mate. I'm rocking the fashion icon that is Josh East. Great to see him down at Whilton Mill Kart Club again. And like I was going to say, we've got a lot of finals and lots of races still coming up. So just while we get everything sorted out on circuit, I'm going to take a quick break for my voice, and we'll be back for heat number 2 of Senior X30s in a moment's time. Well, cheers, seniors. That was a big break for me. Thank you, guys. Here we go. Heat number 2, Senior X30. This, of course, amalgamated with the result from Heat 1. Is going to decide the grid for their final later on. Jaden Gregg and Josh Jones line up on the front row. Archie Heron and Josh Palferman on row 2. Jensen Buckingham and Harry Torpey there on row number 3. Row 4 sees Jack Cox and Micah Taylor, then Jensen Pugh and Olivier Pecula round out the top 10. Then Macy Hitter and Ollie Keenan are there on row number 6. Row 7 sees Luke Sintler and Keon Leon Gami out, then Morgan Hill and Piotr Judovic on row 8. Then Lucas Armstrong and Natalia Dabek on row 9. And rounding out the top 20 are Ollie Cook and Jerry Hughes. And it's Donglin Chen and George Wang on row 11. Daniel Archer and Harry Maynard on row number 12. And that's it. 24 drivers on the grid for the Senior X30 second heat of the day. And as you see them flying up towards Christmas Corner, they're still getting as much heat into those tyres as they possibly can. Thank you all for still tuning in with us and being here for this afternoon's action. You're not going to want to go anywhere, as we're just getting through to the end of the heats now, and the finals, oh, they're going to be exciting. I cannot wait. Great to see you all in the live chat. I've seen Stacey Hughes say, come on to, I'm going to go with Yehan Hughes, because you put a Welsh flag, so I'm going to assume it is pronounced Yehan rather than Ewan, but hey, let me know in the live chat. Alex Shepherd saying, go on Louis Weaver. Come on Molly Pugh, says Luke Dixon. Someone as well saying, go Will Forber. And then Lyle Hannam saying, well done Harry Hannam, see you in the final. Good luck to Alex Dodds, Alex Wiley and James Harris from Dale Lewis. Mad Gruntilda says, come on Jack Mowat. Thank you, Tim. Tim has corrected me there on a point I made. Sorry. I assumed if it was you'd got the same positions, that it would go to fastest lap. But actually, it goes to your timed qualifying position. So it is technically fastest lap, but the fastest lap in qualifying rather than the fastest lap in the races. So that makes sense. Thank you for that, Tim, in the live chat. Well, we look to be good to go for our last heat of the day. Senior X30s lead us through the tram lines and to the lights. 8 minutes plus 1 lap and already off on the outside. Who's that? The 84 of Josh Jones has got chucked off onto the grass. He manages to rejoin and filter back into the pack, but he's lost quite a few positions from that one. I think to the bottom end of the top 10. You can still see the cloud of smoke over the start-finish line where they all booted it and oiled up, chucking some lovely breathable gases into the atmosphere there to send down the inside there as more down through the last couple of corners through Osiers, the 184, that was in the 159 of Archie Heron. It is Archie Heron getting shuffled out wide, so he's been shuffled from second to fourth now. Jensen Buckingham and Josh Palferman, I think, have made the most of that one. No, it's Jack Cox, sorry. Josh Palferman's in 6th place. What a start from Jack Cox. Where was he on the grid for the start of this one? He was in 7th place and he's already up to P3. Great start from the number 19. Side by side through Christmas Corner. That's always bold, but the 84 gets that one done. Josh Jones back on Olivier Pecula. That was Josh who lost out on the grid start there, making his way back towards the top 10. Archie Heron now following Micah Taylor, so Micah Taylor's got through into 4th place as well. Micah Taylor's had a good start from 8th to 4th as well, so a few drivers getting their way through. Just as I say that, Micah Taylor gets overtaken by not only Archie Heron, but also the torpedo Harry Torpey finds a way through as well. Opportunistic as ever for Harry Torpey, and he sides his way through to 6th place, back to where he started now for Harry Torpey. There are Jaden Gregg and Jensen Buckingham. Now in Heat 1, Jaden Gregg sort of drove away with it a little bit. He was under a good amount of pressure and some good battling. Now he's under a lot of pressure though. Down into Ashby. Down the inside he goes, takes the lead of the race away from Jaden Gregg. Now I've seen a couple of marshals running over to Christmas Corner there. Hopefully no stoppages and no drivers out up there. Just as I say that, yes there are. It's the number 16 of Jerry Hugh who is off onto the grass there at Christmas Corner. But a change at the lead then. Jensen Buckingham gets it done on Jaden Gregg. Just as I was saying, Jaden took the win in the first race of the day, was looking very quick. Now he's lost the lead for the moment in heat number 2. Keon Leon Gami outside of the top 10, takes the fastest lap then. 11th place runner. And is that him going for a move down the inside? No! It's the 60 of Jensen Pugh, a couple of positions ahead, trying it on Harry Torpey. Morgan Hill might be able to pick up the pieces. Yes, he does, down at Ashby. Down the inside goes Morgan Hill. takes the place away from his Jack Dex Racing teammate. There's the 99 of Keon Leongami out now in bold, trying to take a few positions for himself. Micah Taylor down the inside of Jaden Gregg. So Jaden Gregg getting relegated almost down to the top 3 now, as he's got Jack Cox all over that rear axle. Couple of warnings coming through, contact for Jerry Hugh and for Jensen Buckingham. Looks as though we might have already lost George Wang out of this race as well, the 118. Was that last lap potentially at Christmas Corner with Jerry Hugh? I think they were at a similar place on the track. There's another move though, out of the top 3 goes Jaden Gregg. As through sides the number 19 of Jack Cox. That's yet another position gained in this race for Jack. Now focusing ahead to Jensen Buckingham and Micah Taylor, but they are pushing on ahead together nicely already. New fastest lap for Micah Taylor. Where's this pace come from Micah? He was quick in the first heat of the day. Whereabouts did Micah end up finishing? It was P10 because of a penalty, a +5 second penalty. There's a move down the inside into Ashby. The 333 goes through on Archie Heron. That's Macy Hitter. Great start to the race then for Macy Hitter. She was another driver in Heat 1 that got herself a penalty. A nose cone penalty for Macy, but she's come through from 11th on the grid so far in this race already, up into P6. She's now in the sort of 3rd pack of karts, and she's heading it up now as they charge towards 3rd, 4th and 5th ahead. So Jaden Gregg and Josh Palfreman were your top 2 in Heat 1. They're now 4th and 5th in this race, as there goes Palfreman. So they've now swapped positions. Palfreman through on Gregg for 4th place. Gregg had some insane pace in race number 1, but it just doesn't quite look like he's able to replicate it here in race 2, as he slowly slips down the order. Don't get me wrong, he's still flying out there on track. Just about a tenth or 2 a lap slower than the drivers around him. Jensen Buckingham, the first driver into the 45s in this race. 45.94, he's just now put in another 45.97. So not only is he fastest out on track, he's consistently fastest out on track. Although Micah Taylor behind him is looking really quick as well. Gap still only half a second. As there's a move. Harry Torpy getting overtaken. That is by Morgan Hill. So Torpy slips down to P7. Hill through into P6. There's a move in the background as well. Keon Leongami out, getting close on the exit. Getting the move done. Was that on Archie Heron? I do think it was. It was on the number 60, sorry. So no, he slipped back a little bit as Keon. So Keon threw on Jensen Pugh, that was, to retake his 11th spot. Late move to the inside there. That was so late for the 93. Perfectly weighted from Harry Maynard. Takes away P9 from Archie Heron. He had to be bold, diving late on the brakes like that, and luckily was given the room at the apex. Now, Jerry Hugh just trying to make sure he gets out of the way of the leaders coming through here. Doesn't want to cause any upset. He's done a good job of it that time around. 1 minute left to go on the clock, and still Jensen Buckingham is the only driver consistently in the 45.9s. He's now done a fastest lap of the race of a 45.7. And only 4 drivers on track have got into the 45s, and they're all in the high 45.9s. With Jensen Buckingham finding some ridiculous pace out there in heat number 2 for Senior X30. Jensen Buckingham, of course, was out of the race on the 2nd lap in the first heat. So this was the best opportunity for him to gain some points back and gain a bit of a better grid position for the final later on. So he's going to be a bit down the order because he had that DNF in race 1. But this will give him the best opportunity for a good grid start. and give him the least amount of work to do in that final later on. There's another move down the inside. Oh, nearly a bit of contact to the apex, but they both made it work. They've given each other enough room. Harry Maynard through on Morgan Hill. That was for 7th place. And they've got Harry Torpy and Kian Gami out right in behind them as well. They're waiting in the wings, hoping that something goes wrong in this scuffle. But it looks to all be good at the moment, and there's some serious pace for Harry Maynard. He's been very impressive in this second heat of the day. But here we go then, on to the final lap, and it's Jensen Buckingham who leads us onto it. And on that last lap, he's finally extended the gap at the front of the field to over a second in this final. Defence up into Christmas corner from the 19 of Jack Cox. Josh Palfreman all over the back of him now, and Jack Cox knows it again, defending to the inside into Ashby. Trying the up and under is Palfreman. It might work, but he's going to have to hang it the long way round this left-hander. Do they give each other enough room? I'm not sure if there was contact there, but they're still side-by-side into Osiers. Up and under again, attempt from Palfreman. It doesn't work out, though. It's going to be a holding of the inside into the final sector. Here comes Jensen Buckingham, though. Round the final corner is going to take the win in heat number 2 of Senior X30. Great race from Micah Taylor there for P2, and Jack Cox just about holds on to P3 ahead of Josh Palfreman. Another fantastic race as well from Macy Hitter. A tough one in heat 1, but that's going to give her a lot of confidence going into the final there with a really positive top 5 result. Jaden Gregg, after taking the win in the first heat, has to settle for 6th place in this one, with Harry Maynard, Harry Torpy, Morgan Hill and Kian Leongami out, rounding out the top 10. Archie Heron slips down to P11 in that one, with Josh Stones behind in 12th. Then Luke Sintler, Olivier Picula, sorry Olivia, I keep getting that wrong. Then Jensen Pugh, Ollie Keenan, Piotr Ludovic, Natalia Dabek, Lucas Armstrong and Ollie Cook, your top 20. Then Daniel Archer, Donglin Chen and Jerry Hugh. And we lost George Wang, sadly, on lap number 3 of that Senior X30 second heat. Well, we go to a bit of nose cone watch for that one already. Oh, it's Jensen Buckingham! Your winner on track has got a nose cone penalty. That's the biggest upset we've seen from the nose cone penalties so far today. That's the 28 coming through. There's the 48 of Micah Taylor. He gets the thumbs up. So Josh Palfer and Micah Taylor got the thumbs up. So does Macy Hitter. I haven't personally seen Jack Cox yet, but he might have slipped through later on. But I think after penalties applied, it will be Micah Taylor who takes the win in that race in terms of points. So that could shuffle up the grid considerably for the final later on. Well, as the drivers have a bit of a conflab after that one and say, what happened there? You know, it was your fault. No, it was your fault. Off we go then, ready for the finals. That's all of the heats for round number 5 of the Fast Star Whilton Mill Kart Club done and dusted. We've got 2 B finals to come before we head into the all-important finals, where of course the top 3 drivers will earn a lovely trophy and some great points to take home with them as well. But first up, of course, those 2B finals. It's our biggest grids. Over 50 drivers on each grid. It's been ridiculous for today. We'll have a B final for both juniors and seniors in terms of the Rotaxes. But first will be the junior Rotaxes. Well then, first final of the day is coming up shortly, ladies and gentlemen. And don't forget, B finals, the all-important bubble that we're watching is the top 4. Only the top 4 drivers from this B final will progress into the A final later on this afternoon and get a chance to fight it out for even more points. If you're finishing outside of the top 4 though in this B final, I'm afraid it's an early bar for you and an early trip home. Now, what we usually see at a lot of racing series is you'll have a B final, but there might be 8 or 9 people in it, and sort of the top 4 go through. And it's sort of like, I've got a pretty good chance here to squeeze through. If something goes wrong for a driver ahead, I can pick up the pieces and maybe squeeze my way through. We have a B final with 21 drivers in it, ladies and gentlemen. Practically a full grid. Well, it is a full grid for a lot of classes. That is ridiculous. 21 drivers taking to the start in this B final, and only 4 are going to go through. Don't go anywhere. I can see the flag being waved at the end of the dummy grid, so I think we're about ready to go for this B final. Let's run you through the grid then, as to where everyone stacks up and who's in the best positions to get through. Well, the last person on the back of the grid for the A final got 27 points across today. The pole sitter, Zach McDonald, in this final got 26. That's how close it was across the day's action. And sadly, Zach is going to be first on the grid for this B final. Best opportunity to get through, though. Let's see what he can do. Lucy Wheeldon's alongside him with Michael Dalton and Rex Ashley on row 2. Then Joel Dixon-Cohen and Jonas Janasauskas on row number 3. Row 4 sees Freddie Leppenwell and Hugh Hobson. And it's Oliver Meek and Alexander Campbell who round out the top 10, with Jensen Hinchcliffe and Riley Morgan on row 6. Hayagriva Gokul and Yuri Me are on row 7, with Deshaun Bennett and Alton Hampson on row 8. Dominic Powerbock and Mateus, I learned this one on a lunch break. I'll come back to you, number 777, I promise. I'll get that right. Mateos Zhidwadvani. I'm not going to be able to get it. I'm sorry, Mateus. Harry Wilch, Sava Solonchenko and Lachlan Homer. 21 drivers on the grid, like I said. This is going to be a ridiculous B final. Who's going to get into the top 4 by the end of it, though? We're underway in racing, 8 minutes plus 1 lap, and it's been a good start from the 80 on Zach Donald. He holds on to the lead through the first couple of corners. And he has had a good start. Who's there with him? Is it Lucy Wheeldon who's pressing on with him at the start, at the front of this one? You've got to have a relaxed start in this race. You don't want to get an incident early on, and that's it. Game over. You're not getting through to the A final. You've got to be in it to win it, and those two aren't. Out down at Ashby, up and over the front of the car. That's the 52 who is off. That was Riley Morgan who's off into the barrier. I couldn't quite see who it was who went up and over the front of his kart. They've rejoined, but they're going to be quite a way behind the rest of the pack now. End of lap number 1 then. Zach McDonald leads Joel Dixon-Cohen into second place. Then Michael Dalton and Lucy Wheeldon are your top 4. Currently in good stead to go through. Here comes Joel Dixon-Cohen, but Zach McDonald's defending. Round the outside goes Joel Dixon-Cohen. Great move. That's going to open up the opportunity. Michael Dalton nearly making contact with Zach McDonald. Yellow flag down into Ashby, though. Zach doesn't need to defend. Why is he wasting time defending? It's a yellow flag. No one can overtake you, Zach. We go back into green flag zone, though, and Zach now under a lot of pressure on the pole position for this race. But he's slipping down the order ever so slightly. Now, we expected Joel Dixon-Cohen to be winning this race. He's been up near the sharp end of the order in every heat they've been in. He just got a DNF that's forced him into this B final. But already, now he's taken to the front of the field. He's already driving away with this one, it seems. So potentially, P1 already done and dusted for this race. I don't want to call it too early. You never know what could happen in karting. But if everything goes to plan for Joel Dixon-Cohen, that's it. That's one position in the A final gone. The rest of the drivers are battling over 3 more. Michael Dalton's in second, Zach McDonald's in third, and Lucy Wheeldon is in 4th for the moment, and they're defending once again. Michael Dalton is defending, and that's bringing even more drivers up to the back of this train, and that's bringing even more drivers involved with this battle to get into the A final. Zach McDonald to the inside of Osiers. Great move from Zach McDonald, and that puts him back to the driving seat in this battle, but down the inside tries Michael Dalton, gets super close on the exit, he gets hung out to dry. To the inside goes Lucy Wheeldon, but she can't quite grab the position away. They stay as they were round the final corner. Zach McDonald getting a bit feisty, pointing forward, saying let's not let Joel Dixon-Cohen get away. I'm afraid, Zach, that one's already signed, sealed and delivered, and halfway around the world, that letter. Oh, late on the brakes there for the 5-5 fix. That's Freddie Leppenwell, I think, getting helped into the corner by Oliver Meek there. As they're still going side by side down into Ashby. Great battle in the second part of this pack. But if you're outside of the top 4, there's no need to battle. You need to work together and not let this group start to scamper off. And that's exactly what they are doing. Zach McDonald, Michael Dalton and Lucy Wheeldon have created a little bit of a gap now back to Rex Ashley and Jonas Janasauskas. Oh, that was a bit louder than the curbs there from Joel Dixon-Cohen. Hey, he's still there. He's still facing the right direction. That's all that matters. He's now extended his gap to over 3 seconds in the lead of this race. And we're only just closing in to half race distance then. Again, still defending is Freddie Leppenwell from Oliver Meek. They're not helping themselves. They're right there with an opportunity for an A final here. But Freddie is heavily defending. He doesn't want to let Oliver Meek through, which I can understand. Then you're technically further away from the top 4. However, you don't know what can happen later on in the race, and you've got to put yourself in that position to be able to pick up the pieces if it falls apart for the drivers ahead. Now this will be interesting. Lucy Whilton's here in the top 4. She's got an A final spot, but no one likes to be the one in 4th place. You're the most likely to suddenly slip out of the A final positions. So I think you can understand here if Lucy Whilton thinks she's got a bit of extra pace over Michael Dalton, we might see a move here. Here she goes up to Christmas corner, down the inside goes Lucy Whilton. So she puts herself more solidly into the A final for now anyway, but that's lost both of them a little bit of time. So that now means Rex Ashley, Jonas Jelazauskas, and the rest of them have all caught up decently. Late move down the inside and contacted off. Off goes the 65 of Jonas Jelazauskas. He's out of the running for the A final. That was a bit of a... didn't really think out that move very well there, did Freddie? Bit of a dive bomb to the inside. The door was immediately closed by Jonas. I don't think he even saw him coming that time. And both of them go spinning out of this race. Joel Dixon Cohen still setting fastest laps here, 47.5 new fastest lap for Joel. And he has got a firm grip on 31st place on the grid in the Junior Max A final. Was that a bit of a mistake there from Zach McDonald? I think it was. He just touched the grass with his rear left there. It's down the inside, changed to 3rd place once again. Michael Dalton goes back through on Lucy Whilton. Now will Lucy try and repay the favour immediately here? She's thinking about it. Oh, that door closes. That was a very tempting gap there for Lucy Whilton to chuck herself into, but smartly she didn't, because it immediately closed, and that would have put them both out the running again, and that would have handed Rex Ashley a place in the top 4. He's there, right behind Lucy Whilton. Now he's got a good run up to Christmas corner, but not close enough this time. He's still got 2 minutes to think about this. There's no point in grabbing at the first move, it doesn't work out, and suddenly you're using the rest of your time trying to catch back up and put yourself back in the position to make a move again. Just wait and see how this one plays out. So in with the shout really behind are Rex Ashley, Oliver Meek and Hayagriva Gokulnath. They're all relatively close to this battle where the top 4 preside. Then it's a few seconds back to Laurie McVie, Jensen Hinchcliffe and Dominic Parabok who round out your top 10. Great battle for Jensen Hinchcliffe backwards, to be fair, from 9th place backwards. There's some very close battling, but I'm afraid in the B final, we're focusing on this top 4. With just over a minute to go, it's still looking as it was, I think, on lap 1 or 2. Dixon Cohen, McDonald, Dalton and Whilton. There hasn't... we've definitely had our fair share of chopping and changing in this B final. And Dalton still just about hanging on from Lucy Whilton. But Whilton still applying the pressure here. Intercepted, they go in again. The same thing as a few laps ago. Very tempting gap opens up as Michael Dalton just drifts away from the apex. But Lucy does the right thing, sticks behind again. Now Zach McDonald has broken away from these two quite nicely now. So he should really have 2nd place and 32nd on the grid for the A final in his grasp. Now it's just the rest of these 4 who've got to scrap it out for who gets the last 2 spots. It's been Dalton and Whilton all race, but Rex Ashley's there, and now Oliver Meek has closed in the gap as well on the CRG car. Through the boot they go once again, and this is a difficult job for Rex Ashley. Not only is he thinking ahead to those top 4 positions, he's like, right, I need to keep my track position here to give myself the opportunity to get into the top 4. If Oliver Meek's able to get through, I've then got to drive it between myself and the top 4. And that's not what you want at all as the timer hits 0. That was close there between all 4 drivers involved in this leading battle. I can't lie though, Oliver Meek's looking feisty. Doesn't think about it this time, down into Ashby. I feel like the move is a matter of when, not if, though it seems. And I can't lie, Lucy Whilton is looking relatively feisty as well. Will she go for it here to secure the place in the A final? Or will she just sit behind and push for the last couple of laps? She's got to be careful. She's the most vulnerable in this train here. And there's maybe half a cart's length, sorry, between making it into the A final and being the first driver to go home today. Here we go then. Joel Dixon Cohen flies to your shot. There's Zach McDonald. And defending is Michael Dalton. Whilton tries it around the outside. That's going to open up the opportunity for Rex Ashley. They touch wheels though, and Ashley goes wide. Down to Ashby they come. And Rex Ashley again looking feisty to the inside there. Whilton full focus behind now. Michael Dalton could try and drive away with this one. Whilton just trying to hold on to that fourth place. Ashley's in behind. So's Oliver Meek, but they might be a little bit too far gone. There's Joel Dixon Cohen securing his place in the A final with a quality win there, mastering the B final field. There's Zach McDonald, and here they are. Third and fourth place will go to Michael Dalton and Lucy Whilton. So Joel Dixon Cohen, Zach McDonald, Michael Dalton and Lucy Whilton provisionally go through to the Junior Max A final later on today. And sadly, it's a quarter of a second that separates Rex Ashley from the A final, as he's the first driver to go home in 5th place there in the B final. Oliver Meek finishes in 6th. Hayagri Wilgokol in 7th. Laurie McVie, Dominic Parabok and Alexander Campbell, your top 10. Hugh Hobson, Jensen Hinchcliffe, Harry Wilch, Autumn Hansford, Jonas Jonasauskas, Mateusz Jedwabny. Sorry, Mateusz. Mateusz, I learned that in the lunch break as well. I'm going to get it. 167, Joel Dixon Cohen might have a nose cone penalty here, but hey, he did so much in that B final, I don't think it's going to matter because he was 7 seconds clear of Zach McDonald at the checkered flag there. So if he's only got the nose cone, he should be fine there. He'll still take the win. However, he opens himself up if he gets another penalty. That's it. He could be out of the running for the A final, but I think he should be okay there. Exciting stuff though. Where do we get to in terms of... Oh yeah, of course, Mateusz Jedwabny. I'll get it right for next round, Mateusz, I promise. He finishes there in 16th. Locken Homer in 17th. Savatolenchenko, the last of your finishers there in 18th. Sadly, we lost Freddie Leppenwell, Riley Morgan, and DeJean Bennett from that Junior Max B final. Well, one B final is done and dusted. We've got another one coming straight up. Next on circuit is the Senior Max B final. So you know how I said it was really close in the juniors between who went into the A final and who went into the B final. It's quite a bit closer in seniors. Oh my goodness, I've just checked. So, in the A final, we had Mitchell Mulvey is going to be lining up 29th in the A final on 34 points, qualifying time of a 46.18. 30th on the grid in the A final is Ethan Ling, 34 points. Qualifying time of a 46.38. And that means that pole for the B final is Ronnie Bradley, also on 34 points, but with a qualifying time of a 46.54. So 0.2 of a second has meant that Ronnie Bradley is in the B final rather than the A final. It doesn't get much closer than that, ladies and gentlemen. 3 drivers tied on the same points, 2 automatically into the A final, and 1 being left here to scrap it out in the B final. And this time, 16 drivers in total. Still, of course, only 4 making it through into the A final at the end of this race. But I will say, of course, in that Junior Max race, Joel Dixon Cohen was clearly out of position. We've seen him battling right at the sharp end throughout the heats today, but just had some issues in one of the heats. This one, I don't think there's any particular person that's standing out to me massively as really, really out of position. So I think this could be a great little straight fight for who gets in to that Senior Max A final, with the drivers all getting ready and raring to go down in the dummy grid. And of course, again, for this B final, still just 8 minutes plus 1 lap. It'll be when we go on to our full finals or our A finals. After this, well, we'll change over to 12 minutes plus 1 lap. So slightly longer races, obviously slightly more time for opportunities to present themselves, but also slightly more opportunities or slightly more time for you to make more mistakes as well. So it's a bit of a poison chalice, that one. We've got potential for more positives, but also potential for more negatives. As the drivers fly past our shot at camera 1, let's run you through the grid then for the Senior Rotax B final. Roddy Bradley and Ben Cook are on your front row, with Felix Stolkin and Asa Pinder on row 2. Alex McGee and Molly Pugh are on row number 3, with Lucas Theo and Ian Hughes on row 4. Louis Judd and JJ Hind are on row 5, with Ryan Hedge and Theo Stanislaus on row number 6. Oliver Johnson, Sky Fraser, Robert Harrison and Sam Light are your 16-car grid ready for this Senior Rotax B final. Right then, will it be as exciting as our Junior Max B final? Thank you to everyone in the chat still tuning in with us and enjoying, particularly through the pit lane. A massive shout out to you. Big fan of the channel. Big fan of the channel. Right, here we go then. 2x2 to the tram lines. Let's get it underway. First time drivers, and we do. 8 minutes plus a lap on the clock, and already 3 wide into the first corner. Driver nearly getting chucked off out wide there. Who was that? A little bit of contact was made. Potentially the 43 of Louis Judd, maybe. Not sure who it was that got chucked out wide there. They're still going side by side through Christmas corner. A bit of argy-bargy there in the mid-pack, and that's given a nice breakaway to, you guessed it, the top 4. Is it the top 4 or is it the top 5? We'll wait and see as they come through next camera shot. I think it is the top 4 who have just about scampered away. Yes, it is. There's a big gap then back to the 32 of Ben Cook, who started, I believe, on the front row for this race. He did. So not a good start for Ben Cook then, dropping out of those top 4. Roddy Bradley, big wide moment there at the last corner. That's not going to be ideal for his run up towards Christmas corner, but he's still in the lead of the race. Alex McGee is in second, with Felix Stolkin and Asa Pinder currently your top 4. Thought there was potential for a move there up to Christmas. Alex McGee, he'd got that good exit, was closing, but decided against it this time anyway. Just outside of that top 4, you've got Ben Cook, Oliver Johnson, Louis Judd, Molly Pugh, Ian Hughes and JJ Hind, the top 10 at the moment. But again, you've got to have that heads-up driving. Here's a move for the lead though. 79 and McGee down the inside, and that's opportunistic. Brave from the 151 of Felix Stolkin. It doesn't work out, but luckily he's able to pull out from that one and have another crack at it, because that was close to just being a big accident at the final corner. But as I say, manages to back out of that one and continues fighting for another day. More moves up at Christmas corner. That's the 43 and the 21 going at it, nearly off the circuit on the exit for the 43. Louis Judd and Molly Pugh gets through. Up into P7 for Molly. And we saw her fast. I think in the last heat of the day, I want to say Molly was looking pretty quick. As, oh, hold on, has someone had an issue? Hold on, what's going on? Oh, Battenberg flag. Battenberg flag is out. I was very confused there as to why the drivers were slowing up so considerably. Battenberg flag out on circuit. That's the first time that we've seen a race stoppage so far today, and that's why the 966 of Sky Fraser in a bit of a dangerous position there at the final corner. Now, how Sky has ended up there, I'm not so sure. But hopefully, driver all okay. The kart didn't look to be in bad nick at all. It looked like it stayed on all 4 wheels. And hopefully driver all okay as well. So of course, if you've not watched karting too much before, Battenberg flag is effectively safety car conditions in karting. All the drivers have got to go into single file formation and drive at a slow speed, ready to stop in case of an issue. But that can sometimes happen as drivers are seeing the Battenberg and some others aren't in behind. It all checks up, and it can sometimes be a little bit worrying if drivers haven't seen everything. But everyone did there. Everyone dealt with it really well. But that brings everyone back together. Green flag is back out on the gantry. Is it? No, it's not. Sorry. No, it's not. We'll go around again for another one. I looked at the timing and it still says green flag, but the timing never went to Battenberg, so I should have really noticed that. Apologies, everyone. I got a little bit excited. I'm very excited for this one to get back underway. Just over 4 minutes left on the clock for this one. Now, this is quite good for Alex McGee, and probably Ronnie Bradley as well, really, because they just have more time here where they're in the top two, and they're chilling. Like, they can't be overtaking. That's a Battenberg flag. Relax. However, this is not good for Felix Stolkin and Asa Pinder particularly. They're obviously at the back of that top four. And what was a nice little gap back to Oliver Johnson and Ben Cook has been reduced to 0. So now not only are they trying to think ahead of can we gain a few more positions and secure our place in the A final, they're now looking behind them and thinking, oh, these guys and girls are scrapping at my heels now. And they're right there, ready to pick up the pieces. Are we good for a go now? It looks as though we're speeding up around the final corner. Green flag is out on the gantry. There's 3.5 minutes left to go in this race, and what a jump from Alex McGee and Ronnie Bradley. They've done a second over Felix Stolkin, and that leaves these four to battle it out over the last places in the A final. There goes 2 moves down the inside. One of them, no, they're both not going to work. Neither move works. Pinder tries to get on Stolkin. Cook tries to get through on Johnson. Neither of them work. They both go a little bit too wide, and the re-overtake happens for both for both Stolkin and Johnson then. There's a late moving round. Ruggers at 32 and collected by the purple-headed driver. That was Molly Pugh, in the pink helmet. Big off down at Osiers, and sadly for Molly Pugh, no fault of her own, just gets collected there as the driver spins across the circuit. And that's 2 drivers out of the running then of top positions. Ben Cook and Molly Pugh no longer in the running for an A final spot. There is the 21 of Molly Pugh heading back to the pit lane. She'll be absolutely gutted for that. She was looking really pacey through the heats and really good in this B final as well. Sometimes things just don't go your way in racing. That was really unlucky. She was in the wrong place at the wrong time. And that was it, game over. Right, we look back to the action then, just over 2 minutes on the clock. And who are we now looking at? This is the 18 and the 43. JJ Hind looks to have been overtaken by Louis Judd. Yep. So they're in 6th and 7th respectively at the moment. So realistically, it's Asa Pinder and Oliver Johnson that we need to keep an eye on. Here they are. Oliver Johnson with the red helmet, Asa Pinder with the white helmet. Asa Pinder, another driver who I've seen over the last year or so, getting faster and faster here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. And this would be great to see Asa rise up through the B final and cheekily snatch a spot in the A final. But obviously, Oliver Johnson is going to do everything he can to stop that from happening. Thought there might be the overrun there from Johnson. He is looking a little bit faster, 3/10 quicker on the last lap of the race. And then check over the shoulder from Asa Pinder. I think was a bit surprised quite how close Oliver Johnson was then. As Oliver Johnson's got a great exit. Checks over the shoulders, Asa Pinder, but a little bit too late. Down the inside goes Johnson, but he goes a little bit too late on the brakes. Up and under tries Asa Pinder. They might be side by side down to Ashby, trying to get to the inside line, and Asa Pinder gets it, but too far sideways. To the outside they go, and then Johnson grabs the place on the exit. Great bit of respect for racing between those two, but it goes the way of Oliver Johnson. He takes the last position then for the moment in the A final. And Oliver Johnson started in 13th place in this B final. 13th to 4th in this one so far for Oliver Johnson. 9 places gained, and that is a pretty cool way to send yourself into the A final. But I won't speak too soon. 10 seconds still to go on the clock. So this will be the penultimate lap of the race then. And there is the 79 of Alex McGee. Himself and Ronnie Bradley got a great restart. I think less helped by them having a good restart and more the couple of drivers behind having a bad restart, particularly Felix Stolkin. Just got caught napping a little bit on the restart. But it hasn't mattered for him. He's battled well and held on to that 3rd place. But on to the final lap we go then, and Alex McGee shows why he's leading this race. New fastest lap, first driver in this race into the 46s. 46.93 for the number 79. Ronnie Bradley still chasing him round, about 3/4 of a second separating those two. And Ronnie Bradley, a novice here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club as well. Great to see him potentially getting up into the A final. I don't want the commentators curse anyone, I'll feel really bad. Felix Stolkin and Oliver Johnson, the rest of the top four at the moment, as Johnson built out about 6/10 of a second gap over the last 2 laps on Asa Pinder. Sadly, it looks as though Asa will be the first driver home in senior road taxes, as round the final corner comes Alex McGee. He locks his place into the A final provisionally, and so to Ronnie Bradley, Felix Stolkin and Oliver Johnson. As I mentioned, Asa Pinder, sadly the first driver not making it through to the A final, but is in the best position where if any drivers ahead get a penalty, maybe Asa will get bumped up into that top 4 place. You never know. We're on nose cone watch at the end of this one. Ryan Hedge was just behind in 6th place. He was looking really quick throughout the last bit of that one. I think second fastest in the race. Couldn't quite get into that top 4. JJ Hind, Louis Judd, Yehan Hughes and Ben Cook, your top 10, with Theo Stanislaus in 11th, and Theo was the last of our finishes in that one. We lost Molly Pugh, we lost Sky Fraser, and we lost Lucas Theo as well. But another very interesting B final. They've been really good. Sometimes they can be a little bit lacking in excitement, but those two certainly won't in the junior and senior road tax B finals. They were exciting. Now, any nose cones for the front runners? Looks as though the 79 is all okay. Same for the 121 of Ronnie Bradley. Felix Stolkin. No, Felix Stolkin with a penalty. Plus 5 seconds for the 3rd place finisher. We could see Asa Pinder in the A final here, or maybe even Ryan Hedge. Let's see what the other drivers come through with. The 27, he gets pointed through. He's finishing in 3rd then. Here's the 74. Asa Pinder is waved through. So that will mean Alex McGee, Ronnie Bradley, Oliver Johnson and Asa Pinder go through into the A final. And sadly for Felix Stolkin, that might be the end of the day for Felix. Did everything he needed to, fought it well, valiantly in that B final, but sadly might have got a nose cone penalty. That's going to drop him 6.9 seconds of the leader, which will be P8 in the final results. Well then, 2 exciting B finals, but we move on to the all-important race of the day. Then, ladies and gentlemen, the finals are coming up next. First final of today's action then here at round 5 of the Fast Start Whilton Mill Kart Club will be our Iami Water Swift restricted karts and our Rotax Micros as well. Well, they're just lining up in the dummy grid for the moment. As the excitement builds, I'm just going to take a quick break for my voice because I know that these finals are going to be intense. There's going to be battles galore. Don't go anywhere. Nearly caught me off guard there. Out on track then for the first final of the day. Rotax Micros and Army Water Swift Restricted. So firstly, with the Rotax Micro Kid, Arthur Farrow, Lucian Smith are on the front row, with Logan Rolfe and Charlie Page on row 2, then Damien Dimitrov and Dimitar Uzunov on row number 3. Row 4 sees Harry Knight and Dewey Hockridge, then Chloe McGill and Lewis Herbertson round out the top 10. Oliver Dawson and Albert Farrow just behind on row number 6. Row 7 is Roger Gokuldath and Teddy Higgs, then Jensen Darlow and James Devereaux, Daniel Hulse and Sebastian Behrman there. Your top 18, finalising the top 20 and Travis Giddings to Edison Burrows. And then the Water Swift grid. Ronnie Kempson, Reddy Chandler, Cody Vertigan, Max Dunn. They're your front 4 drivers, followed by Ollie Doyle and Finley Bedford. So 26 karts on the grid for this one, 20 of which are Rotax Micros, 7 of which, poor maths from me, are Army Water Swift Restricted drivers. Right then, Rotax Micros, can we get their final underway? First time of asking, 12 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock, and immediately Arthur Farrow chops across and takes the lead of the race. There's the Army Water Swifts in your split screen there. Look at all the Rotax Micros, so all going defensive. That's where the opportunity can open up for you, and you can go around the outside. And one driver there forced off onto the grass. That's the 53 of Lewis Herbertson there, losing a number of positions as he shuffled out wide on the exit of Christmas Corner. So immediately, it's been a good race start then for Arthur Farrow. Here's the move for the lead though. Lucian Smith down the inside. Wow, that's a bold move around the outside for the 62. Dimitar Uzunov sends it into that one. They're still side by side though into the final corner, and the move doesn't pay off on Darren Dimitrov. They both lose a little bit of time from that one. But Lucian Smith is your new race leader. Look at this though, great exit from Arthur Farrow. Going to be all over him up to Christmas Corner, but doesn't think about a move this time. In behind though, the 32 of Logan Rolfe does go through on Charlie Page. Charlie Page, don't forget, your championship leader coming into today's action. Bit wide though, that was for our leading 2. That opens up the opportunity. Logan Rolfe thinks about it to the apex there, and Arthur Farrow can't do anything about it though. Poor exit off of Ogiers for the 44 of Lucian Smith. He wants to work together with Arthur Farrow. Arthur Farrow says no. Jigs to the inside and goes through it down the inside into the boot. What's a move from Arthur Farrow? That's going to chuck the 44 of Lucian Smith out wide. He just about feeds back into second place there. But all this battling already in the Rotax Micros is allowing for the whole rest of the field to stay within a shout of those leading drivers at the moment. No one is pulling away at the front of the order. There's the 33 down the inside of the 32. Page through on Rolfe for 3rd place. As you hear them roar down towards Ashby. And now we've got, I would say, the top 10 line astern. Watch out for Sebastian Behrman. He's already gone from 18th to 10th in this race, and he's the driver at the back of this leading train. New fastest lap as well for Sebastian Behrman. Late down the inside from the 62 again. That's Dimitar Uzunov trying to find a way through on Darren Dimitrov, and again, it doesn't quite work. Loses him a bit of time in behind, side by side across the line for Chloe McGill and Dewey Hockridge, that was. Top 5 with a bit of breathing room now. Is that Sebastian Behrman trying to squeeze through on the 37 in the background? Yes, it is. Side by side for 2nd place. Charlie Page trying to force a way through. Off onto the grass on the exit for Lucian Smith. Is 3 wide down to Ashby. Oh, they just about give each other enough room as they get to the apex there. It's 3 wide, but between different drivers on the exit. Unbelievable racing here from our Rotax Micros. And we've still got just less than 9 minutes of this to go. I think this is all benefiting Arthur Farrow though. Yes, it is. Look at the gap he's built on this lap alone. Oh, late dive, this time the 62 of Dimitar Uzunov. Again, he loves to try that move into the boot, but it hasn't worked out yet today. So, on to another lap then. Just over 8 minutes left to go. Second place is getting feisty. Charlie Page down the inside, but very late, nearly making contact with the side pod of the 44 of Lucian Smith, but they just about give each other enough room. And again, this is all playing into the hands of Arthur Faro. Another attempt down the inside from Charlie Page doesn't work. Round the outside is trying Damien Dimitrov, but that doesn't work either. Dimitrov trying the up and under, but no, Charlie Page closes the door, and again, Arthur Faro continues to extend that lead at the front of the field. So now we have, I'd say, the top 7 all in a bit of a train here. I tell a lie. And I mean, it is top 7. Chloe McGill's dropped out of this top pack, I'm afraid. She's dropped into pack number 2. But Sebastian Behrman is now in this leading pack. He's going to go down the inside up at Christmas corner. And that's a move on Dimitar Uzanov. Uzanov gets shoved out wide there by Behrman. And Behrman is through. Now, he's gone from 18th to 6th so far in this final. And it was the new fastest lap on the last lap, the only driver in the 52s, and it was a 52.7, very wide for Charlie Page. Your championship leader's off on the grass. He manages to rejoin, but loses 3 places, I think, because of that. Through goes Dimitrov, through goes Rolf. I think he just about stayed of Behrman, did he? It was all very close to that section of the circuit. I think they've closed the gap a tad, though, to Arthur Faro. They have, ever so slightly. Bit of a slow lap there from Arthur Faro. The 53.0s, the rest now dropping into the 52s. Charlie Page and Darren Dimitrov in the 52s. They're pushing it together up towards Christmas corner. Laid down the inside for the 44. Charlie Page back through on Logan Rolfe. And that now leaves Rolfe open to an attack from Sebastian Behrman. There it is, down at Ashby. Behrman smells blood in the water and goes for it instantaneously. And now it's 2 Jax Motorsport drivers line astern. Championship leader Charlie Page just ahead of flying driver today, Sebastian Behrman. We know that Sebastian's a quick driver. He's obviously got racing in his blood, with his family member moving into Formula 1 full-time for next year. And it clearly trickles down the family tree, because Sebastian Behrman has been so fast today. There's a late move down the inside attempt from Dimitar Uzanov on Logan Rolfe. That one doesn't work out. But look at the gap to the leader. It has closed to nothing on the first part of this lap. Charlie Page is all over the back of Arthur Faro. There are your leaders coming down into Osiers then, and Arthur Faro under a lot of pressure. Charlie Page right behind. Charlie Page down the inside already. They haven't even got to the braking zone yet. And your championship leader takes the lead, but no. Back down the inside goes Faro. He's muscling his way back through. Is it enough though? Over the curb, they make him into contact, and somehow Faro stays in the lead. But that closes the gap to the entire rest of the pack. And with just less than 5 minutes to go, we're back to being a leading pack of 5, with 2 stragglers following pretty close behind as well. Oh my goodness, how am I going to keep my voice throughout these finals? This race is insane already. Again, Uzanov thinks about it to the inside at Christmas on Rolfe. In behind, the other Faro brothers having a great ding-dong battle as well. He's got through on Dewey Hockridge. Now he's battling Dimitar Uzanov, I think. I know it's Harry Knight who's behind him, with Dewey Hockridge ahead, apologies. So that's the battle from 8 downwards, but we can't take our eyes off this leading battle. Down the inside goes the 44. That's Lucian Smith through on Darren Dimitrov. Lucian Smith up to the top 3. Lucian Smith points ahead as if to work together, and then covers off the inside and fully defends. So being a little bit cryptic with actions versus words there from Lucian Smith. But either way, he's in 3rd place. 4 minutes left to go now on the clock, and I still couldn't tell you what way this is going to go. It looked as though Page had Arthur Faro in the palm of his hand for a moment there, but Arthur fought back aggressively, and good that he did, because he would have lost that lead, but he's still holding on to it for the moment. Here's the battle in the next pack. That's Harry Knight through on Dewey Hockridge for 8th place. Albert Faro has slipped back to P10, P11 now, I think. As I think Teddy Higgs has got involved. Chloe McGill and Oliver Dawson are there with them as well. So is James Devereaux. Great battle going on. That was the attempt at the lead, though, from Charlie Page. He hasn't quite got enough alongside, though. He points forward, but they're not going to listen. Down the inside goes Lucian Smith, and sidepod to sidepod contact between Smith and Page. Up and under goes Dimitrov. They're going to be side by side into the last corner once again. Page just about slips into 4th place. Right behind him is Sebastian Behrman. So Jack's Motorsport drivers line astern yet again. That's all. Big defensive move there. He's not going to be happy about it. He shoved him out the way. Ooh, not sure what they're going to say about that one. That was a bit of a shove there from Sebastian Behrman on his teammate of Lucian Smith. Lucian Smith trickles down to the back of this pack. Then he's down into P7. Behrman's up to P4. He's got Dimitrov, Page and Pharaoh still ahead of him, but don't care about the drivers behind. Logan Rolfe, Dimitar Uzanov and now Lucian Smith all very quick. There's the move from Uzanov. He's tried it about 10 times so far this race. Hey, you can't hate the kid for trying. Dimitar Uzanov attempting that late dive bomb to the apex of the second part of the boot. That hasn't quite worked out yet for Dimitar. Sits back into P6 once again then. 2 minutes left on the clock. Now, have we got a back marker? Oh, this could be really interesting. That's Ollie Doyle, I think. Number 26 for Miami Water Swift. Oh, he manages to get out of the way. Well done to Ollie Doyle there. Respecting the blue flags, change to the lead. Down the inside goes Charlie Page. Pharaoh almost gets forced out wide. They're 3 wide. Do they know they're 3 wide? Into the left-hander. Up and under. It's going to go to 65, but he can't quite make it work. Page nearly off of the circuit on the exit. Page loses the place in the end to third. Darren Dimitrov sighs through. He read that situation beautifully, but back through goes Page. Can he get enough alongside? They'll be side by side into the left-hander. Dimitrov will retake it. Oh my goodness, my voice is already falling apart. This is the most amazing race in Rotax Micros. I'm so sorry to the Water Swifts. I haven't had time to have a look at what's going on in your race. Harry Knight in 8th place has got a mechanical flag, so he's out of the running in this one. But there's Charlie Page doing everything he can to keep Sebastian Behrman behind, but they've got to be careful they don't lose the back of Pharaoh and Dimitrov in ahead. But Pharaoh's defending. That's what he needs to do for this battle to stay alive. It's, I think, personally a poor decision for his race, but for us watching at home, what a fantastic decision from Arthur Pharaoh. That brings everyone back in with a shout. Page down the inside of Dimitrov and Osius gets it done cleanly this time. Great move from Charlie Page, but he's opened up the opportunity and behind them. No one can go for it into the boot. And there as they were, 35 seconds on the clock. We should get 2 more laps of this race, ladies and gentlemen. Quickly looking at Water Swift, Ronnie Kempson's leading the way, just ahead of Reggie Chandler. Half a second in it between them. They're having a good battle. And then behind Finley Bedford, Cody Vertigan, Max Dunn and Ollie Doyle we saw getting lapped there a few moments ago. Right then, up towards Christmas Corner. Big defensive move again from Arthur Pharaoh. Charlie Page can't work a way past. We've still got 7 karts in a train here, and it could go any way here. Defense again from Arthur Pharaoh. Page can't find a way through. Dimitrov snapping at the heels. Here comes Behrman as well. Behrman down the inside of Dimitrov. Behrman takes 3rd place. He's gone from 18th to 3rd, ladies and gentlemen. We're closing on the last lap. Could this be the most amazing win for Sebastian Behrman? Or will it be Pharaoh? Will it be Page? Will it be any of the drivers in this top 7? Pharaoh leads us through the final couple of corners. There's the 43 Smith going back through. So that's another place for Lucian Smith back up into P5. Right, final lap. Pharaoh leads us through the first couple of corners. He hasn't faltered under the pressure, but here comes Charlie Page. To the inside goes Charlie Page, and he's got it on the inside. Sebastian Behrman's there, they're 3 wide into the corner, and Pharaoh's down to P3. The 44 of Lucian Smith trying it around the outside but can't get it done. We've got a new race leader for the last lap, ladies and gentlemen. There was a spin in the background. It's all kicked off in the battle in the background, but we have to watch this battle at the front. Sebastian Behrman all over the back of Charlie Page. Can he find a way through, or will the championship leader of Charlie Page take another win here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club? There's only a few more corners left to go. What can Behrman do? He thinks better of it. He's going to try the up and under, but the move won't open up. Charlie Page is going to lead us around the final corner. Charlie Page is going to take the win. What a race that was in Rotax Micro. And what a way to kick off the finals here for round 5 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Oh my goodness. I think I need to lay down, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, what a race. Rotax Micros, oh my goodness. If that's anything to go by, the racing this afternoon is going to be unbelievable. Oh my goodness. Right, let's run you through the order. Let's try our best to run you through the order. Don't forget as well that all these results are provisional. Might still be penalties coming up soon, so keep an eye on that. Right, top 3 in Rotax Micros then. Charlie Page, Sebastian Behrman from 18th to 2nd, and Arthur Farrow leading almost the entire race there. Gestan on the last lap has to settle for P3. Lucian Smith and Darren Dimitrov in the top 5. Dimitar Uzunov and Logan Roll for the last of the drivers in that top 7 squabble. Behind them, Teddy Higgs, James Devereaux and Oliver Dawson, your top 10, followed by Chloe McGill, Jensen Darlow, Lewis Herbertson, Roger Gokulnath, Albert Farrow. And then it was your winner in Army Water Swift, Ronnie Kempson, then Reggie Chandler, 2nd in the Water Swift in 17th. Then it was Travis Giddings in the Micros, Daniel Holst in the Micros, Edison Burrows in the Micros, then Finley Bedford in the Water Swifts, Cody Versigan in the Water Swifts, and Max Dunn in the Water Swifts. Then Dewey Hockridge, so I think on the second to last lap there, it was Dewey Hockridge, or the last lap even, I think it was Dewey Hockridge on the 78 who had a spin up at Boxing Day. And that was the chaos I saw going on in the background. So sad for him. He was up in the top 10 there onto the last lap, but sometimes that's the way racing goes. And then, of course, Ollie Doyle finished in 25th, and Harry Knight got that mechanical flag with only a couple of laps to go on the 63. There's the 18 of Chloe McGill in 11th getting a penalty. I can't say I kept an eye on the nose cones there, so you'll have to head over to results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC to see the full results from our first final of the day here at round 5. Oh my goodness, I'm going to have to take a break for my voice for the moment, but we'll go through to this thing to the next final. Again, a bit of a split grid with 2 classes racing at the same time. It'll be the Army Water Swift Intermediates and the Rotax Minis up next. Well, if anything is to go by from that one, this is going to be an exciting afternoon. Well done for tuning in to the Whilton Mill Kart Club. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be fantastic. As I mentioned, up next, the Water Swift Inters and the Rotax Minis out for their final. We'll run you through the grid in a moment's time. But right now, we'll get all the drivers back into the pits of the previous race before we send out the drivers from the dummy grid for the next one. I'll be back in only a moment. Second final of the day then, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a look at the grid for this one. Rotax Minis line up as such. Leo Livings and Theo Bradshaw alongside on the front row. Devin Taylor, Alfie Ward, Sebastian Clark and Max Wheatley, the drivers in behind, looking to upset things. Finley Hines, Cody LaPatrell, Warwick Milam and Daniel Wisnauskas, your top 10. Then Hayden Fisher and Jack Baker on row number 6. Row 7. That's going to see Akil Namgenold and Ayrton Rye. Then George Fountain, Ryan Townsend, Benjamin Lawn and Nathan Ron there. Finalising the top 20 are going to be Lucas Esser and Ruben Jenkins. Then it's Nathan Edwards, Layla Bell, Harper Das and Oliver Barton there, your top 24. Then Connor J. Winfield, Arthur Brooker, Edward Haynes, Jensen Ackerman is your pole for Water Swifts. Then Jonty Restrick, Simeon Stone. And then finalising the grid, Alfie Taylor, Enzo Batterazzi, Xavier Fonch and Harry Davison. Right, it looks like the Minis are almost at the start-finish line. Here they are, 44 and 77, line up on the front row. Leo Livings, Theo Bradshaw. We're underway in racing for 12 minutes plus 1 lap, and already the pole side getting a great start. Poor side for the anti-pole, and the 44 of Theo Bradshaw is having to fight his way back into 3rd place. Massive defensive move from the 77 of Leo Livings, but still side by side with his teammate. His teammate's almost got him. They're still side by side on the exit. Who's going to have the lead of the race as we get down to Ashby? It's synergy galore as they all converge on the apex. I think it is Leo Livings who's got out ahead though. I think I'm correct. I can't quite tell. There's so many drivers. There's the 151 of Sebastian Clark, and it is Leo Livings who's still in the lead. Is it Theo Bradshaw who's got back to second place? No, Theo is in third place. It's Devin Taylor who is in second, and then the Coles Racing driver of who is that in fourth place? It's Finley Hines. Great start from Finley Hines then, 7th to 4th for Finley. And he's bringing the battle to the Synergy karts. There are the Water Swifts. They come to the end of their first lap of the race. It's going to be Jensen Ackerman leading Simeon Stone, then John T. Restrick, Alfie Taylor, Enzo Butterazzi, Xavier Fonge and Harry Davidson. Good to see Xavier Fonge back out after their incident in the second heat of the day earlier on, where Xavier didn't make it to the end of the race. So I'm glad to see that they're back out for the final. Great little battle already kicking off between Ackerman, Stone and Restrick here. Now, of course, Restrick lined up second place, Ackerman in first and Stone in third. So it swapped around ever so slightly. Ackerman has held on to the lead, but Stone has got through on Restrick there in the Water Swifts. I'll try my best throughout this race to keep an eye on them, I promise. There comes Finley Hines down the inside, but not quite committed enough. They're going to be argy-bargy to the exit. They're both off! They're both off! Contact on the exit. Finley Hines and Devin Taylor go spinning out of this race. They're going to rejoin, I think, at the back of the pack, but they're going to be significantly back from our leaders now. There's Warwick Milam under a bit of pressure. Cody LePetrel trying to force the door open. He gets the door open, but he can't quite step through it. And Warwick Milam holds on to, I was going to say 7th place. That's now going to be 5th place, isn't it? Yes, it is. And this is the perfect opportunity for these drivers at the front of the order. Livings in first, Bradshaw in second, Ward now takes third place, and Sebastian Clark is there in fourth. Then it's a good second and a half back to Warwick Milam, who leads that next train. No, he doesn't. He's been overtaken by Cody LePetrel there, and that must have been at the first corner because he was behind at the start-finish line. Down into Ashby they go then. Warwick under a bit of pressure. Max Wheatley is there. Max Wheatley, we know, is a very quick driver, and he sends it down at Osiers. Max Wheatley through on Warwick Milam. Milam under pressure now from another Coles Racing driver. Benjamin Lawn trying to force his way through, and he's opened the door there. They're going to be side by side. We've seen a couple of drivers come together like that. But this time, these two give each other the perfect amount of racing room. Milam squeezes his way back through, but both of them lose a bit of time with that bit of racing there through sector number 3. LePetrel under pressure from Wheatley now. There's Lawn trying it down the inside again of Milam, but can't get it done. This is losing them both time, and I think Lawn is getting a little bit frustrated here. We might see it again down at Ashby. We will. Lawn to the inside, and again, not quite committed enough. Milam's going to be off on the grass. He's got his hand up in frustration. He feels he was forced off there. Lawn was being pretty aggressive, but equally the space was left, and Lawn will feel that he was entitled to the inside line there. So Milam drops down to 8th place. Lawn takes 7th for himself. Here are the top 3 though, and they have gotten considerably closer together. Alfie Ward takes the fastest lap of the race. 7.5 minutes on the clock still, so we're nearly 5 minutes into this race. But the top 3 are now within half a second as we've gone on to lap number 6. Still the top 3 in Water Swift absolutely line astern. There's only about, say, 1/10 of a second between those 3 as well. So the top 3 in both Rotax Micros and Water Swift Inter are so close at the moment. I thought that was going to be it for the 44 Theo Bradshaw. He certainly thought about it there into the boot. It was a little bit slow entry from Leo Livings, and I think it was just a bit of hesitation there from Bradshaw. If he'd seen it early and committed, I think that could have been the move for the lead, but he saw it a little bit too late, and then as he tried to go for it, the opportunity closed, and he thought better of it. Definitely a good idea. He's got Alfie Ward right in his wheel tracks, though. Sebastian Clark just trying to hang on to the back of this scuffle. But Max Wheatley drawing ahead of the rest of the pack, and Max Wheatley getting into a bit of no man's land there. Still around 2 seconds off of the back of this leading train. So he's going to have to put in the drive of his life here if he wants to close up to the top 4. Equally, put in a really good drive, and hopefully the top 4 will start battling. We'll wait and see. They're keeping it nice and relaxed at the moment. You've got 2 Synergy teammates in the top 2, but then Alfie Ward's in behind. Alfie Ward is not a friendly. Alfie Ward is most definitely a foe there in behind. And he's not going to be working together with any of them. There are the rest of our pack there. Warwick Milam now has Ray and Townsend again. Ray and Townsend has been showing moments of brilliance throughout today as well, so don't count them out. And the number 22. As here are the Water Swifts then. Is that the 20 of Butterazzi? It is. So Butterazzi's through on Alfie Taylor for 4th place in their class. They've got Xavier Fonge right behind as well. And these guys are battling nicely. So this is 4th, 5th and 6th in the Water Swift Inter class. The driver in first in this is Jonty Restrick, the number 67. So Restrick, Ackerman and Stone, those 3 still line astern for the lead in the Water Swifts. Here we look back to the Rotax Minis though. Still as they were. Bradshaw's through on Living, sorry. What am I talking about? Bradshaw has managed to get through then. On the last lap of the race, as we briefly just looked at that battle in the Water Swifts, Bradshaw through on Livings. Ward unable to make the most of it though. And Livings feeds back in to 2nd place. There are your leaders in Water Swift. Jonty Restrick leading Jensen Ackerman, leading Simeon Stone. Now Stone got through on Ackerman at the start of the race, but has since been re-overtaken. And now I feel as though it may stay like this until the end of the race. They've got a good bit of a gap back to Butterazzi, Taylor and Fonge as well. So we'll keep an eye on the Water Swifts, but it looks like the gaps may be getting a little bit bigger between those lap on lap. Hold on a second, look at Max Wheatley. 49.370 over the last 2 minutes. That gap's been closed by over a second by Max Wheatley. He's 2.5 seconds off the lead. He's only there. He's only about a corner behind this leading battle, and they're starting to battle now with 4 minutes to go. Do not count Max Wheatley out of this race, ladies and gentlemen. He does need for the gloves to come off a bit though here between the 44 and the 77. They are working together nicely, and they're doing what they should do. If I was in their position, I'd be doing exactly the same thing. But that's not what Max Wheatley wants them to do. And that's not what commentator John wants them to do either. So 3.5 minutes left to go on the clock then. Time. I was going to say slowly ticking down. It ticks down the same rate no matter what's happening. But it feels slower. Especially if you're the one in the lead of this race. It will feel very slow for Theo Bradshaw. Theo, P2 on the grid for this race. Currently converting it to the win, but it's those 2 that were on the front of the grid for this one. On that front row were Livings and Bradshaw, just the other way around. Alfie Ward's gone from 4th to 3rd. Sebastian Clark from 5th to 4th. Now, 2 drivers involved in the earlier incident, I want to say, were Finley Hines and Devon Taylor. Finley Hines currently in 19th place overall. Devon Taylor there in 25th. Still struggling to get back on the back of the pack, but great to see as well drivers being involved in incidents, but still carrying on, cracking on. And even if you're not going to catch the rest of the pack, just getting in a practice session. You paid for the time out on circuit. Just get back on circuit and press on. If your car is mechanically sound, don't get me wrong, if it's dangerous, but park up. Don't go on, that's just silly. But if your car's totally fine and you feel totally fine, you might as well use the time you've got on circuit to get out there and practice. And great to see that the drivers haven't thrown their toys out of the pram and just dive straight into the pit lane. They're cracking on, they're pressing on with this race and still giving us some great racing out there on circuit. So props to them as well. Some of the younger drivers showing impressive racing styles as we head into the last 2 minutes of this race. So with a bit of a truce happening between these 4 throughout the race, Bradshaw still ahead of Livings. However, Ward and Clark has definitely closed that gap a little bit. Now Max Wheatley, again, gap has remained a bit stagnant, to be honest, with Wheatley. He was closing, but that slowed down a little bit over the last few laps. Through they go on a back marker. I can only imagine that that's Harry Davison that the leaders in Rotax Mini have just side through on. Bit of time lost for Sebastian Clark, though. He's dropped about a kart length or so off of that battle. Across the line they go once again. On to lap number 14 of this race. Still only 8 tenths separating the top four. And oh no, who's off? That's the 31 of Arthur Brooker who is off. Arthur Brooker, I don't think was near anyone on circuit. Potentially near a Water Swift driver. Something's happened anyway. And the 31 is off and out of this race. Look back to the leaders though in Rotaxes. I think they will come round to start the penultimate lap this time around. Leo Livings still right in the wheel tracks of Theo Bradshaw. But throughout the second half of this race, has just been unable to find a way through. So penultimate lap started by Theo Bradshaw. He's not cracked under the pressure though. It's been continuous from Leo Livings ever since Bradshaw made the move, and here comes Livings down the inside of Christmas corner, late on the brakes. A bit of side pod to side pod scuffling there, but they both hang on to it. Leo Livings doesn't get through though. Another attempt down the inside, this time at Ashby. A bit more leaning this time. They'll still be side by side, but again, Bradshaw has the inside. Contact for the 177 behind, and Sebastian Clark sneaks through. Alfie Ward just got checked up a little bit there by Livings braking a tad early, and Sebastian Clark sneaks through. Gloves are off into the final few laps then. Bradshaw leads Livings, then Ward and Clark. Round the final corner they come to start the last 1,100 metres of this Whilton Mill Kart circuit. And off we go. Through Oblivion and Crook then. A bit slidey from Bradshaw. Could that open up the opportunity to Livings? No. He's actually got quite a good exit as Bradshaw holds the inside line, defends hard from Livings. But Livings has to worry about Sebastian Clark and Alfie Ward in behind as well. It's far from ideal. And Bradshaw looks behind and sees he had enough opportunity to move over and open up the corner again. But does he? As Livings tries to dive back to the inside. It doesn't work out though. Through into sector 2 they go. Whoa, that's a late dive bomb. No, I think it was just defending there from Livings. That scared me. That was really far back. But he holds on to second place, and again, he is defending now. He's accepted, I think, that Bradshaw's gone. He's holding on to second place. It's all kicked up behind them. Here comes Max Wheatley to P3. Unbelievable pass on the last lap, but Theo Bradshaw doesn't crack under the pressure. Theo Bradshaw takes the win in Rotax Minis. Leo Livings and Max Wheatley round out the podium. I said don't count him out, and that was that little bit of battling in the last lap or two that allowed him to catch back up. And when Clark and Ward came together there, Wheatley snuck through at the boot and takes a podium. Fair play to Max Wheatley there. Impressive driving. Here come the Water Swifts though. Are they line astern round the final couple of corners? We're waiting for the 67 and the 112. No, Ackerman's got Restrick on the last lap. What an upset. Jensen Ackerman has stolen away the win from Jonty Restrick on the last lap of the race. And Jensen Ackerman, he was leading for quite some time in that one. Restrick and Stone, Stone got through on Restrick initially. Restrick got back through last time we were looking, but clearly over the last few laps, Restrick had overtaken Ackerman. Ackerman steals back that win on the last lap and does convert pole to victory then in the Water Swift Inters. Let's run you through the finishing order then. We got through the top three in Rotax Minis. Behind them, Sebastian Clark and Alfie Ward, top 5. Then Cody LePatrell, Benjamin Lawn, Rayan Townsend, Warwick Milam and Daniel Wisnauskas. Your top 10. On a bit of nose cone watch now as I quickly look away. Looks as though the top 3 are all good though in terms of penalties. Akil Nangionold is in 11th. Jack Baker, Lucas Esser, Finley Hines, Connor J. Winfield, Hayden Fisher, Oliver Barton, Nathan Rond, Ruben Jenkins, George Fountain, Nathan Edwards, Layla Bell, Harper Das, Devon Taylor and Ayrton Rye, your 25 finishers in Rotax Minis. Then in Water Swifts, Jensen Ackerman, followed by Jonty Restrick and Simeon Stone, your top 3. Then Enzo Butterazzi, Alfie Taylor, Xavier Fonge and Harry Davison. And sadly, we lost on the last couple of laps there. Arthur Brooker, one of our Rotax Mini drivers, we lost him up at Christmas Corner. Well, 2 finals are done and dusted then, ladies and gentlemen, and both of our split grid dual class races are done as well. Next up is going to be the final for our Junior X30s. Here we go then. Junior X30 final. Don't agree with what it says on the screen. Don't look at that. That doesn't exist. It's okay. I think my producer has rushed to get a drink. And he is indeed grabbing one at the moment. But he'll change that as soon as he's back. Don't worry. Junior X30 final is coming up next. And already I can hear a few noises out there on circuit. Ah, that's it. That is Arthur Brooker, who's heading back to the pits. Well, that's good. He's got the kart restarted again, so he'll be heading back to the pits nice and quickly, and we'll be ready to go for the Junior X30 final pretty soon. We've had exciting racing in Junior X30s throughout today. Let's hope that continues for the final. It's coming up in only a moment's time. Junior X30's out on circuit then. Let's run you through the grid for this one. Both Alex Wiley and Alex Dodds have a win and a second place apiece coming into this one. It's separated on qualifying lap, so Alex Wiley takes pole by a tenth of a second. Macaulay Guy and Sebastian Dew are the closest challengers on row 2, then Harrison Leet and James Harris are there on row 3. Row 4 as Jack Mower and Joshua Byrne, then it's Max Wright and Max Cooper, and all Max row number 5 to round out the top 10, followed by Jacob Marples and Daniel Samir. Row 7 has Spencer Allen and Dylan Masters, then Katie Donaldson and Charlie Blenkinsop are on row number 8, with Thomas Hodge and Noah Goodfellow on row 9. Row 10 and finalising the top 20 are Isabel Banks and Harry Khalil, then Charlie Philp and Finley Allen. You have 22 karts on the grid, ready for this Junior X30 final. Well, I hope you're all thoroughly enjoying the stream at home. What a day of racing that we've been treated to here today at round 5 of the Fast Start Whilton Mill Kart Club. If you've enjoyed it, make sure you drop a like on the stream. We've got plenty of finals coming at you throughout today. And of course, we'll be covering the whole rest of the season here of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. After this one, we've got 3 to go, 6, 7 and 8. And if I'm not mistaken, number 8 will be that WM plate round as well. Whoever takes the win in that round takes the WM plate for themselves. We'll think about that a little bit later on in the season though. We're ready to go for our Junior X30 final here at round number 5 at the Fast Star Whilton Mill Kart Club. It's Alex Wiley and Alex Dodds who lead us to not a green light, to a chevron flag, and we go round again. First false start of the finals then. And the drivers will get another lap to try and heat things up. Get all those temperatures in order, not only of the tyres, but the engine as well, and probably of yourself as well, to be fair. There is that chevron flag. If you've not seen too much karting before, that simply denotes a false start. The drivers all head round again to give it another go. Could see more people in the chat as well. Vanya Radeva saying go Darin. Actually, that was Darin Dimitrov a race or 2 ago. I think they did a very good job. Oh no, Sava. I'm not going to read that one out on stream, but I feel very bad for you with that comment. That is awful. So I hope you're feeling a bit better, Sava. That is not a fun time. Well done to Charlie Page from Joshua Owen, and well done to Darin Dimitrov from Vanya, saying great overtake, Shed. Darin did a really good job in their final. Right, second time of asking. Yes, Junior X30 drivers, here we go then to the race start, and already to the lead of the race is Alex Dodds. We've got someone grass cutting already. That's the 87 of Max Cooper, it is. Macaulay Guy trying to go to the inside. He's going to get forced to the outside of the exit and chucked off. Macaulay Guy gets thrown off by a driver diving in ahead. That was one of the Croc Promotion drivers who dived through there. Was that the 79 of Harrison Leach? Potentially it was. Someone, anyway, a little bit over-aggressive on that race start, and that means Macaulay Guy from row 2. Oh, big off! Big off! 2 drivers off, a driver up and over the front of someone else. They all go back down onto 4 wheels. I think that just caught the driver by surprise, who suddenly got run over by someone else. Luckily, it was all quite a slow accident there, quite a slow part of the racetrack. So I think all okay. It looks as though they've all actually cleared the scene already. So hopefully we'll be seeing everyone rejoining the action. But that now means top 9 separated by 2.5 seconds. Then the rest of the pack 5 seconds back on them. So we've now got one race of 9 and then the rest of the field. That radiator's not in the right place for the number 15. Daniel Samir immediately back in the pits after only 1 lap of racing. Oh, cheeky move to the inside for the Croc Promotions kart. That is Harrison Leach making another move, and through follows Jacob Marples. So the 66 of Max Wright getting forced down to the back of this train, as they have Jack Mower in front of them as well. Only half a second at the moment separating the two Alexes, and now the momentum swings the way of Alex Wiley. Initially, it was Alex Dodds who was faster in the opening 2 laps of this race, whereas now it goes back the way of Alex Wiley. And Wiley takes the fastest lap of the race. But of course, they're still betting themselves in for this final. Definitely don't call anything just yet. There's still plenty of time to play out in this one. But it certainly didn't start as I maybe would have expected it to. Quite the interesting race start in this one. But Alex Dodds leads Alex Wiley, then Sebastian Dew, James Harris, Joshua Byrne, Jack Mower, Harrison Leach, Jacob Marples, Max Wright and Spencer Allen, the top 10. Great shot through the middle section of the circuit there, as you see the drivers fly through the first couple of corners. Alex Wiley's going to go for it though, down the inside at Christmas Corner. It was late, it was brave, and he takes the lead of the race. Well deserved from Alex Wiley. Oh, immediate re-overtake from Dodds. That was so much more aggressive. Wow, that was bold from Alex Dodds. Has it worked though? They're on the exit. Who's there? It's Alex Dodds in the lead of the race, and Sebastian Dew has followed him through. Wow, that was aggressive from Dodds. He kind of needed to do that though. Wiley's been looking very quick. Dodds went, oh, I'm not waiting for another opportunity here. Bang, to the apex he goes. Reed takes the place. And he's got support in the chat as well. Chloe Rose Dodds says, come on, Alex Dodds. He can clearly hear you, Chloe, because he's pressing on very well and sending some absolutely monstrous moves. Looks like there's been a fire lit onto Macaulay Guy though. New fastest lap of the race by a good margin for Macaulay Guy. He's there in 13th place. It's not going to be the final that he would have wanted, but to no fault of his own. Caught up in other people's accidents, and he's showing he's got leading pace here by putting in fastest laps. So still lots of positives to take away from the weekend. Sebastian Behrman, sorry, not Sebastian Behrman, Sebastian Dew. Too many Sebastians at the front of the order today. Sebastian Dew pointing forward, saying, stop looking at me. Just go, just drive faster. I've got Alex Wiley nipping at my heels right now, and Alex Wiley's just taken the fastest lap. So stop it. To be fair, Wiley only 100th quicker than Sebastian Dew. But both Dew and Wiley quicker than Dodds in the lead, and that is key. Down to Ashby they go, and down the inside goes Sebastian Dew. Now he points ahead again. He's angrily pointing ahead. But yeah, I don't think he's listened to that, mate. Dodds back down the inside at Osiers. We knew that was going to happen. Dodds retakes the place. Dew is going to be getting angry now, and he's going to lose second place. Down the inside goes Alex Wiley into the boot. So we're back to as it was 3 or 4 laps ago. Dodds leads Wiley, then Dew. And who's getting involved with this now? What was a 3-way battle for the lead is quickly becoming more. James Harris has joined the back of the train, and Joshua Byrne and Harrison Leach are not far behind either. Looks as though Jack Mower is off down at the boot. I'm getting reports through my ear. I can see him dropping down the timing order. But Jack Mower was involved in that secondary gaggle chasing the leading 3. So something's happened there, and Jack Mower has gone off. He was in 7th place. The leader of the secondary pack, Jacob Marples, has now taken that 2nd place. So potentially something between Jacob and Jack. There is Jack. Jack's Court Promotion kart getting rescued back to the middle of the track. But sadly, another quick peddler in this Junior X30 final is out of the race. New fastest lap from Sebastian Dew. He's been quick all day, but he's finding some electric pace here in the final. Big defensive move from Alex Dodds. Forces Wiley to the outside. Wiley can't make the most of it. He's going to try the up and under though. I know he's going to try it. He does, but he gets forced to the outside. Again, great defending from Alex Dodds. That's going to open up the opportunity for Sebastian Dew down the inside. They force each other. Oh, off and off. Oh, they're both off. Sebastian Dew and Alex Wiley come together at Wilkins. And off they go. I think it was Alex Wiley's side pod that came off in the accident. And that'll mean that even if Alex Wiley rejoins the race, he's not going to be able to get involved. There he is, yet side pod off. He knows that's a mechanical flag. Head in hands for Alex Wiley. Whoa, okay, that's really changed up things. I thought it was going to be a fight between the two Alexes to the flag, but Alex Wiley out of this race. Sebastian Dew with the fastest lap has rejoined in 7th place, but 7 seconds off of the lead. And now this opens up the opportunity for James Harris, for Joshua Byrne, for Harrison Leach. All now within a second of your race leader. Well, that has absolutely blown this race wide open. There into the pits comes... Who was that coming? Well, that was Alex Wiley, of course. What am I talking about? Multicoloured car. Of course, it's Alex Wiley into the pits. Missing a side pod. He knows he's not going to be able to go any further. That was just unlucky with how they made contact there. You knew neither of them were going to give an inch. And sadly, there was a bit too much leaning. Round they went. So now the question is, can anyone bring the fight to Alex Dodds? So let's have a look then at this one. So Alex Dodds started this race in 2nd, is now in the lead. James Harris started in P6, is now up to P2. Joshua Byrne started P8, now in P3. And Harrison Leach started in P5, now in P4. So all gaining a little bit. The biggest gainer from that one, Joshua Byrne. Still all the top 4 within 1.5 seconds. But now that Alex Dodds is being left alone, he's putting in some blinding pace. 46.8 on the last lap. One of only 3 drivers in the 46s, that being Sebastian Dew, is the second of the 3 in 7th place. And oh, look who's with him. Mr. Macaulay Guy. There he goes down the inside. So Macaulay Guy, after losing out early on in this race, has actually caught back up quite nicely here. Macaulay Guy makes a move on Sebastian Dew. These guys are very used to battling throughout today, but not for 7th place. Who's off there? The 69 of Harry Khalil is out of this race. One of our novice drivers there on the number 69 is out of the race. It looked like he was holding something in his hand, potentially a chain guard. We'll wait and see who that is. I'm trying to see what the marshals were gesticulating to someone there. As if like telling him to push down on his wrist or something. I don't know what that was. They were trying to tell the driver anything. Trying to tell the driver something as they come through over the gantry to start another lap of the race. But here we still see 7th place of Macaulay Guy, 8th of Sebastian Dew and 9th of Finley Allen here, all in a train. So funny enough, Finley Allen actually looking a little bit quicker. Alex Dodds extending that gap to, I reckon, over a second now when they come across the line to start lap number 13. Over goes Alex Dodds. Yeah, James Harris comes over a second behind now. As yet, still, I think someone's been told to pull their sleeves down. Oh, yes, it is Sebastian Dew. His right sleeve is all the way up his arm. I think he's so focused on the racing at the moment that he can't tell. But I want to say, is it? Surely that's not just a really long glove. I imagine that's an under bit of clothing that he's wearing. Oh, he's got a mechanical flag for it. Sebastian Dew has got a mechanical flag. I mean, he was told a couple of laps there that he needs to pull down his sleeves. He obviously didn't see them, and thus he's going to get a mechanical flag for that. That is gutting for Sebastian Dew. The final couldn't have gone much worse for the number 98 today. I really feel for him, and that's such a horrible way to get chucked out of the final. And that may have just been caused when he had that incident earlier on with Alex Wiley, and he probably just hasn't noticed. 1.5 minutes left to go in the Junior X30 final. It really boiled there, bubbled up to a proper crescendo. And then as soon as it all blew up, everything happened. It's then been pretty calm since then. Alex Dodds has started to slowly but surely drive away with this race. So who was facing the wrong way there into the boot? I have no idea who that was. Either way, they're not going anywhere fast. I think they were actually waiting and letting some drivers through. Potentially, I can't tell who that is. Either way, being a good back marker and letting everyone else through. 45 seconds on the clock then. Sebastian Dew has come in for that mechanical flag, so he drops down the order, gives a few extra places to some drivers. In that battle for second though, Harris still ahead of Byrne and Leach. There's the 117 of Byrne in the middle of the sandwich. No one seemingly able to get through. Hold on, plus 5 seconds to number 65, that says. That's Spencer Allen in 9th place. I don't get those penalties on my live timing. I don't know why, but thanks to the cameraman for showing that, because I wouldn't have known that. Plus 5 seconds given to Spencer Allen in 9th place then. Not sure what that's for. Maybe track limits, maybe contact. Either way, Spencer Allen's going to lose 5 seconds, and that'll put him down in, I think, 13th place by the end of the race. Timer hit 0, then there is your leader of Alex Dodds. He was under an immense amount of pressure from Macaulay Guy, from Sebastian Dew, from Alex Wiley, all over the back of him, and plenty of other drivers as well. It all kicked off. Somehow Alex Dodds was the only survivor from all of it, and he leads us on to the last lap of the race then. I hope they know it's the last lap because they couldn't see it on the gantry there. On we go, onto the last lap then. Byrne, Joshua Byrne, very close to the back of the 89 of James Harris, I will say. He's got about 1.1 kilometres to try and get the move done, and Harris knows it. Defends to the inside down at Ashby. Forces Byrne to the outside into Wilkins. Byrne will try and go up and under here, but has he got the purchase on the tyres? Has he got the grip? No, he hasn't. Door closed by James Harris. He points forward, does Byrne, but he doesn't know the Leach is right behind him here. Any opportunity, and Leach could steal this podium away. And he's going to try and do it. They're going to go side by side to the last corner. Through comes Alex Dodds for a fantastic win in Junior X30. And across the line come the rest of them. They stay as they were. James Harris and Joshua Byrne rounding out the podium positions in that one. Harrison Leach in 4th. Jacob Marples, your top-rated novice there in 5th. Great race from Jacob. Followed across the line by Max Wright, and Macaulay Guy ends up in P7. I think after the calamities of lap 1 there, Macaulay, you should be pretty happy with that one. And a fastest lap of the race to boot as well. Finley Allen, Spencer Allen and Max Cooper round out the top 10. But of course, we saw on the gantry there that plus 5 seconds for Spencer Allen. So that is going to put him down, I think, actually to P12 now. Actually, no, P11, I think even. Yeah, P11. So not a huge loss there for Spencer Allen. As I say, Max Cooper rounds out the top 10, followed by Dylan Masters, Charlie Philp, Noah Goodfellow, Thomas Hodge, Isabel Banks, the last of your 16 finishers. Yes, as I was told in my ears there, he just drove straight past. Who was that? Because it wasn't Alex Dodds. It might have been James Harris, potentially. I think it was James Harris, you know. Oh, is James Harris behind them in the queue? I can't see him anyway. That's the 79 of Harrison Leach coming through. I think it was, you know. Yeah, I think it was James Harris in P2 there. And 28 of Jacob Marples, though. I was saying how good his race was. Top-rated novice in 5th place there. Sadly, the top-rated novice getting a nose cone penalty. So as I mentioned, top 16 making it to the checkered flag there, but we lost Sebastian Dew, Harry Khalil, Alex Wiley, Jack Mower and Daniel Samir over the course of that race. Certainly a calamitous midpoint to the race there for the leading drivers, but Alex Dodds remained firm. Alex Dodds held on and took the win there in the Junior X30 final. Well, that was an exciting one, to say the least, ladies and gentlemen. That's the Junior X30s done and dusted for their day. But we'll only have a moment to wait, because up next are their bigger brothers and sisters. The Senior X30s are out next for their final. As you can see, a few karts being saved from the inside of the kart track here as they all make their way back to the dummy grid. Speaking of the dummy grid, here it is. The senior X30s are lining up, ready to go then. What a day of racing it has been so far. I have thoroughly enjoyed being here to shout about it, as I always do at Whilton Mill Kart Club. It never fails to disappoint. If you've enjoyed it though, make sure you go and drop me a follow at Ratters Media on Instagram and TikTok. I'd really appreciate it if you want to keep up to date with my commentary career and also my own personal racing journey. I would very much appreciate it. Well, let's look back to the Whilton Mill Kart Club then. I think are we halfway through the finals? We are indeed halfway through the finals. 3 full finals done and dusted. 3 still to go. Of course, 8 classes in total across the day, but we had 2 of those finals where we had split classes in the same race. So 3 done, 3 to go. X30 seniors up next, then our junior Max A final and our senior Max A final. But before we run you through the grid for senior X30s, again, I'll just try and keep my voice in tip-top shape before we go into the senior X30. We'll be back in a moment. Onto the circuit go our senior X30 drivers then. They've got 12 minutes plus 1 lap ahead of them to decide which of them takes the #1 trophy at the end of today's action. Josh Palfreman and Jaden Gregg line up on the front row with Jack Cox and Harry Torpy on row number 2. Morgan Hill and Kian Leongamiao are on row 3. And then row 4 we'll see Josh Jones and Macy Hitter. Piotr Jurovic and Luke Sintler are there rounding up the top 10, with Archie Heron and Ollie Keenan there on row 6. Natalia Dabek and Harry Maynard are on row 7, with Lucas Armstrong and Olivier Picula on row 8. Ollie Cook and Jensen Pugh are on row number 9, with Donglin Chen and Daniel Archer your top 20. Jerry Hugh and George Wang on row 11, with Micah Taylor and Jensen Buckingham on the back row of the grid. Now Micah Taylor and Jensen Buckingham very much out of position there. Now I can only assume that they had some DQs throughout the day. I'm just going to try and get up the heat results while they carry on round on their warm-up laps. So heat number 1. No, we didn't have any in heat number 1. Heat number 2, let's have a look. Yes, Micah Taylor and Jensen Buckingham disqualified from heat 2 for being underweight. So that is why the number 48 and the 50 have been sent packing to the back row of the grid for this final. They've got it all to do. They're basically doing a YouTube last to first challenge, but actually here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. It's definitely easier said than done, but hey, Micah Taylor and Jensen Buckingham, 2 very quick drivers. I wouldn't put it past them to drive through the field here, but can they do it before the top drivers start to scamper off? Palfreman on the number 28 on the right-hand side of your screen. Jaden Gregg, the 34 on the left-hand side of your screen. They switch over as we go into the tram lines. Here we go for the Senior X30 final. We're underway and racing then. Immediately a good start from the pole side of the grid again. Anti-pole having a poor start. And Jaden Gregg and everyone behind him loses out because of it. Top 3 on the pole side have gone through into the top 3 of the race. So that'll be Palfreman, Cox and Hill, as more bugs are getting involved in the action here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. A little bit of heat and they all come out to play. Same with the drivers. They're all out to play on circuit at the moment, but who can find their way to the front of the order? Side by side it's Ojers, nearly 3-1 to Ojers. That was a close one. The 60 and the 94 going at it. That's Lucas Armstrong on the 94. The 60 of Jensen Pugh makes his way through. So he's had a decent first lap of this race. Around the final corner they come then. Palfreman leading Cox, then Hill, Torpy, Greg, Jones, Heron, Eurovic, Gamiao and Hitter, your top 10. Up towards Christmas corner. Anyone going for it this time? The 57 of Piotr Jurovic thinks about it on Archie Heron, but thinks better of it this time. Lucas Armstrong, we were talking about him on the first lap, he's got himself a contact warning. He just needs to be a bit careful through the rest of this final. As they all scamper through sector number 3 on this second lap of the race. That's Jaden Gregg side by side with the 29. Nearly a spin out the final corner there. So that's Jaden Gregg through on Morgan Hill. Morgan Hill's lost out to Harry Torpy and Jaden Gregg on that last lap. And now is defending heavily is the 29 from the 84. It all gets a bit checked up there. They've got to be careful with those nose cones. As Hill tries to stick behind. It was Jones and Heron who all got a bit caught up in behind. Move for the lead of the race. Nearly making contact on the inside. There might have been a bit of leaning there through the left-hander of Wilkins. But Cox can't find a way through. This time he does though. Down into the boot. Jack Cox down the inside. Up and under goes Harry Torpy as well. So Josh Palfreman forced down from first to third in only the space of 2 corners. Oh, there's a big bit of dust cloud there kicked up at the final corner. We've got people dropping down the order. Piotr Jurovic is dropping down the order. There he is, getting back on the circuit. The number 57 was the one kicking up that huge dust cloud down at the bottom corner. But he's able to get back underway, although a lot further down the order than he would have wanted. Move back for second place. Palfreman back down the inside of Torpy. And Torpy immediately back down the inside of Ojers. Big wide moment for Torpy though. He's going to lose time and maybe even more positions as Jaden Gregg gets back involved. Morgan Hill's there as well. So is Archie Heron and Keon Leon Gamiao. Just under 9 minutes still left to go in this one. This is Jack Cox's opportunity to drive away with this race. But once again, if you've seen in the heat, Keon Leon Gamiao with some amazing pace here takes the new fastest lap of the race. And there he goes down the inside of Archie Heron up at Christmas corner. Keon looking quick in this race so far. Needs to get those moves done quickly and safely, not losing too much time if he wants a shot with a top 3 battle here. So it was 0.8 seconds across the line last time between Cox and Palfreman at the front end of the order. Let's see, has that gotten bigger? Has it gotten smaller? Has it stayed pretty stagnant? Across the line they come then to start lap number 6, and it's closed. It's closed considerably. 3.5 tenths of a second between Cox and Palfreman. And look at that, Palfreman's already closed the gap sizably there. And already is all over the back of Jack Cox once again. Any sort of battling between these two though, and they will be up and getting involved. Jensen Buckingham from the back row of the grid is already in P11 and has just taken the fastest lap of the race. 46.31 for Jensen Buckingham, and he's almost in the top 10. He's the leader of sort of the second biggest pack here as they head through the boot now. He's got 2 seconds to catch Macy Hitter in 10th, and then basically the whole top 10 is almost in a train here. Gap remains stagnant between the 2 leaders on that last lap though. Now Jensen Pugh, the driver behind Jensen Buckingham, takes the fastest lap. That was bold from the 99 there of Keon Leon Gamiao. Attempts for a move up at Christmas on Morgan Hill, a little bit too late. Manages to back out of it just in time, and they're both still in this race. Harry Maynard has, moved for the lead. Move for the lead, that is. Palfreman through on Jack Cox. Was waiting for that one to happen. It looked as though the lead distance had stagnated a tad, but no, Palfreman closes. Palfreman takes the lead of the race back for himself. Oh, they're closing in quickly. Hitter has dropped off slightly. Buckingham, new fastest lap. Buckingham was right on the back of Macy Hitter now to try and get into the top 10. There's the move. Second time of asking from Kian Leon Gamiao. Gets it done this time on Morgan Hill. Up into the top 5 goes Kian. There's a move in the background as well. Is that Harry Maynard getting involved with Archie Heron potentially? Josh Drones there, ready to get involved too. So the two drivers started on the back grid of this race. Jensen Buckingham still in P11. Micah Taylor there in P13. Both in the 45s. Both the only drivers in the 45s. Still 5.5 minutes left to go on the clock. And Jensen Pugh, through into 10th place. Oh, what's happened? What's happened to Jensen Buckingham? Jensen Buckingham and Macy Hitter have come together because Jensen Buckingham has dropped to P13. Macy Hitter has dropped to P19. Has lost 9 places there and went 4 seconds slower on the last lap. So I think I can work that one out. That Buckingham has gone for a move on Hitter. They've made contact and they both lost quite a bit of time. But poor old Macy Hitter had a great race in heat number 2. Is having a good one here in the top 10 in the final. Just gets shuffled wide by a charging Jensen Buckingham. So Jensen Pugh now into the top 10, closely followed by Micah Taylor. Scrap that, Micah Taylor's through now into the top 10, but they've all lost quite a bit of time. There's Jaden Gregg down the inside of Harry Torpy. So that's a change for a podium position there. Third place goes the way of Gregg, but not for much longer. Back down the inside goes Torpy. He loves an immediate re-overtake, and there's another one. That one's ticked off your bingo cards for the 38th time today. Harry Torpy with another cheeky torpedo send there, but that's meaning that the third place downwards are dropping off of Jack Cox and Josh Palfreman. Palfreman has built out a lovely gap at the front of the field now. It was 0.6 of a second, it's now 0.8 of a second, and there's now nearly a further second back to Harry Torpy in third place. So now this biggest gaggle at the sharp end of the order. I was going to say it's headed up by Torpy, now headed up by Gregg, and a spin for Kian Leon Gamiao. Tried to make the most of a slow Torpy at the apex there, but as Gregg chopped back across to retake the place, just swiped across the front of Kian's kart, and off he spins to the infield. He got back underway very quickly there, but that's going to be a few positions lost for Kian Leon Gamiao. He's shown brilliance throughout today, has been really quick, but has had something go wrong in every race so far today. And he gets a warning for his troubles as well, does the number 99. So the pack of 5 now becomes a pack of 4, headed up by Jaden Gregg. Palfreman nearly a second in the lead now over Jack Cox. Then it's a good 1.3 seconds back to Jaden Gregg in third. He's just about starting to clear Harry Torpy now. Harry Torpy under a bit of pressure from his fellow Harry Maynard in fifth, all over the back of him. And Josh Jones right there for company as well. On the stream, we look back to, that is Kian Leon Gamiao getting back involved with some battles. Who is he behind now? It's Luke Sintler on the number 72. So 11th for Luke Sintler, 12th for Kian Leon Gamiao. Jensen Buckingham involved in that battle as well in 13th. And Olivier Pecula and Ollie Keenan and Lucas Armstrong. A couple of drivers from that top group trying to find their way back through the order. Not a huge amount of time left to go though. 2 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock. It looks as though it's starting to become a bit settled at the front of the order. Barring any upset, I feel as though it may stay like this in the top 3. But never say never in karting, particularly here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Things can change at the drop of a hat. Or drop of a helmet, I guess you would say. Actually, no, you don't want to do that because I think that invalidates them and then you can't use it again, so it's a bit of a waste of money. No one be out there dropping helmets. Jaden Gregg creating a nice little gap over Harry Torpy, putting himself in a position where he can breathe a little bit more, be a little bit more relaxed, but then again, one little mistake and immediately they'll be back on the rear bumper of your car. So you can't relax that much. And Torpy is now under pressure from Harry Maynard properly. Maynard's closed that gap. He's at a point now where if the opportunity presents itself, now it does, lay down the inside, and Torpy is the one that gets torpedoed. Very late to the inside there from Harry Maynard, and now he's going to get done by the 29 of Morgan Hill. So Morgan Hill, the biggest winner out of that note. Morgan Hill re-overtake from Maynard, and Morgan Hill gets forced back down once again. So Harry Maynard to 5th place, Harry Maynard to 4th, Morgan Hill to 5th, and Harry Torpy relegated to P6. Finding the opening though is Morgan Hill. He's going to be on the outside for the final corner though. And there, Harry Torpy gets the better exit. Oh, aggressive move to the inside there to chop across, and he gets it done. That was confidence there from Harry Torpy to close the door at the apex of turn 1. So Maynard gains a place, Torpy loses one. And now Hill remains where he was at the start of the last lap. Back into 6th place. Josh Jones has closed right back in though, courtesy of that bit of battling between these three. And that's given a nice gap to Jaden Gregg, late down the inside from the 84 of Josh Jones. Late move on Morgan Hill. Morgan Hill closes the door. They just about give each other enough room, and they just about carry on fighting. But last lap has been shown to Josh Palfreman. He's been cruising, he's still been going so fast. On the last lap he set his personal best, but he's just been putting in good laps out the front of the order. And keeping that gap to about 1.5 seconds back to Jack Cox. There's the number 16 of Jerry Hugh. He's just going around to complete his laps, and there is your leader, the number 28, Vismo driver, as his teammate Jerry Hugh gets out of the way ASAP. But here comes Josh Palfreman then. What a final from Josh Palfreman, and what a day for the number 28. He sees the checker flag first. He takes the win in the Senior X30 final. Jack Cox and Jaden Gregg round out the podium with Harry Maynard and Harry Torpy, your top 5. Morgan Hill, Josh Jones, Micah Taylor, Jensen Pugh and Archie Heron, your top 10. So well done to Micah Taylor. Despite being disqualified in heat number 2, having to start this race in 23rd place, he still gets up into 8th after 12 minutes plus 1 lap of running. Impressive stuff from Micah Taylor. Outside of the top 10 then, it was Luke Sintler, then Jensen Buckingham, Kian Leon Gamiao, Olivier Picula, Lucas Armstrong, Ollie Keenan, Piotr Judovic, Daniel Archer, Macy Hitter, Natalian Dabek, then Ollie Cook and George Wang, then Donlin Chen and Jerry Hughes. So all 24 drivers who started that race made it to the checkered flag. That's always good to see. Despite a few offs, they carried on, cracked on with the racing and provided some exciting action for us. Well, the top 2 all look good. Same for the 34 of Jaden Gregg. So I think your provisional podium is indeed Palfreman, Cox and Gregg. Well, Senior X30 done and dusted, and that's all our iArmy racing done and dusted for the day. We've only got 2 finals left to come. We've got both the seniors and the juniors for our Rotaxes coming up soon. Now, of course, we've already had both of their B finals. The top 4 from each of those B finals, we'll see them on the back of the grid for these ones. Totally maxed out grids for the finals coming up next. It'll first be the junior Rotax, then the senior Rotax. Don't be going anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get on with the junior Rotax A final. This is sure to be an exciting race, ladies and gentlemen. You'll be happy that you stuck around to the end of the day. These are sure to be incredibly, incredibly exciting. Now, as we make our way back to the pits, all the senior X30 drivers make their way back to Parc Ferme, make their way back to their garages and ready to head home. But of course, don't go anywhere. There's a nice big podium presentation at the end of the day where the drivers will get all of their trophies. You don't want to miss that. And equally, if you're watching on the stream, you don't want to miss these last two races either. Don't be going anywhere. Junior Max A final is coming up in only a few moments' time, and it's going to be an exciting one. Junior Max is already out on circuit. I didn't think it would take too long, but that was even faster than I thought. Oh, someone's chain guard has just come off. That's one of our top-rated drivers. I want to say that's Harry Freeman from second place, potentially. Chain guard has flown off up at Christmas Corner. That could already be an upset before we even get this final started. But we'll run you through what I think is going to be the starting grid for this one. Riley Bishop and Harry Freeman on the front row. Thomas Hill and Jack Baker on row 2. And Alfie Thompson and Charlie Neve on row 3 as the Marshal collects that chain guard. Sorry, loss of words there. Oliver Smith, William Webb, Logan Lauder and Devon Nolan, your top 10. I thought we'd be going around again, so I wasn't going to rush this, but I think we might have to. Finley Jones and Charlie Cox on row 6. Then row 7 is Will Archer, Thomas Behrman, Ellis Snow, Victor Hansen, Josh Gora and Callum Sims. Then it's Blake Southern, Daniel Gurney, Aidan Large, Elliot Foster, Jensen Powers, Harry Russell, Daniel Adematis, Max Colbert, Ethan Hatch, Lewis Holt, Dexter Collins, Kartik Kameta, Joel Dixon Cohen, Zach McDonald, Michael Dalton, Lucy Wielden. And we go for a start. 12 minutes plus 1 lap. And we're off and racing. Great start from Thomas Hill, already into second place. So I can assume it was another good start from the pole side of the grid. And Thomas Hill has made the most of that one. Oh, it's all got a bit Argy Budgy for third, and it's Argy Budgy behind as well. One driver takes to the grass in avoidance, as a few other drivers have a little coming together there. More drivers coming together down at Ashby. Who is that off? The number 21 is off. And rejoining as well was at the 18, potentially of Ellis Snow. It was the 18 of Ellis Snow and the 21 of Victor Hansen. One of the Guy Cunnington racing drivers there getting bullied out wide there through Ojas. A couple of drivers slipped through on the exit. Drivers taking off through the new final corner curb. As a mechanical for Harry Freeman. I was right. Harry Freeman on the 78 was the driver who lost that chain guard on the rolling up lap. He's not putting up much of a fight anymore, which is good to see from Harry. Not putting up a fight, not going to get away in the rest of the drivers, just going to get back to the pit lane and park it up. But Harry Freeman started on the front row of the grid for this race. He's going to feel he was on for a potential win. He definitely was. What pace he's shown throughout today. What brilliant racecraft he's shown. But sadly, one of our heavy hitters in this one out before we can even get the race underway. So around the corner, final corner to end lap number 2 of this Junior Max A final. Still Riley Bishop leading Thomas Hill. But Thomas Hill, Alfie Thompson and Oliver Smith in behind were all quicker than Riley Bishop in the lead on that last lap. There is the 78 of Harry Freeman returning to the pits. Gutting for him, no fault of his own. Just one of those freak mechanical issues. Because it wasn't even due to stress on the kart. I hate to say, hopefully it wasn't something that the mechanic messed up. Hopefully it was just a freak accident. But sometimes we have had people forget to reconnect the chain guard properly, and that's not a nice way to end your final. Well then, as I mentioned, Hill, Thompson and Smith were closing on the leader, and they've closed that gap to 0 now as we have less than 10 minutes left to go on the clock. Jack Baker takes the fastest lap, but that's immediately taken by Thomas Behrman in 10th place. First driver into the 47s. Just straddling that top 10 is Thomas Behrman. There's a move from a Thomas though, but it's Thomas Hill down the inside at Ashby. And Thomas Hill takes the lead of the race. Immediately covers off to the inside, not allowing for that immediate re-overtake from Riley Bishop. And Thomas Hill points forward, wants to work together, but Riley Bishop now is under pressure from Thompson and Smith behind. I'm not sure if there is going to be any working together here. Contact warning for Blake Southern as well on that last lap. He just needs to be a little bit careful there in 19th. As drivers following line astern up to Christmas corner. No one jinking out from the train. No one going for any moves. But another fastest lap for Thomas Behrman. This time the drivers around him all on quite similar pace. But I will say, all of the drivers near the bottom end of the top 10 almost a second quicker, definitely half a second quicker than the drivers in the top part of the top 10 on that last lap. That bit of battling has held them up somewhat. And drivers closing in. Move for third place. Down the inside goes Oliver Smith. Oliver Smith takes third place away from Alfie Thompson. Then they've got Logan Lauder, Jack Baker, Finley Jones, all for company as well. Oh no, so Oliver Smith had already made the move. Sorry, that was Alfie Thompson re-overtaking into the boot. So on the timing, it stayed as it was, but there was an overtake and a re-overtake there on that last lap. That was a late dive to the inside from Charlie Neve. Great move, but round the outside goes the 237 of Finley Jones, and Finley immediately retakes 7th position for himself. And Charlie Neve actually, I think, is getting forced out there down at Ashby. And actually, 2 positions lost. Through goes Devon Nolan, through goes Thomas Behrman. So initially an overtake for 7th for Charlie Neve. By the end of it, sees them end up in 10th place. Oh, late move for 2nd into the boot there. He managed to back out of that one, did Alfie Thompson. Thompson saw the opportunity there down the inside of Riley Bishop, but Bishop closes the door. And Thompson has to back out of that one. 7 minutes plus 1 lap now in our second to last race of the day here at round 5 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Oh, again, late to the inside, too late from Thompson. Thompson needs to think about these moves a little bit more. He was lucky there to not take out Riley Bishop at the apex, but now he's going to get sent by Oliver Smith once again. Smith back to 3rd place, and Smith, of course, then points forward, but Smith makes a little bit of a mistake. Bit slidey into Wilkins. Can't be capitalised upon, though, by the Evolution Racing drivers in behind now of Thompson and Baker. Oh, Baker into the back of Thompson there. That wasn't planned. Teammate on teammate action there into the boot. I think it was only just a gentle kiss of the rear bumper there from Jack Baker. And he should be fine with no nose cone penalty after that one. In behind, though, still Finley Jones and Logan Lauder. And of course, Joel Dixon-Cohen, new fastest lap. Where's he got to? Joel Dixon-Cohen is up to P13 in this race. Don't forget, he was the winner of the B final. He started in 31st in this race. Joel Dixon-Cohen is up 18 spots so far in this final. Zach McDonald, Michael Dalton and Lucy Wheeldon were your other drivers who got through from the B final. Zach McDonald up to 23rd already. Michael Dalton up to 20th, and Lucy Wheeldon up to 25th. So all of the drivers from the B final pressing on nicely in this A final and getting some extra points for themselves, which is of course great to see. Will Archer there now sets the fastest lap in 9th place. It was good to see Will down at Kart Sim HQ the other day, I think getting in a little bit of practice with the coaches. Clearly that is paying off with a 47.28 for Will Archer on that last lap. Only 100th quicker than Thomas Behrman ahead of him though, so those two working together nicely to try and press up the order. Was that an issue? Wide moment for Riley Bishop, and Riley Bishop's been forced out wide, I'm hearing him here. Sorry, I was too busy looking at the timing screen. I look back over and it's slow round the right-hander for Riley Bishop. He drops down from 2nd to 6th. That's a huge loss for Riley Bishop. He was piling on the pressure to Thomas Hill, but now slips down into the rest of the pack. There was Thomas Behrman, I think going for a move on Logan Lauder, or potentially just trying to fend off from the drivers in behind. It was a move on Logan Lauder. Logan Lauder's been relegated to 8th then. The number 6 of Thomas Behrman finds himself in 7th place, but he wants 6th. It's fitting, giving it's his number, and he takes it away from Riley Bishop. So Riley Bishop, after looking to be on for possibly the win, if not definitely a top 3, is dropping out of the top 5 now. P7 for Riley Bishop, as there are the 2 Evolution Racing drivers still pressuring here. Thomas Hill under pressure from Oliver Smith, and those 2 Evolution drivers of Alfie Thompson and Jack Baker. Wide moment for the 2.61 of Will Archer, that was. Charlie Nee certainly slipping through. Potentially Devon Nolan as well there up at Christmas Corner. 3.5 minutes left to go on the timing screens. And this has been an exciting Junior Max A final so far. A few little upsets. Interesting to see Riley Bishop dropping down ever so slightly. The 38 of Oliver Smith, though, going for the lead. And Thomas Hill has been forced out wide there at the final corner. Through the boot, Thomas Hill gets forced out wide by Oliver Smith. And Oliver Smith takes the lead of the race with only 3 minutes plus 1 lap left to go. Thomas Hill's pointing forward, but no one listens to him. Down the inside go 2, if not 3 drivers, but he fights back. Side by side on the exit. Hill tries to hold on, but he can't do it. Through goes Alfie Thompson. He just about holds on to 4th, as Sebastian Behrman slips through now. As off in the background, well held, sir. Impressive stuff there for the 157 to hold on to that one. Who was that going off? I think it was actually Dixon Cohen on the 167. Held onto that slide off of the circuit. And I do believe I got the Behrman name wrong. Apologies, Thomas. Got a little bit excited there. Again, it's kicking off in the Junior Max A final. Oliver Smith now has the lead of the race. Him and Jack Baker have cleared off now with this one. They're a second in the lead of the race. Thomas Hill finds himself stuck behind Alfie Thompson now, though, as they try and press on back towards the 2 leaders. I think plan of attack now from Smith and Baker is work together. There goes Thomas Behrman down the inside. 2 for the price of 1 for Thomas Behrman, and off in the background. Who's that off in the background? Is that Aidan Large on the 133 maybe? We'll see as they come around to finish the lap who that was. I think it was an X-Kart if I'm not mistaken. As they all scamper round Sector 3 once more. Thomas Behrman now finds himself in a podium place. Thomas Behrman started P14 in this race, of course, had to fight through on every race from a difficult start. So biggest loser on that lap was Logan Lauder on the 33, down 7 places on that last lap. So he's dropped into P16. 2 places lost for Devon Nolan to P12. 4 places lost for Thomas Hill, down to P8. Just over a minute left to go in this race. Now really, the drivers really want Oliver Smith and Jack Baker to start fighting here. They need him to start fighting. Sebastian Behrman, I killed him, Sebastian again. Sorry, Thomas. Thomas, full eyes ahead now. He's not even thinking about the drivers behind him that he's overtaken, and he's definitely not. New fastest lap for Thomas Behrman. 47 dead for Thomas. Wow, his pace is looking strong. As I mentioned, fought through the pack in Heat 1 because he didn't set a time in qualifying. Fought through the pack again in Heat 2. There's the move for the lead, though. Jack Baker down the inside. That brings Sebastian Behrman, Thomas Behrman in. Thomas Behrman to the lead of the race. Thomas Behrman down the inside. Opportunistic move, and he takes it for himself. Unbelievable scenes here in the Junior Max A final. I'm so sorry, Thomas, for calling you Sebastian's name. I really apologise. But what a move from Thomas Behrman. I mean, it's all kicked off. This is what we needed to happen. Time is going to hit 0. Are we going to see the final lap board? Yes, we are. Last lap of the race then in the Junior Max A final. Up to Christmas Corner they go once again. What a move from the lead that was for Thomas Behrman. Thomas Behrman went from 3rd to 1st in 1 corner. So opportunistic with the time lost there with Jack Baker going down the inside. He went, thanks a lot, guys. Went around the outside of Jack, down the inside of Alfie. Unbelievable racing between those 2. That's the 133 getting chucked out wide, that is. Someone taking to the grass in avoidance, but here comes Thomas Behrman from 14th on the grid. He's going to take the win in the Junior Max A final. Unbelievable race from Thomas Behrman, and deservedly takes maximum points there from the Junior Max A final. Take a bow, Thomas Behrman. Unbelievable race. Wow, and we've still got one to go, ladies and gentlemen. Right, let's run you through the provisional result from that one then. Thomas Behrman from 14th on the grid takes the win. Jack Baker gets second place. He started in P4. Riley Bishop, how did he get back up to third place? What happened on those last couple of laps? Riley Bishop slipped down the order to the bottom end of the top 10 there mid-race, somehow clambers back to a P3 finish. He should be happy about that one. I know he'll be gutted. He started from pole position, but to save a P3 from that one is very impressive. Finley Jones and Oliver Smith round out your top 5, with Alfie Thompson, Charlie Cox, Joel Dixon Cohen in 8th place. He went from 31st to 8th in that Junior Max A final. We knew he was out of place, out of position being in the B final. We knew that. But my goodness, Joel Dixon Cohen, another driver who could take a bow in that one. Devon Nolan and Will Archer round out the top 10, with Charlie Neve, Aidan Large, Thomas Hill there in 13th place. Thomas Hill was leading for a lot of that race. A good 50% of that race he was leading, finishes in 13th. That's how quickly it can go wrong in a Junior A final. But also, I'm hearing through my ear, Joel Dixon Cohen might have got a nose cone penalty. And with how close the field is, let's work that one out. It'll be 8.78. That will drop him from 8th to 17th if he's got a nose cone there. So frustrating for Joel Dixon Cohen, but still, what a run through the pack. Right, the rest of the order then in that one was William Webb in 14th, Callum Sims in 15th, then Logan Lauder, Blake Southern, Michael Dalton, Max Colbert, and Zach McDonald, your top 20. Great run through from the B final as well from Zach McDonald. Daniel Gurney was in 21st with Ethan Hatch, Daniel Adamatus, Victor Hansen, Dexter Collins, Ellis Snow, Karthik Kameta, then Josh Gora, Lewis Holt, Jensen Powers, then in behind them, and I've managed to clear everything off of my screen. It's going well here in the comms box. And the rest of your order then, yeah, so Jensen Power, Josh Gore in 28th, then Lewis Holt, Jensen Powers, Harry Russell, Elliot Foster, Lucy Wielden, and of course we lost Harry Freeman way earlier on in that race. I somehow skipped back to couple hundred lifetiming. I don't know what happened there, but what a race. I've all got a bit confuzzled in the box, I can't lie. Wow, that Junior Max A final really came to a head there at the end. And the bookies would have given you, I think, about 50 to 1 there in terms of Thomas Behrman coming through to win that race from P14. We knew he was quick. We knew how he'd come through the rest of the order in the other races. But wow, we've got one race to go, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Senior Rotax A final. Race 30 of the weekend then. It's the Senior Rotax A final. Let's run you through the grid. Zaki Hussain and Spencer Brom line up on the front row with Harry Hannam and Louis Weaver on row 2. Liam Thomas and Freddie Ingram are there on row 3. And row 4 will see Alex Adams Acton and Tyler Harris. Then it's Leo LaCastro and James Tester in the top 10. Jack Collins and Stefan Kashmashik in behind. Then Miles Roby, Dylan Norris, Dalton Norris, Ralph Youngling, Ross Tyler and William Young. Rounding out the top 20 are Jack Wilch and Harry Hurst Grover. Then it's Ben Ballou, Ben Southgate, Charlie Webb and Finley Hayes. Row 13 is Molly Griffiths and Harry Blaw. Then it's Saint Silim, Will Forber, Mitchell Mobley and Ethan Ling, your top 30. Then Alex McGee, Ronnie Bradley, Oliver Johnson and Asa Pinder, the 4 that went through from the B final. Right then, Zaki Hussain has been unstoppable today. Can Spencer Braun stop him in the final? 12 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock, and we are racing. Spencer Braun gets shuffled back to third place already. He just about hangs on to that. I think it was Harry Hannam who snuck through into second place. Harry Hannam down the inside. Late move at Christmas corner. Has he got it too deep? No, yes he has. Zaki Hussain re-overtakes on the exit. What a bold effort there from Harry Hannam. Through Ashby they come then for the first time. And I'm not leaving anything of my voice on the table this one. I want to not be able to speak after this race. And I don't think the Senior Rotax drivers will disappoint. Spencer Brom has actually lost third place now as well to Louis Weaver, I think it is, who snuck through. Was it the 69 of Freddie Ingram who's there in third place? Yes, it is. So Freddie Ingram with a good start then. From 6th to 3rd, Freddie Ingram is usually one I spot as a great starter. But Spencer Brom usually gets faster and faster throughout the race, comes into his own, starts setting some good pace. The problem is that Zaki Hussein has been honestly like a bullet from a gun in every race from this. He leads from pole and just flies away from everyone immediately on like world record pace here in senior road taxes at Whilton Mill. And he just flies off. On that first lap, he's already gained 6-7 tenths of a second on the drivers in behind, despite getting sent by Harry Hannum at Ashby on that first lap. So end of lap number 2 then. Hussein leads Hannum. Ingram, Brougham, Weaver, Thomas, Adam Sackton, Harris, LeCastro and Tester, your top 10. 2.9 seconds separating that top 10. Here's the move for second though. Freddie Ingram down the inside. Braham's going to follow him through. And Hannum, after such an aggressive and impressive start, drops back into P4. Hannum now under pressure from Louis Weaver in behind as well. But Braham and Ingram pressing on ahead well together. Ingram now with only clear air between himself and Hussein. Yellow flag down at Ashby. Oh, we've got 3 or 4 drivers all mangled together there. The 17 and the 84, I can see. That's Dalton Norris and Molly Griffiths from P20 and P21 respectively, who have come together. There was definitely another driver involved in that one as well, who managed to rejoin a little bit faster than the other two. It was Ben Balou. No, it wasn't. Ben Balou's dropped a couple of places. But I think Dalton Norris and Molly Griffiths the biggest losers from that incident anyway. Yellow flag still down at Ashby. No overtaking into quite a key overtaking spot at the circuit as one of the karts is rescued from Ashby. And it's always horrible, particularly in a final as well. You wait the whole afternoon for your final to come and suddenly you're out on like the 2nd or 3rd lap of the race. There's nothing more gutting, but that's racing for you. Spencer Brom is itching to get past Freddie Ingram here. The gap between Ingram and Hussein was just under a second. What is it now? 1.1. New fastest lap for Zaki Hussein. Spencer Brom does a nearly identical lap time though. Brom needs to get past Ingram. He's going to go for it up at Christmas corner. It's almost like he can hear me in that helmet of his. The CRG driver sends it up at Christmas corner. Oh, slippery surface flag down at Ashby. You don't see that very often. So clearly that incident has dropped some sort of liquid onto the racing line there down at Ashby. Drivers needing to be a little bit more careful than maybe they usually would be. That's a loud exhaust. I can hear through my ears someone there with an exhaust that's been knocked off, which will be a mechanical flag soon enough. On to another lap of this race then. With that overtake, it's again another 2 tenths lost by Brom on Hussein, but he needed to get that done ASAP. Now the question is, can Brom start to reel in Zaki Hussein? Or has he already built up enough of a gap here where he won't be challenged? 46.2 was Zaki Hussein's last lap, 46.3 for Brom. Drivers around them, 46.6, 46.4, 46.4, 46.5, 46.4, 46.5, 46.6, 46.7, 46.4, 46.5, 46.5. It's insane. Every single driver out there on circuit pretty much within about 2 tenths of a second of each other. There's a send into the boot though. The 198 slipping through. It's not the 199 of Harry Hannum that was. He loves a cheeky send, and the 67 of Louis Weaver follows him through as well. Both Hannum and Weaver have been faster than Ingram on the last couple of laps, so it doesn't surprise me that they both snuck through there into the final sector. Another fastest lap from Zaki Hussein, and there's a move up at Christmas corner. This time it's Weaver through on Hannum. So now they have basically agreed here. Back down the inside goes Hannum. Hannum through on Weaver. Now the 69 of Ingram trying to get him on as well. Ingram under pressure though. Down the inside goes Liam Thomas. And he takes the place away. Ingram tries to dart back to the inside, but no room given. Forces the 77 wide on the exit. They'll be side by side as they head down to the boot. 77 of Thomas on the outside. No! Up and over the top goes the driver. They're going to get connected together. And they're on the racing line into the boot. That's a scary place to be. Hopefully all okay. But that was Liam Thomas on the 77 and Alex Adams-Acton on the 80 there coming together into the boot. 2 drivers on good pace there, up in the top 10, and it all falls apart at the final corner for those two drivers. As I was mentioning though, still fastest laps for Zaki Hussain. He's just gone within 200ths of his fastest lap of the race as well. That gap to Spencer Brom getting a little bit further apart every lap. There's the 74 trying to get back on circuit. That's Asa Pinder from 25th. Oh, Asa was having a great run from the B final up into the top of the 20s, but it's all gone wrong down at the first corner. And we see there Asa Pinder rejoining the circuit and rejoining the action, but dropping a number of places. Zaki Hussain, I feel like a broken clock here, just repeating the same time over and over again. New fastest lap for Zaki Hussain, 46.21. The consistency is insane of Zaki Hussain. Insane Hussain. There you go, Zaki. You can use that for your marketing. I'll give you that one for free. Honestly, 1.7 seconds now, the gap. It's such small margins that gap is extending by. That's all he needs to do. Slowly but surely, every lap as we close down towards 5 minutes left to go in this senior Rotax A final. Brom and Hussain all by themselves at the moment. Hannum's now built a nice little gap back to Freddie Ingram in 4th place. And then we've got Ingram, Weaver, Harris, LeCastro, Tester, Collins and Kashmashik now the top 10. There's a move down the inside at Christmas corner. Jack Collins through on James Tester. Many points ahead, obviously. We see that all the time in karting. You make a move and then you say, let's work together and press on forward. I love to see it. It never gets old. It's a good move though from the number 12, Jack Collins, up into P8. And he does look like he's pressing on well. He's looking ahead to Leo LeCastro. That's the driver who's next ahead of him. Cole's racing driver. That's another fastest lap for Zaki Hussain. That gap between Hussain and Brom now over 2 seconds. Zaki Hussain won both of the heats that he was in. Brom winning one of them. Of course, it was the one that Zaki Hussain was not a part of. And again, in the final, it was that initial loss from Brom, which I thought put the nail in the coffin really for him before we really got it started. Brom's tough start, slipping back to P4, having to waste a bit of time to get back to P2. By the time he had done, about 1.3 second gap, and now he's not able to sit in behind with Zaki Hussain. He's just dropping ever so slightly lap on lap behind him. Don't get me wrong, Spencer Brom is doing a fantastic job there. He's just set his own personal best, the 4th fastest lap of the race so far, but it's just not enough to match Zaki Hussain. Zaki Hussain has the fastest lap, and every lap is setting what would be the fastest lap if he had not already set another faster lap. Unbelievable from Zaki Hussain. So really, all the drivers in behind can only pray for a mechanical failure or a very uncharacteristic mistake over these last few minutes from Zaki Hussain. So Hussain, Brom, Hannum still your top 3. Hannum with nearly a second gap over Ingram, who we now look back to here as they head through the boot. Ingram ahead of Weaver for the moment. Looks as though Weaver's closed in ever so slightly over the last couple of laps. About 0.4 of a second in it between those two. Through they go in to Christmas corner once again. Another fastest lap from Zaki Hussain, 46.04. And as my producer says in my ear, he is going to be into the 45s at some point in this race. Zaki Hussain is flying. He's got a 2.3 second gap, but he's not holding off at all. He's not like, oh, well, I've got a nice gap here, I might just cruise. Nope, new fastest lap after new fastest lap for Zaki Hussain. More overtakes going on in the mid-pack as well. Still battles are going on. That was Jack Collins that I saw go through on Leo LeCastro for 7th place. So Collins already made that move a lap or two ago on James Tester. Now he's through on Leo LeCastro for 8th place. He's got a little bit of catching to do to chase down the drivers ahead though. There's the 13 and the 125. That's Ross Tyler getting through on Ralph Youngling. That's their battle for 12th place. Goes the way of Ross Tyler. Less than a minute and a half left to go on the clock then. And we'll shortly be bringing round number 5 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club to a close. I can always think at the end of the day for Whilton Mill Kart Club, it always goes by so quickly. We rattle through so many races here. That's such an awesome track. An awesome track to drive, an awesome track to watch, an awesome track to commentate over. So thank you again to Whilton Mill for having me back here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. And thank you again to the drivers for showing me so much support on social media. And giving me very, very kind messages about my commentating over the series. It's great to be here, great to be involved, and great to watch you guys battling it out there on circuit. 30 seconds left to go on the clock. I think Zaki Hussain will come around now to start the penultimate lap of this race. He's still setting times that would be the fastest lap of the race, even though they're not quite into the 45s. There's a late move to the inside, too late, contact and round goes to 58 and immediately apologises. So that was the 50, who's the 58 there? Oh, I've got no 58. Who could that? Oh yeah, it's Jack Wilch and Harry Blore. I thought it was Harry Blore. So Harry Blore tried to go down the inside into the boot, and even while they were spinning off of the circuit, Blore was apologising to Wilch for that move. And there is Jack Wilch parked up at the side of the track. Harry Blore's continued, but Wilch, you can see it's destroyed his front left tyre. Harry Blore's had some great racing throughout today, but maybe just went for a move that wasn't quite on there and sends Jack Wilch out of the race. Well, Zaki Hussain starts the last lap of this race. He was lights to flag victory in heat number 1, lights to flag victory in heat number 2, and he's looking like he's going to do it again in the final. Zaki Hussain driving like it's easy here in the Senior Rotax A final here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. These are some of the best drivers in the country. They descend on Northamptonshire for the Senior Rotax class, but Zaki Hussain just brushes them all off. He doesn't care the accolades that these drivers have. The 113 of Zaki Hussain is going to come round the last couple of corners, and the number 113 is going to take the most amazing win here at Senior Rotax. What domination throughout the day from Zaki Hussain. Take a bow, son. 46.04 fastest lap as well, when he's all out by himself. Unbelievable. Spencer Brom and Harry Hannum round up the top 3, deservedly so. Great race from both of those drivers as well. But that's it for racing here at round 5 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Freddie Ingram and Louis Weaver round out the top 5. Good racing from them as well. Tyler Harris, Jack Collins, Leo LaCastro, Charlie Webb and James Tester, your top 10. Ross Tyler finishes just out of the top 10 in 11th place. Then Ralph Youngling, Stefan Kashmashik, Dylan Norris, Miles Roby, Mitchell Mulvey, then Ben Ballou, Harry Hurst Grover, Williams Young, Ben Southgate finalises the top 20 with Ethan Ling, Finley Hayes, Alex McGee, Zayn Salim, Oliver Johnson, Ronnie Bradley, Alex Adams-Acton, Asa Pinder, Harry Blore, of course, Harry Blore was our last finisher, in 29th. Then behind, Jack Wilch, we saw went out with maybe 1-2 laps to go there, sadly for him. Will Forber, we also lost on that race. Same with Liam Thomas, Molly Griffiths and Dalton Norris there. So 5 drivers falling by the wayside during the Senior Rotax A final. But wow, what a way to end the day. We didn't get a fight up for the lead in that last race. Zaki Hussain was just far too dominant there for the rest of the drivers to contend with. We still had great racing throughout the order and some serious upsets throughout as well. Well, what a day's racing it's been here for round number 5 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Thank you so much for being here if you're here at the circuit, or for tuning in to the Alpha live stream if you enjoyed the action from wherever you are, whether that be at home or out doing whatever shenanigans you've been getting up to. Thank you for keeping us involved as part of your Sunday. And the action hasn't disappointed. It never does from the Whilton Mill Kart Club. But once again, a great day's racing across all of the 8 classes. I think there's definitely some potential picks for Alpha Live's Race of the Week here today. I'll definitely be putting one or two forward for that one, because blimey, was it exciting. A massive well done to all drivers who competed out there today. Whether it went incredibly well, you got a fantastic result, or whether it didn't quite go how you were planning, still hold your head high. You've still done a fantastic job giving us some great racing to watch here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. But also lots of positives to still take on to the rest of the season. As I mentioned, the rest of the season, that was round 5. We've still got round 6, 7 and 8 left to go, with that round 8 being the WM Plate special event as well. You're not going to want to miss any of that, so make sure you're subscribed to the Alpha Live YouTube channel so that you see it come up in your sub box, and also loads of other great racing across the UK and Europe and worldwide that is covered by Alpha Live. Just today, you can go back now and watch the UKC round from Three Sisters, and also the British Kart Championships from Shenington as well. So much content to sink your teeth into on Alpha Live. Make sure you subscribe and make sure you drop a like on this live stream if you have enjoyed it. My name's been John Ratcliffe. If you've enjoyed this commentary for today, go and drop me a follow at Ratters Media on Instagram and on TikTok. I'd really appreciate that, at Ratters Media, if you want to go and drop me a follow. A big shout out to everyone here at Whilton Mill that makes this possible. All of the marshals out on circuit, all of the staff, all of the scrutineers, all of the everyone in the main clubhouse building, of course all of the medical staff, and all of the Alpha Live crew as well, all of the cameramen out on circuit, and my fantastic producer Stuart as well. A big thank you for all of us here at Alpha Live for watching today's live stream of round number 5 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. We'll see you next month for round number 6, and I'm sure for another very exciting day of racing. Have a lovely rest of your Sunday, and we'll see you very soon.